you are.
Say it out loud. Say it.
Vampire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CSC Critics Podcast. I am one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And with us today, we have a very special guest.
Hello, I'm Cass.
Yes,
Ooh,
with that intro, we're gonna cover something special this season. But first, spring socials.
Oh, yeah, hey, you look up CSC Critics Podcast on the interwebs, or, God, I say so many random things. Let's go with a library bathroom. You go in there and you'll find like CSC Critics on like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LetterBoxd. We got visual sides of things on YouTube and Rumble. I know, audio podcast, but still, some people enjoy it. And yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, and today and in this season, we're covering Twilight. May God help us all.
Yes, this was actually the voted on by the community from our socials of what to cover this season.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, I know. I dragged Cass along because no one's a bigger Twilight fan than Cass, right?
We don't know.
Oh, I have lots of thoughts. Lots of them.
Yes, she does. And I will start us off with some light facts before I turn this over because I can't ever dare to compare. So I'm going to bring everybody back to the world of 2008, the year that gave us Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Scorpion King 2, and the superhero movie, which we all saw in a random Friday night movie for us.
That's weird, Ryder. You cut out. I couldn't hear your first
one. Wow. You want me to start over?
No, that was an inside joke. I couldn't hear your first one.
Oh, right. Got it. Because it doesn't exist. That's fair. And obviously, not to shit on 2008 too much, but it brought us. It also gave us The Dark Knight and Prince Caspian's Narnia. So
and Iron Man.
Thumbs up. Well, yeah, I keep forgetting. I always think that Iron Man's 2007, but yeah, you're right. That's 2008 as well, isn't it?
Didn't it also give us Kung Fu Panda? Didn't we cover that?
I think so.
Wasn't there like that season, like everything was 2008 except one or something?
Maybe. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I Love You, Beth Cooper was
2008. It had a budget of $37 million USD. It is an American romantic fantasy film directed by Catherine Hardwicke and a screenplay by Melissa Rosenberg, and it is based on the 2005 novel by Stephanie Meyer. And I'm gonna give a quick I'm gonna give a couple other just random facts really quick before I properly turn this over to everybody else. Stephanie Meyer makes a cameo in one of the diner scenes. So props to you if you spot the "Where's Waldo" joke in there. There was originally a version of the script where Bella was a long-distance runner who got to shoot vampires with a shotgun and transformed into a vampire because the original script was thought to be did not appeal to a male audience enough, which would have been a crazy departure from the book, I think, right, Cass?
So crazy.
And yeah, that's that. There we go. I'll stop there. So I will open the floor to anyone else has any facts of the first movie in the Twilight franchise.
Thank you.
I'll throw out what I like to look at, which is budget. $37 million budget and raked in $402 million box office.
I did throw out the budget, but thank you for reiterating.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, I guess.
Is that an inside joke? Well, okay. I have no facts.
Okay. So. Okay. Unfortunately, I have too many facts. Stephanie, I feel like this is actually pretty important context to understand the book and how it's written. Stephanie Meyer is Mormon. Stephanie Meyer has a brother named Jacob. Have fun with that. Out of the Cullen family, Rosalie is the only vampire to never taste human blood.
Oh.
And she's the one who found Emmett and brought him to Carlisle to bite. The entire movie, from Bella starting her first day at school to waking up in the hospital after falling, quote unquote, down a flight of stairs after the entire incident is what is it? It is I think it's about 62 days.
Oh,
62
okay.
in movie time.
In universe.
Movie time.
Universe.
60.
Yeah, I think that the
days.
best way we can measure that via the movie is within relation to the prom.
Yeah, she starts school in March or joins school in March, and then it goes to prom.
No. The prom is in May. The end of the movie is March 8th. When she ends up in the hospital is March 18th. But she doesn't start school there until January. One second. January 18th. That's when she starts school.
January.
So January 18th to March 16th, which is the big fight in the end of the movie, killing the bad guy, is about 52 days, give or take.
Interesting. Okay, and Edward said he was watching her sleep for 2 months. Unless he was being hyperbolic.
Yeah, he's being a little hyperbolic, but yeah, let's also not forget about the parts where they just don't talk to each other. So
That's true.
That's true. Or we
So-
can go with the prevailing theory that Edward is just being creepy as fuck.
I mean, there's no
Yeah.
doubt that.
He is a vampire, so I guess he gets some leeway.
17-year-old boys.
Our structure today will be by acts. We might be starting out in a more linear fashion, however. So, Act 1 will be from the start of the film to when Edward saves Bella from the onrush of a van. Crimson, why don't you start us out?
Oh, interesting. No histories this time.
No histories.
Oh, do you want to do histories?
I wanted to do one more fact because I thought it was fun, if possible.
All right.
Sure. Throw it out there.
Jasper is canonically a proud Confederate soldier who died.
Very proud.
Evidently.
So
All right, well, since you started us, Franks, why don't you go to histories?
Oh, sure. I'll go with my history. I have seen the first Twilight. I guess I can only cover the first one. I've seen the first Twilight film. I think this is probably my 5th time seeing it. It was all the rage when it came out in 2008. I remember in school. That's about it. Never read the
Crimson?
books.
Yes, I've never read the books either. I did not watch it till the podcast, essentially. I've seen it twice for the podcast. I do remember it kind of being the thing that guys would just dog on, kind of like Justin Bieber and Jonas Brothers, stuff like that. It was cool to bash. And the most I got from this before the podcast was the Paramore Decode music video, because they showed snippets of the movie through that. So there you go. I was expecting it to be through the movie, but it was just in the credits, which was weird.
Fair enough. Cass, history.
I think I watched it a year after it came out, and a lot of my friends were obsessed with it, but I just didn't think it was that interesting. I have read the first book, I believe, but it's been about a decade, and I've rewatched it probably about 7 times, and 2 of those including for this podcast, since it came out.
And lastly, we'll go with me. I remember reading the books. I have thus since deleted all the information from my brain because I can use that storage space for something else. I have seen all the films once prior to planning for the podcast, and then I have seen it twice for the podcast. So, total of 3 times, I believe, for at least the first film. And I guess we'll just dive right in since I already explained the structure of it. Crimson, start us out.
All right. We open. We get the narration stuff, and I'm sure you guys would want to talk about that. But I'll go with the doe running through the woods, and just how immediately I could tell what kind of film this was going to be based off the cinematography of it, the handheld or exaggerated movement camera work, very indicative of like a teen romance type film, which is usually not my cup of tea. But it immediately set the tone for me, even though we didn't have any characters except for whoever tackled the doe. I did not pause to see who did that. It was one of the Cullens, I guess, but I didn't. Do you guys know who tackled the doe?
It
It
doesn't
looks
look like
Edward,
any of the
but
Cullens.
for me, it looks like Edward, but I assume it's a Cullen because the other vampires would have no reason to do that.
I think
Yeah,
that's
'cause they hunt
what it's
people.
trying to portray. Sorry, but the image of the person doesn't look like anyone. Like it's a
Okay.
stunt coordinator or something.
Some random crew member.
I think the first time I watched it, I was so confused because um, I, after a second, I realized that it was just her explaining what she was saying and going on, and it was like the beginning of the book. But I was like, "Is she writing in a diary like this? Is she narrating her diary to us?" It took me a second to actually realize she was just talking to the audience, directly to the audience.
A diary would have been good though. I would have preferred that. I think.
Well, that's a completely different thing. That's the Vampire Diaries.
You got me there.
Somehow exponentially better than this.
I do think I'm going to agree with Crimson. I think the tone from the opening here, I think it's a tone setter for the rest of the film. Whether that is good or bad, we shall see. Um, I will say that it does function as a basic hook, uh, talking about a character sacrificing themselves. I think there is some functionality to that. Um, it's a compelling, I suppose, the thought of dying for someone you love.
Yes.
I wasn't sure whether to take that as a part of like how best to describe. I didn't know if whether to add that as a character trait to Bella as uh, a depression, or if it was a sign of the future. Obviously, it's answered because it's gonna come back. The basic tenets of what she's saying here.
Yes. It does. Quite plainly, she kind of just reiterates her words later.
Yeah,
For the
quite plainly,
dying for
it's not
someone. Yeah.
it's not subtle.
No, it is not.
uh,
Subtle. This film isn't.
I do like the transition over like the Arizona desert mountain hills to the essentially Washington to just show the quick contrast of the different environments.
Yeah,
It's
they're
very
in
simple.
Arizona. We got to show a cactus. Got to be
Yeah, exactly.
cactus in the background.
Interesting that Bella is the one that dug it up, judging by the hand tool she was holding. So evidently she can garden.
Well, at least with cactuses, you
At
don't have
least
to
with
give it much
cactus.
attention. Water it once every 3 months. Good to go.
All right. Well, Springs, why don't you go?
Sure. Actually, back to that deer. Because I think to a first interpreter, one could think that the thoughts being stated from Kristen Stewart's voice are the thoughts of the deer in the moment, which clearly is not the case afterwards, but still fitting that it's identified to the deer. So I thought that was interesting, but it's to play the character, I guess, of Bella's thought onto the deer in the situation. Another thing to it was the point of view shot of whatever vampire was chasing the deer. I don't know why it was staring at the sky. That seemed weird for a hunting thing to prey on. Secondly, they're very fast, as we know, and this one's just running at normal human speed after the deer. And then thirdly, it cuts it off without showing us. So I thought those were all very weird.
Well, we see with James that he actually does look up to the sky when hunting, when he's sniffing for his prey. So that is something that could have been happening here. Smelling for the doe. The cut, I think that's fine, cutting it. And what was the other things? Oh, the speed. Yeah, I had the same thought. It should have been quick, easy catch. Maybe it was just playing
If
with
he's
speed.
looking to the sky to smell a trace, the doe's right in front of him. Or whoever this is.
Well, he could also be keeping out for the eye for sunlight, which is also factors into him looking up.
Does
Well,
that
it's not like
trait
somebody
follow
kills him
every
in this.
vampire, or just the Cullens? Actually, just Edward, maybe.
The sunlight stuff?
Yeah, like would James and Victoria and all them care?
Presumably, yes. The film doesn't do anything to dispute that. It's just they say it's just how vampires react to sunlight.
Yeah,
Yes.
presumably the trio come here because it's like a good vampire spot with the overcast all the time. But
They just
other than
forgot to
that, we
turn.
don't
They just
really
didn't
know
know
why
the
they're
territory
here.
was marked or whatever. Yeah.
Also, it's got to be a Cullen, right? You can't say that it could be James or anything because they hunt down people.
Yeah.
The Cullens are the
It-
vegetarians after the animals.
I presume it's supposed to be Edward. It had the, at least in the brief thing I remember of the deer being snatched up, it had Edward's hair, but obviously we don't stay on that long enough for us to fully get like details.
It is not
on-
Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, I didn't think it was, but the way they did their hair, I think they am trying to imply that it was Robert Pattinson. In either case, yeah, I presume it's I presume it's a member of the Cullens because the vampires don't have a reason to hunt deer, really.
That's what I'm going with. I did look back at the deer part, which it's definitely some random guy, but I don't know if he's trying to be like Edward
My
or
best guess is it's an
Carlisle or something.
animal handler to
Probably.
handle
Maybe.
the animal.
And they just try to cut it so that it looks like they're getting snatched up by
Yeah.
a vampire. It's
Also with
definitely
the-
something.
It's not just the lighting glare. I guess helps with the background of the forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's your artificial lighting for you.
Ooh.
All right, Cass, why don't you take us to a point, or take us to the next scene if you want?
It's that it's introduction scene of her and Charlie sitting in the police car, and I really, for her being a teenager, I think it's perfect. I think she's a well-written, mildly intelligent, socially awkward teenage girl. That first shot like establishes that she's a hard time being confident and talking, and it's obviously very awkward with your dad because they haven't seen each other in a couple of years, and it's also very obvious to see right away that Charlie is like, I'm so excited, but I don't want to scare her. I have my daughter back. It's great. I think it's so beautiful. I actually do really love the establishing shot of like Forks coming in and her holding the cactus the entire time. I think it's interesting interesting character decision, because did she hold that the entire time on the plane ride there and just has been holding it since she left Phoenix? Or
Could be. I mean, she might not want to pack it, you know.
yeah,
Probably
but
wouldn't survive. Can you bring a cactus on a plane?
That's a
Oh,
great
I was,
question.
I have
I
no
was,
idea.
I'm curious. I'm curious now. I'm
yeah,
gonna.
I don't know. That's interesting.
All right.
Who's the
Uh,
TSA
I
regular for plant life?
it's pointy. It's a weapon.
I agree. I think the introduction to between Bella and Charlie is very very strong. We get a very quick sense of who Charlie is. He's trying to be a good dad, but doesn't want to hover. I think is what Bella says.
Yes.
Yeah. He doesn't hover.
I agree with what both of you have said over the start of Charlie and Bella. The one thing I'm kind of on, because it doesn't seem to fit, is the first dialogue
Fair.
out of Charlie is ignorance of not remembering,
Of which thing?
of like Bella's hair growth. I know it's to make conversation and it fits with what's going on, but being the first introduction of a character, I didn't know if that was off to the right foot, because then it doesn't stick at all.
I genuinely think Charlie's just trying to break the ice.
I think Charlie. I think for him, also it's been a couple of years, so she's now probably what last time they saw each other was when she was like 13. So she's grown up. She looks like an adult now, so a lot of things about her facial structure and body structure has changed, and so he's commenting on probably the one thing he feels comfortable commenting on, and he's very obviously just trying to open the door to talk to his daughter, because it just seems like he missed her and he's lonely.
Yeah, I'm okay with it being said. It's certainly possible he would. I just wasn't a big fan writing wise, because I was like, okay, they're using this as like there's been a passage of time where she's had long hair, cut it, and it grew back longer. That's a passage of time, and then we find out through dialogue it's been years. I'm like, oh, okay, so they kind of double dipped on kind of making the same statement as it's been a long time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I suppose if I were to take issue with it, it doesn't really give us any new information that's not going to be found out in a better way the next time they talk about how long it's been. So I would have picked a different dialogue for that. I think it's fine as it is, but I would also have redrafted and rescripted that.
I just also want to bring up the fact that he was Forks is a small town, so to be able to change her room up a little bit and stuff, he probably had to drive to like Port Angeles and ask some random cashier lady or worker what's a good color for a teenage girl. And I think that shows a lot of effort on his part, and I think it's a well written insight into how awkward he is, but how much he loves his daughter.
Charlie's
uh,
a great character. I'm just gonna say that right now.
yeah, I mean, we hear through Billy that Charlie's been bragging about her coming back, excited that she's gonna return.
Billy
yeah.
is keeps it real with everybody, including
That's-
it's one of his character traits.
Yeah, he's down with the
Love it.
kids.
Yes, he is.
So we're kind of heading into that scene already. I quite like the juxtaposition of the two older guys playing around in the background while the two young kids are quote unquote just being awkward and reintroducing themselves. It's for me, it's juxtaposition on the whole idea of like, where kids are the ones usually playing and adults are the ones usually talking. I quite enjoy the juxtaposition. It's a small detail just to show how much Billy and Charlie are like close knit friends that they get to mess with each other.
Yeah, the chief of police is beating up a man in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Well,
good
no,
stuff.
the man in the wheelchair is beating up the chief of police. Gotta watch the scene again.
They're beating each other.
I think it's also a great little nod to how much Bella probably took care of everything. I mean, we get more nods to it later on in the movie, but Bella was the adult when it comes to her parenting relationship with her mother. So, like, she moved to Forks so her mom could be happy. She left everything that she'd known, where she's been, to come and make her mom happy because that's what she does. She does anything to make her mom happy. So I think it's also a great nod to her character in the sense of Bella wouldn't feel comfortable just horsing around right away. She would need a second to adjust. But I do love the introduction of Jacob's character. I think he's super, super sweet and awkward, and you can just see the puppy love crush he has on her right away.
Puppy love, interesting use of words there.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna
Also, I
have
would just like to quote.
It's somehow that was still more subtle. I leave you alone for a few minutes and wolves descend.
um, Bella actually has a picture of a wolf in her bedroom by her bedroom door.
Oh,
nice detail.
That's
I have a stupid accident that has occurred that I realized and went,
you need a
damn,
baby
that's
wipe?
funny. No, I pulled a Bella because I was recently in Arizona and then flew out to the Pacific Northwest. So I know exactly how she feels in that vein.
Did you bring a cactus with you?
No.
I googled it. You can bring it through in your carry-on bag. So
Oh.
The more you
okay.
know.
So that means she could have. That means legitimately she could have just held it the entire time.
which is interesting.
Yeah, that's cool detail. I guess I like it. I don't know if I would collect any cactuses, but who knows?
Cacti.
Cacti.
I will point out, I believe, an audio editing issue that I noticed. When
There's a
Charlie
couple of those.
goes
but
to
yeah.
show Bella her bedroom and he says, I cleared out a shelf for you in the bathroom, she says, oh, right, which sounds like she said it out loud to him in answering. But then she says, one bathroom, which sounded like internal monologue.
Yeah, well, her lips don't move when she says one bathroom.
That didn't. I thought
Oh.
she was facing the door, so you couldn't see the front of her face.
I honestly thought she said that to him. So it just never even crossed my mind that she was just for us to hear.
Yeah, it would be. It's on either case. I think I remember also thinking the audio is weird for something similar. Either her lips weren't moving when she was speaking, or were moving when she wasn't. It was one of those things that I thought happened in the scene.
Could have been.
So I do think there was an audio screw up, but I didn't know if it was related to, I guess, internal monologue. I never thought it was internal monologue as well.
Yeah, it's just the audio sounded different in those two sentences. So.
Yeah, I didn't pick up anything on that scene. Let's see. They truck when they're both sitting in the truck, chit chatting, and she offers a ride to school. I feel like she would know he doesn't go to the public school.
I don't think she would. No.
She's been gone for a long time. I think it's fine to ask.
And she knows that they are on a reservation. He had to have gone to school at his reservation before.
Back when they were young friends, is what you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
But things could have changed. He's a teenager, rebellious phase.
It's also one of those things where when she was in Fork, she was in for like summers or like Christmases, so that he wouldn't be in school if they were interacting. And it's just not one of those things you think about when you're a kid. Everyone goes to the same school, especially if you're in a small town. So of course he was going to need a ride to school. That's why she looks like, oh yeah, that's right, we're on the reservation. So why she looks awkward afterwards, I think, is because she feels like an idiot and because she doesn't want to be alone.
Bella being an idiot? Man, I wonder if that's going to come up again.
Bella being alone Yeah,
Alone.
wild. Alienated from anyone? Weird.
Oh,
Yeah, she's not like other girls. All right, guys.
Oh, she's weird. She's a weirdo. She doesn't fit in.
Is it sad that I'm pretty sure that I forgot his name.
Jacob, Billy, Charlie, Edward,
No,
Emmett,
the reference Sprinks was
Carlisle.
making.
Jughead Jones?
Thank you. Yeah, Jughead Jones. The actor I think could act Kristen Stewart in this movie under the table, and I think Kristen Stewart's a great actor. Thanks to us having covered Still Alice before we got here. I just needed the reminder before we
Cole
dove
Sprouse
into this.
is a great actor. Okay.
Cole Sprouse is an actor. You're right.
I would just want to say it is very hard to purposely stutter like that. The way she's, like, it is very hard to do that consistently with your lines. So, was she given great direction in this movie? No. Is she
But she
doing
does-
well with the work she has? Yes.
Yeah, she does do a good job with what she's given. I'll say that. And she definitely comes off as awkward, lonely, different from everybody else teenager, Doesn't fit in.
Is she as good as she was in Zathura, though? That's
She
the
had more
tough
emotion,
question.
Zathura.
Definitely like
Harsh.
the contrast of when Bella gets comfortable, she stops stuttering as much. So I definitely think it's like a nervous stutter. And so she becomes more confident with what she's talking about and who she's talking with. And so I definitely do like the transition in between as a good indicator of when she's feeling very uncomfortable. However, because Bella's character is supposed to always be uncomfortable, it's very annoying. And
She portrays that
overdone.
very well. Especially with the eye contact, too. It's always, her eyes are darting around all the time.
Except when she's lost in Edward's eyes.
Well. With the lady in the grass scene, they're... Oof.
I guess with that we shall move on to the next scene. Springs, do you want to start it off?
Well, actually, I'll go back to Jacob being dressed all in black on his introduction, and his long black hair to frame his face. His teeth are moonlight white. Gosh, do they pop?
Could also be a factor with the filter they've been using in this whole movie.
Oh,
Yeah, because
what
it
should it be
exaggerates
called?
all the white.
The
It exaggerates the
Matrix
paleness.
blue?
I don't know if it's the Matrix blue.
Well, Matrix is
But-
all green, but this is
Matrix
all
green,
blue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's. There's definitely something to the filter. and
Seattle
it's-
sad.
Seattle sad. Sure, we'll dub it that thus far. Seattle
The
sad.
Seattle sad.
I like it.
Seattle
it's
sad blue. Great.
I would like to see this movie without this filter, though.
Me too.
To see how sunny it actually is, because they have to do it because there's vampires, and if it was bright, they'd be glistening. It would be interesting to see.
Man, I have stuff I want to talk about, but I can't talk about that until the next movie.
Ryder, I'm curious. When
Yes.
Eric is introduced, did you get any Kevin Keller vibes off of him?
Eric is blonde kiddo.
No.
Asian guy.
The Asian guy in a tie, the DJ at the prom.
Oh,
Works for the paper.
Writer of the
dude.
paper.
Kevin Keller.
Well, he pops in and he goes, I know everything about anything in this place, and I'll help you with everything and anything.
It just seems like a teenager wanting to impress a girl. I will say the teenagers are well written as teenagers.
I feel like they're all
Okay.
hyper
Oh,
exaggerated.
Everyone except
I
Tyler.
see. Okay, all right. Sorry, it took me a second to bring who you were meaning. Springs.
No,
to
the
my
blonde
head.
one's
You're-
Mike, and that's A.K.A. Warren from Life is Strange.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, you're referring to the character from Riverdale, right? If
Yes.
I'm remembering correctly, Springs. Yes, he does give me some Kevin Keller vibes, but not to like a not to an extreme degree though. It's more subdued. I think, in this portrayal than what Kevin Keller is in Riverdale.
I can agree with that.
Kevin Keller. That's fuck. I'm not gonna call him that. Eric is his way of trying to flirt with Bella or try to get to know Bella is just kind of. She was just wanted to have a conversation with her and realized that conversation was not really her thing, and he backed off pretty much.
Can we just talk about how he got the first spot, like the closest spot into the school, and everything else is like filled up?
Oh,
That
The
is
parking space?
thick,
yeah, traffic's weird.
thick, thick
No,
plot armor.
that's staged.
That's
Bella
staged.
also
Also,
left her window down.
Yeah, I also want to thank the lady that looked and smiled at the camera twice, like to laugh at Bella
Oh my
getting out of
God.
the truck.
What a
One
line.
was yeah.
Nice car, or nice ride, responded with good one.
Yeah. As the camera is panning down though towards Bella parking, we see a girl that we're passing by react to Bella driving up in a truck and laughing, and then like laughing at her with her friend at the fact that Bella showed up in a truck, and then we were shown that same reaction again when we cut to being closer to her having parked the truck.
Yeah, she thinks it's that funny.
I also just think it's really hilarious that if you look at all the other cars, they're kind of newer or like a deep color, like a darker color. And she's rocking in with, I think, like the only truck I can remember seeing off the top of my head in this bright orange truck that backfires as she puts it in park. You could almost say the spotlight is on her, a time to shine that she didn't want.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
as
was gonna
Crimson said,
ask.
sets the mood of that classic, new girl in town, quirky.
I'm gonna say this because I'm not a big car person, but is this a first? Putting a car in park and then having the fucking like shot out at the back.
Oh, it's
Ryder, I'm not a car guy either. I couldn't tell you.
I
I
can't
can
tell.
tell you it's a truck.
Okay, I'm happy where I guess we all found one thing in common, that we're all terrible with cars.
It's not a Lamborghini. I know that.
It's not
What
the
is her
Batmobile. I know that.
What is her appeal for everybody? Is it because she's new and it's a very small town, or is she like really just as pretty as all these people are like portraying she is?
It's very
I'm
extra
gonna
and
assume-
exaggerated.
It's
the former.
convenience or something. It's also convenient that when she gets to lunch, all the people she's talked to randomly throughout the day are all friends.
True.
Yeah, that will be the convenient part. I will agree with. Everyone she's randomly talked to is all from the same group of friends, except for the one dude who just fucking sprints off after kissing her on the cheek.
Oh, Tyler.
Tyler.
He does become part of the friend group because after another scene, they hang out very often.
No, Tyler might
Yeah.
be my least favorite character in this whole movie.
Tyler's not enough on screen for me to actually enjoy him as a character. Or like
Which one's
give
Tyler?
Tyler's the one who does sexual assault, physical assault, and attempted murder on Bella.
He's the one that nearly crashed the van into Bella
Oh, okay.
and kissed her on the cheek
I
at
never
lunch.
even wrote. I never even wrote his name down.
Oh yeah, I didn't write his name down either. I didn't.
I just wrote guy.
I didn't. I just remembered. Sad tears. Anyhow.
But yeah, Tyler's pretty bad. Springs, I agree.
Kisses,
With how
throws
little
a
he's
Twizzler
on
at
there.
her, and almost hits her with his car.
I definitely think. I think the kiss on the cheek is just to amp up the rest of the guys because everyone else can obviously see that they're into her, but we're getting further along from the opening shot. But his character, I think he's one of the only side characters that has the most amount of like character development.
Within this film?
Yes, within this film, because I don't think we ever see him again.
I'd probably agree to that. Actually, he's very toned down by the end.
Toned down as he doesn't really pop up much anymore. Kind of loses focus after the car thing.
I mean, to be fair, he should consider he almost killed somebody, and Charlie was pissed at him for that, and he lost his license.
I was happy. How angry Charlie was at him, I was like, "Get him, Charlie! Lock him up!"
No, he doesn't lose his license because he's the one who drives them to La Push Beach.
Oh, dang it, Charlie. Not
There's
following
also,
through on your threats.
that's also so
That's
much
true.
he can.
That's a Nick to Charlie right there. Boom.
There's only so much he can actually do, and technically, the only
Yeah.
thing was property damage, and it was an accident. It's not. You can't take someone's license away for having a car slip on ice.
Well, that's not what happened though. He veered
Drove it
out
like
of the
a
way of
maniac.
he drove out of the way of a car that was leaving their parking spot.
Yeah, he drove out of the way, lost control because you could see him trying to get it to stop, but the ice, which Bella had slipped on earlier in the scene, is barreling towards her. And so he just starts barreling towards her, and that's why he honks too. He's just like, "Get out of the way, please! I don't want to hurt you. Everyone, watch out! I can't control." So
Yeah,
Bella's just dumb.
the ice
What
turns
else is
the
new?
van into a magnetically put set piece that locks in place as it moves.
Stays parallel to her car to squash her like a bug.
Yeah, the physics would keep it spinning, but it had to stay locked in place.
okay,
But
we're
we're
gonna
gonna head
backtrack.
up here.
We'll get there. Okay, where were we?
The Cullens at
opening.
lunch.
Oh yeah, we could meet the Cullens.
These siblings that all live under the same roof, but they're all together.
But they're not together, or are they?
Some of them are.
You know what? I honestly didn't care for the Collins entrance too much. Like for me, it's I know it's supposed to be like a cool part of the movie, but it's very much lackluster. There's the in between smirks to the characters to themselves about like overhearing Jessica talk about them. Honestly, I think the Collins introduction is far less important than the other side characters' introductions because it's the only time we get to see how their characters really are, other than Jessica and Angela.
Yeah, and the weird thing with their introduction is they're walking outside the window, and then Bella's like, "Who are those people? Why does she care at this point?" There's nothing interesting about them to her at that point. They're just a group of people outside.
Well, the only thing
Well, you
interesting
see, the
that
camera
would
focused on
catch
them, and
Oh,
that Bella.
the
Oh,
camera
you're
could be
right.
that, but it could be that everyone's wearing dark black clothing in this lunchroom, and they're in white.
That's not enough to ask. What's the
vampire
deal
lore.
with these people? They wear white.
Why they wear different clothes?
That's not
It's
enough,
convenient
though.
that Edward walks in last, so they can
Yeah.
so that she can get the special thing. There's
Movie
a lot of
moment.
convenience in the scene. It's definitely it reeks of movie moment.
Also, technically, yeah, everyone's gonna look at them because they are vampires. They are meant to lure people in. So if you see one out of the corner of your eye, of course you're gonna keep looking at them because they're so gorgeous and godlike and perfect, and
Attractive.
it's supposed to draw you in. And
Yeah,
Tell
Alaska.
you what, if the original casting for Edward was actually going to be Henry Cavill, I probably would have stared a bit longer too. But
Is
They
that a
have
real
the same
fact, or was that?
faces.
that
Yes.
is a real fact. Yes.
Stephanie Myers wanted 2008 Henry Cavill to be Edward very, very much. Rob Patterson was, I think, on like the fan cast list, was like third or fourth. But yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah, that was. Oh,
dodged a bullet there.
The looks of them drawing in people, I don't like that because Edward brings it up later when he's talking about being an apex predator, and like, you have the same face as you were when you were a human. You have different eyes. That's all that's really different. And then the skin complexion, obviously, but the actual face is the same face as if you were a human.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of things that the vampire lore tends to play with this a lot. I was going to hold on to this until later, but I may as well bring it up since we're talking about it now. There's definitely a lot of things to think of. There's an interesting thought about how vampires, quote unquote, might have evolved, and one of the evolutionary features might be that they grow sharper features or more, quote unquote, attractive features in order to help lure their food in. And I very much like that in concept, but I don't think they portray it well here in Twilight.
Are you not
Stephanie
saying
Myers.
Jasper's a hunk?
Stephanie Meyer's
The only
original concept
Yeah.
was to have all vampires lose their melanin, so you couldn't be a vampire and be Italian and African American or Polynesian. You just turned like Irish white.
I guess
yeah, to
no,
answer
that
your
makes
question,
sense.
Spriggs, the only vampire I find attractive in this group is Alice, but I'm sure that surprises nobody here.
No.
Carlisle. But in the shot, Rosalie.
I've shared a fair bit of information on
Alice would
I'm
be
sure
Spriggs' answer.
on what the audience could guess could be it. So, I on this rewatch with an objective lens now, is there a whole skin color thing I never picked up on of attraction?
Skin
For
color
Stephanie Meyer,
attraction.
yes.
Define. What do you mean?
Like how what's her name? Anna Kendrick's character. Jessica?
Jessica?
Is that it? How Jessica says they're Alaskan, that's why they're pale. But then she commented on Bella being from Arizona and she's not tan and pale. So is that an attraction of Edward? Like, oh, you're pale kind of thing?
It
Like
could be, but I
it was
think
before the scent.
I think they imply Edward's attraction to be something else.
I think his allure to her was he couldn't read her mind.
Yeah.
Couldn't read her mind, and then she also, smells apparently the most delicious thing that's ever been.
Yeah, lavender and gooseberries.
It's lilac and gooseberries if you're making a reference, Spriggs. But
Freshly mowed grass is also a different reference.
Oh.
What's your reference, Crimson? What?
Oh, I got
Harry Potter.
Half-Blood Prince.
Yeah, it's Hermione's attracted to.
Armada?
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's coming back.
We kind of jumped it, but Mike and Jessica's intro during volleyball was it was an okay introduction, bit cliche. He got bumped.
He got bumped, and it makes sense for Jessica to want to show up because Jessica has a crush on him. So I actually like the fact that she kind of intercedes on the conversation.
That was going to be my compliment. Was she's in the background watching them talk, but when they shake hands is when she comes over to intervene because now she actually sees a connection there.
She's marking her territory. I definitely think Jessica's mean girl streak is very evident and kind of just underplayed. I feel like Jessica totally, if they had taken this a different way, Jessica totally could have been a villain for Bella.
Yeah, no, Jessica, I'm happy they didn't go the route because Jessica does scream like classical mean girl bully as an archetype. I'm just happy they didn't go the route.
No, in this movie anyhow. Still got another 4 movies to go.
That is true. She could end up still being the arch nemesis at the end.
She could be in every single movie. You're right.
I don't think she is. I do like Angela's character.
Yeah, I find it funny, and it's interesting that Bella obviously is terrible at volleyball, and it plays into Charlie's comments later in the movie about her potentially playing another sport, as him being surprised. So good setup, but I again don't know why she's fully playing. It feels like they just kind of pushed her onto it.
Well, I mean, gym class kind of got to participate.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do other things though in gym class, but it looks like they were all just made to play volleyball.
Oh yeah, you have different
activities.
Yeah, different activities.
Yeah,
not just a free for all. Do whatever you want. Well, I mean, sometimes you had free for all days, but typically they had designated.
I mean, she states that she just wanted to sit out, but wasn't allowed.
Yeah.
Today's dodgeball.
That would have been fun.
Vampire dodgeball. Why didn't we get that?
No, we got baseball.
I would have loved to see vampires playing dodgeball. That's how they settle territory disputes instead of spilling blood. That would be fucking awesome.
Pretty good.
Can you spell vampire blood?
Yeah, we'll
Um,
have to find out later.
I definitely do like it's very subtle, but for the most part, I think other than like the teacher and maybe one or two of the other like 20, 25 girls in the shot of her playing volleyball, she's the only one wearing like sweatpants. Everyone else is wearing like shorts or like booty shorts, which I think is very telling in the I'm not like other girls. I'm conservative and modest and shy.
They wanna hammer that character trait home.
Oh, interesting.
Uh,
That works.
in
But
fact,
that's not what I picked
I don't
up.
I don't think we ever see Bella's knees except for in one scene later on.
What did you pick up, Sprinks?
I had it as like her first day at school, and she just didn't have a gym uniform, gym class shorts.
Well, she's still wearing yoga pants, right?
Yeah, she's wearing like
She
sweatpants.
lived in Arizona, right? that you'd have shorts. If you're going with that.
Kind of depends. You'd wear sweatpants to protect from the sun, and she's pale enough to want to do that.
I mean, it also fits that being in Arizona for so long, the climate change of going to the Pacific Northwest and Forks is freezing to her.
Yeah, but then she'd be wearing some sort of sweatshirt, but she's not. She's just wearing a normal t-shirt, and she looks like she's kind of ready to play, and everyone else is wearing something similar. It's not like they have a school uniform going on. So she looks like she knew that she's going to have gym class probably, and brought it with her, because it's not at all what she wears later on, if I remember correctly. So I just think it's a very, very interesting point in the sense of that Bella's very shy and not like other girls. She's not gonna wear shorts to entice people. You know, she's shy and awkward.
Fitting.
Any comments on the clothing, Sprinks? I mean, Crimson? It's usually something you love to comment
I mean, I agree with that one.
on.
Like I already touched on Jacob's outfit, and then the Cullens walking in white. So
Yeah. Hey, you're doing a good job, Sprinks. You're doing what I know. You're doing what I expect of you. You're doing great. um, I think. I think I had something on the Cullens walking in, but I don't know where those notes went. So I guess we shall move on. She goes to biology class, and I find it funny that it comes across Edward being horrendously disgusted to Bella.
Yeah.
oh, how she interprets it, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at her eye to eye with a face of disgust to her.
Yeah, but the scent of a woman, ooh boy, drives a man wild.
Why the fan? Why is there a fan in this classroom where people literally have like sweatshirts on and like
When it's
look kind
pouring rain,
In biology
obviously it's
in
just there for the
March,
hair.
where it's freezing.
It's really hot, okay?
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
hot with the ice outside.
You know, you got to keep the chemicals in that room at a certain temperature.
See, that's the thing. I don't think those would be stored in the classroom.
How?
This is the strangest high school biology room I've ever seen.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is.
Taxidermy, skeletons, things in jars. This is a high school. That means
Temperature do
there's no way the
flatworms have to be
school.
at?
There's no way the school provided all this. This teacher brought this to his own class.
There
All
is-
these animals.
Someone
There's
looked
an
at the
armadillo
prop
in
guy. Went, I want this to look as sciencey and weird and quirky as possible. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is only one science classroom that I've ever been in high school that actually looked like a science classroom because it had all of those materials and like skeletons and stuff lying around. And so it works, but it's very much like it's very
I mean,
much just the
You'd maybe have one
setting,
or
I guess.
two things, but your entire room wouldn't be littered with like cow skulls on the wall and an taxidermy armadillo.
Again, it depends on the teacher. The teacher might do like summer related like research stuff, because that's where a lot of the teachers do end up bringing a lot of their sciencey stuff. Is just from their expeditions that they go on, like further research stuff, because that happens. It's rare, I guess, but it's not impossible.
Rare.
The kids would totally be playing with all that stuff. That's
High schoolers, no. Middle schoolers and below,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
dude. High schoolers would
Eric
definitely
was
be touching
playing
this
with
stuff.
a worm and laughing his ass off
That's a
about it.
worm, guys. About a worm.
These high schoolers would be playing with
Oh
everything.
yeah, that's true.
They're very
I don't know.
interesting high schools. I
Then
don't
it
know. I
might
thought
be-
he was
we gotta also remember this is months in, so they've been in this classroom a long time. They might be bored
That's
of
also
everything
true.
here.
That could have been a September thing.
It probably was a September thing.
what is it?
I
why did I still read in him after this scene?
What did I
If
read in
this is
Edward?
yes, after Edward looks so disgusted by her, and she's so made to feel so insecure about it. Like she even sniffs her own hair. Like, why is she so into him? I get that it's supposed to be the vampire thingy and it's true love and blah da 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 da. But if a person I thought was hot looked at me and looked at me with disgust, even in high school, I was like, nah, I'm good.
It might be that she is too awkward teenager to like be confrontational about it, and she also got stuck in the seat beside him too.
Clearly missing the point. It's destiny.
Oh yeah,
They're meant to be
that's true.
together. So even the
Something,
face of
something,
disgust.
destiny,
Yeah.
something, true love.
Something not like other girls.
Precisely.
Also, if someone's listening to this, I'm like, I'm gonna take a shot for however many times they say that. Please don't. I don't. We're not responsible for what you do to your liver.
absolutely not.
We're not responsible, but tell us, let us know in the comments
Oh, yeah,
how the drinking game goes. My first reading of the scene is I thought Edward was smelling the classroom, if that makes sense. Like because I don't know if the two like small glasses full of chemicals were on the table when she first walks in. My first read of the scene was that he just overwhelmed by the smell of like the classroom itself, not necessarily how tasty Bella smelled. But obviously, upon rewatch, I do think it was definitely the Bella's tasty smell as to why he would reacted so virulently.
I find it hilarious of two interpretations of afterwards of when he wants to change classes, and the secretary's like, "No, you can't. No, he gets this far, everything's booked," and thinking he wants to change classes because his complaint is, "A girl makes me so damn starving, so hungry," or the other one is, I get so damn horny around her, I can't. It's like,
Oh no, you're forgetting factor 3. Like I've taken biology like
oh
400
yeah,
times. I don't want to. Why would I want to do it again?
Or 4 to her. This girl in my class smells so bad. I need to change classes.
but then
There's a
that's
lot.
really
There's a
out
lot
of
of reasons.
I will say is the scene after that kind of does show how they are similar in ways, because their first response to that is, man, I don't want to deal with that. Let me just change classes.
Yeah,
And
I was gonna ask,
definitely
why did she show up in the office? Was she gonna try to change classes?
I had that written down.
for
Why the heck
sure.
did she go to the office?
Is that what is it in the
follow
book,
him?
or is
That was my reading of it, was that was so incredibly awkward. Because she's obviously a very uncomfortable, shy girl. She's now can confront him right off the bat of like, what's his issue? Why is she having such a hard time with him? Like, she literally just walked into class. They've never met before. And he is being so rude. I would 110% try to change class, or at least seats. So my
Yeah,
thought is that maybe she tried to switch seats with the teacher, couldn't. I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna try and change my class. I just started, so what's the difference?
it
that's
could
reading a lot
be?
into that.
Yeah, and that might be too much inference though. Based on what we're just given straight up in the film, I might be leaning more towards that it's just convenient that she ended up there. she was there for an entirely different reason? Because it's her first day still, right?
I don't know. As soon as Edward says his talk and can't leave the class, she leaves.
Yeah, she didn't do what she was going there for.
So I think what she was going there for was to just check in on what he was doing.
I don't think she followed him in there though. She kind of just happened to walk in. Yeah, I wrote the scene didn't make any sense, so
I definitely have
whatever.
questions.
I don't think there's anything we can fix it with. Well,
Yeah.
within its own confines, we can tweak it.
Well, I think that's why. Like, I don't think she followed him because she definitely would have been right behind him unless he used his like
And
superhuman.
he would have smelled her, knowing
Yeah.
she's following him.
So that's why I thought that maybe maybe she also just wants to switch class. Like, I just don't want to be there.
It would explain why she's there. I don't know if that, I think she would have been more affirmative about wanting to change classes though after he storms out past her.
I think she heard him being turned down and goes fuck like in her head. Sorry.
Maybe.
And just kind of walks away in defeat, like not even trying. Because if I heard that and I see him all pouty and glary and walk away, I'd be like, okay, there's no point in it. I'm not gonna.
And then I think we reach our first extended scene after she storms out. And for you guys, what happens is Bella storms outside, storms past Edward and the Cullens around the car, and you see her angrily get into the truck and just yell, "What are they looking at?" She pretty much yells at Edward because Edward's kind of has lingering eyes on her. So
What is it? She like walks down the stairs. They make eye contact. She like rolls her eyes, walks away, goes to get into the car, sees him, and like huffs,
actually
walks
angry.
like huffs, gets in the car and just goes super duper loud. And I think she like hits her seat or something.
And she shouts "what," but it's muffled because the camera stays on the outside of the truck. But yeah, she definitely hits her car seat. So yeah, she does express emotions, and I find it funny it was cut out of the film.
I think that I don't know if we said that in recording, but Cass and Ryder saw the extended version. Crimson and I saw the theatrical.
Yes, it wasn't. It was not mentioned for the recording this far.
And before we leave the
He and I are cool.
school, Spranks, did you catch an interesting visual with Edward and the owl in the classroom?
No.
I'll post it, and then I guess Instagram can have the image. But we have a pretty well lined up image of Edward with wings.
Oh. Okay. I think my other commentary on the scene is you can definitely tell where the pale makeup line ends on Edward.
Oh,
the paleness of his face.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Also, to get back to the extended scene, is at the end of that shot, we get Edward clutching onto the car, like very, very hard, but not enough to like. I don't remember seeing any scratches or anything. And Emmett looks at him and goes, "Forget about it. Like she's not one of us. Calm down." If I remember correctly.
And this is something that I think you would know, Cass. Can Edward read the minds of other vampires?
Yes.
Okay.
So, that's why he makes the comment to Alice, "Keep your thoughts to yourself," because he can hear her.
Okay.
He also read James's mind later.
Yeah. You're right. I was just asking because I just needed a reminder real quick. Because I don't know. I was trying to explain away what Jasper's comment to him was, or his brother's.
Emmett.
I could just see it and said it to him, probably because they're just not used to just them talking to him and him saying something in return, like in their head, like out loud. And so Emmett was definitely just like, "Yo, like she's not like us. She's not one of us. She's not important."
That brought up a question for me, being that Alice sees future visions, and Edward can read minds. Can Edward see Alice's visions
I
if he chose
In
to?
theory,
Uh,
yes.
Because it's kind of
If
also
he was
portrayed that
there.
Edward only hears words of thoughts.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might not see the visions, but you could hear her thoughts on the visions. Probably.
uh, it goes more into a later movie. I think it's like Breaking Dawn something. It's like part 2 or something of Breaking Dawn. But yeah, it's a thing.
Okay.
From that scene, I think we have our first diner scene.
Oh yeah, the butt crack Santa that gives out little bottles made an impression to a 4-year-old.
Yes.
Well, no,
Waylon.
he didn't. That's the joke. Bella just doesn't want to be awkward.
Oh, gonna be honest, never picked up on that. That was a joke.
Okay.
What Waylon said.
No. The joke of the scene is that Bella doesn't remember him.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant
And if
what
she does,
Waylon
she
said. I
barely
gave you
does.
bottles was a joke, and I'm like, I think he was serious.
No, that's not a joke. He's trying to jog her memory.
Yeah. I just find that very creepy.
I think that's how he's supposed to come off.
What's creepy?
Well-meaning but creepy. Yeah, I guess.
It's like that weird uncle you have where he wants to be your friend, not in a creepy way, but he doesn't know how to not come off in a creepy way. It's definitely butt crack Santa.
Yeah.
I definitely like the fact that Charlie eats there a lot. I think that waitress is probably his friend, and I think my headcanon for them is that when Bella's not there, Charlie eats at the bar top, and he talks to the waitress. Like I don't think he likes being alone. I think he's also very much like Bella, lonely and misses her and misses like a family and someone to come home and
They
talk
can
to.
live with loneliness, but it's not their go-to.
Yeah, he misses having someone to come home and talk to. So I think he goes to the diner every night because not because he doesn't want to do dishes, but because he wants someone to talk to while he eats. Like
I can agree with that. That's
That
definitely
would
a
be
loneliness
cool.
thing. I mean,
Don't think we don't. We only think. Sorry, you
I was
finish
gonna say,
first.
being chief of police, it could be like great place to find information or tips or anything like that. But even with Bella, he doesn't talk or say, "Give me a moment and go do that." So I don't see that at all through Charlie, and it's just a comfort of being with someone and not being lonely. Because
Well,
it
it's
seems like he
also
has a very regular schedule of like the places he likes to go to for comfort.
oh yeah,
there used to be a place where Bella went, and it's been years since she's been there. And it was the same complaint that the mom had, that it was just the same activities. So yeah, I'm sure he's been going to that same diner for years with the same
Creature of
schedule.
habit, Charlie is.
Yeah.
I do like that we get Charlie's perspective on the Cullens. I don't know if that was not an extended scene. That's something you guys both got as well.
I
Um,
don't know.
what is it?
He talks about how much he likes the Cullens and they don't give him trouble. He's very happy that Dr. Cullen's in town because they're supposed to be new.
Like because she brings up the fact, not naming Jessica outright, but she brings up the fact that like people are weird about them. They talk kind of not outwardly mean, but like that southern, like, well, they really are interesting kind of thing. And he goes, I don't know why people are so mean to them. They need to be more open-minded. We're lucky to have such a talented doctor like Dr. Cullen, and that his wife wanted to move into a small town and have him at
like us.
a small podunk hospital where he works at, and his kids never give me trouble.
No, that wasn't there.
I'm getting like 25% of that. I think was in the theatrical.
Man,
Like it seems like
okay.
those are added lines.
That's
No,
that's something that was cut because that's some very good stuff from Charlie. Then
the theatrical was just talking about the Santa thing and then the ketchup bottle. There was
Oh,
no Cullens talk at
That's
all.
I
so
thought Charlie said
unfortunate.
something about the doctor. He doesn't say anything till the hospital.
Yeah, that's the first
Oh,
Carlisle thing is the hospital.
then yeah,
Oh,
I guess that
man.
was all cut.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was,
that's horrible. I would have cut the Hodunk Santa first.
The ketchup.
That's a terrible editing decision. That was
Well, they
'cause
can't
I
cut him. He needs to be a person to us.
Not
Just for
Waylon's
really.
Charlie's
introduction,
sake.
I guess, slightly helps with Charlie's connection later with Bella and at the crime
That's
scene.
true. I guess it would help emotionally, but we're still losing out on character perspective, like perspective of other characters from a character, which
Yeah,
I
didn't
I
get
think
that.
is
Actually,
yeah.
without that, it makes it different when Charlie has the shotgun and Bella brings up Edward.
Well, I also think it just makes Charlie more protective in that scene because here's his daughter who's like, he's been gone for 4 years, hasn't seen him 4 years, is now almost an adult, and she's dating this boy. And while he might have met him once or twice, he's never truly had an introduction, and he just knows his reputation. I would do that. The
Well,
whole
true. No, true of the whole protective and, I'll see how this goes and everything as a father figure in that thing. But with what you just said of how Charlie feels about the Cullens being taken out without that knowledge of it, and just simply the hospital scene of like, oh, the doctor helped my daughter good. It's the tone of it is changed.
Not
yeah.
much, but sure. I will admit that a little bit has been changed because I think
Her
him being protective about his daughter that just arrived there, is still perfectly in character, even
Being
if it is a Cullen.
no, how he feels about Bella isn't changed at all. How he feels about the Cullens is.
Yes, it's
it gives more perspective, like he knows Dr. Colin on a more
and it's
more
more reason for Dr. Cullen to come down and say, "I heard the chief of police was here." So they clearly have an established rapport, and it also helps to the fact that Dr. Cullen would be at the police station later on in the film, helping with the body.
I think
Um,
Sprinks is getting at the shotgun bar. Charlie kind of has a negative connotation when referring to the Cullens, which is
Yes.
opposing what this diner scene would have been. I think that's what
yeah,
it's
it
getting at.
does. It does change it changed I suppose the negative tone to something more neutral, which I would agree with.
It actually made me question if Charlie knows that they're vampires, with the negative aspect to it.
I wouldn't have gone
No.
that far, but I agree with you, Sprinks. It does change it slightly. Yeah, having it in the diner.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, that ketchup. What was up with that?
It was long. I don't even think the ketchup came out of
There's
the
no
bottle.
ketchup that comes out at all.
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to use it. You don't you squeeze it.
I I think it's just to imply how awkward they are with each other. So
I
like
mean that the whole exchange of hands, yes, but they once she doesn't use the ketchup bottle at all, that's the part that's weird.
it's it's not a well it's just not a great scene. That part. That part where she's putting it on her burger could have been cut. Would have
I
saved
just,
me 10 seconds of my life.
if it was a functioning ketchup bottle scene, I think I would have been like a-okay. The fact that it's not and makes me question a lot is very weird.
I mean, there is ketchup on the plate, but it doesn't come out of the bottle. It was already there. So this was like take 2 or something.
Or just bad
I mean,
props.
yeah, I do like the awkwardness, but they just move right past it because Charlie's just trying to again just trying to slowly reconnect with his daughter.
Charlie is best.
Yeah.
Charlie is the best character.
It's Charlie the
See.
best character in this movie. Ponder on that.
Certainly in this movie for me.
Ponder
Yeah.
on it.
I would go so far as to say that I think Charlie is the most well-written father of a teenage daughter in like in a show that I've seen in a very long, long time. Like I don't think I can ever like him being a father of a teenager. I think he's the best one. I think he is the standard. He is the standard, like uh, young adult teenage shows to look at, like Riverdale and Vampire Diaries and what's the other one? Pretty
Interesting.
Little Liars. He is the standard because that is a normal, loving parent.
I kind of want to make you watch Riverdale now, Cass, just so you can meet Fred Andrews. I would be curious to get your insight on him.
Going through
I
these movies, I'll have to ponder that. But right now, Fred Andrews tops Charlie.
I
Uh,
I think
yeah,
I'd
well,
rather.
Fred Andrews is good for raising a teenage boy, but teenage girl Charlie might take the cake on that.
I
think I'd rather.
don't want to
Gouge
stay
my
on this
eye-
topic for
eyebrows.
too long, but to ponder it to both Crimson and Ryder here, Cass, I'm unsure if you've seen it, but Arcane with
Have not watched.
Which father, Vander or Silka?
Vander
Vander is pretty solid.
Oh well,
raising
we're
teenage
talking
daughters.
live action here. If we're bringing animated stuff, there's
Hey,
a
I'll
lot of
tell you,
characters that are gonna fucking take it.
Cass said writing.
yeah,
Okay, I should have specified animated. They're definitely way
If we're talking
more
writing,
well.
Riverdale
Yeah,
doesn't even
I-
qualify.
I didn't
What?
go. I didn't go with acting or the whole shebang or anything. So I'm just going with what Cass said.
Clyde with a chance of meatballs, best dad.
Ooh, that's a dad.
Um,
But
Well,
Quinn's
Vander's
not a
pretty good.
teenager. So
no, I definitely think he's just one of the best parental figures I've seen written in a long time. When it comes to written, I don't think he's the top, but I think he's one of the
Yeah,
best.
he's very solid. I would say he is probably my pick for best character in the first movie. All right, I guess we shall move on. Spriggs, you go
a
start us off
buck
on that one.
25 for 3 minutes on a payphone. That sounds outrageous.
That sounds like today currency.
Is that real? Is that like
Uh,
actual 2008?
That sounds real. Unfortunately, payphones have been overpriced since the early 2000s.
That's
No one
wild.
uses them anymore.
Yeah, now no one uses them anymore. Yes.
Once
I
demand goes low, you gotta
Unless you
rip
want,
your
unless you want
top.
some random history facts about a street corner, and before we go,
It's true.
I definitely do love the fact that it's still on Bella's mind and that she's still so upset about it that she's even want.
that she's angry.
Yeah,
I can agree with that. I kind of like that she has, because she's an awkward teenager. She has to build up the confidence over a series of or like, amount of time in order to confront him about it, and then he's just not there.
still. If she had just gotten out of her head about it, she could have made many more friends. I think this is the start where we see her obsession with it lose her touch to regular human society. I think the moment where she is determined to talk to him again, or like correctly for the first time, is of the moment we start seeing her like draw back, because at one point she's just sitting there listening to music, reading a book. Everyone's inviting her to talk, and at this point she's been actually like vocally rejected by him yet, and she's still looking around for him and wants to be able to keep looking around for him, so she ignores them. I think this is the turning point for Bella.
I don't
The fact that he
even.
disappeared.
The fact that she
Her obsession
not only does
starts.
it's where her obsession starts with it, and where she starts losing the opportunity to be a teenager, because she's not expected to do anything except go to school and have fun, and she's still here worrying about a boy she's seen for an hour of class.
Didn't Edward state later when they're in the woods and he goes on and on about like what a vampire is? Does he say like vampires give off scents to attract their praise as well?
I don't think so. I don't think there was like a pheromone thing.
Okay.
He implies there is one though.
I thought he said something like that. Because then to me, I'm like, oh, rather than just physical attraction, Bella's also being hit by the pheromones of him, which is attracting her to an obsession to someone who looked disgusted at her.
Then you'd
Yeah,
have to
they-
apply that to everybody, though, not just Bella.
Yeah, it would be everybody.
Everyone would be looking for Edward, but no one seems to care that he's not there except for her.
So I'm pretty sure it's fully her, not some pheromone thing. Darn it, I forgot what I was going to bring. Oh, the friends thing, yes. I barely constitute them as friends for her. I feel like they're just people she's willing to hang out with. She's like a friend to them, but I don't think she really sees them much as
She's
friends.
new, and they alienate her.
I
Just
feel
to
like she
ask,
alienates herself.
she
I
asked
think she
them
alienates
if she
herself.
can join. Hey, can I join you to the beach? Hey, can I join you to your dress try on?
No, they invite
They
her
asked
to
her
the
about the
beach.
dress.
No, they invite her to the beach, and she.
She asks to tell her along, but Angela's response was, "Of course, I need you to come look at my dresses with me." So I think out of the friend group, Angela's probably her only real friend, because we didn't talk about it much but in the cafeteria scene where we meet her, they bond for like half a second over the newspaper, and like she's giving out ideas because what's his face, the Eric didn't need to be so mean about her not wanting to be on the cover. He was just trying to like showcase that he's going to protect her, and was being rude to Angela. But Angela had already been like, okay, cool, like I would like to do one, but I understand your feelings on it. I think Angela's the only one that actually of the friend group respects and understands how she's feeling without saying it aloud.
I agree. Angela seems the most friendly towards Bella, and not like flirtatious or uncaring or just
Mean girl.
yeah, not Jessica.
Well, flirtatious can be caring. I mean, I think Mike's pretty all right, even though there's obviously motive with him. Still treats her well.
Well, they all still treat her pretty well, other than Jessica. But I think
And Tyler.
and Tyler,
Tyler's
but Tyler does definitely try to make it up to her and wants her to be in the friend group, because like he didn't want to hurt her. He didn't try to hurt her. I think it was more the kissing on the cheek, as much as it embarrassed Bella. I think he was just trying to embarrass Mike, because at the next he literally steals Mike's chair. So I think Tyler's just
He throws
a
food
normal
at her.
He's an instigator.
normal jockey instigator who's just trying to fuck around with his friends. He's not trying to be like an asshole. He's just trying to be involved. And for him, that means instigating. But
That'd be interesting.
doesn't.
That's an interesting read. I don't know if I looked at him that way.
Well, he's also on screen for probably all of 5 minutes for the movie.
Oh,
so
yeah.
5 minutes is exaggerating, I think.
well, yeah. But I
Maybe
also
two.
Hey, whoa.
also
If Tyler's on
dead.
this thought of being cut from the film, I'm on no.
Oh, no, he's not cuttable.
Oh no! Considering he threatens Bella's life, kind of important scene that he's involved in.
I mean, we
Considering
could
the
make
fact that
it as a nobody, I guess, but that would take away, I think, some stuff.
I
Yeah.
definitely like the fact that they become friends afterwards, because I think even at the end of the movie they look.
I don't know. I don't think the movie does enough to convey that they're friends, but I can definitely see that they have some form of relationship.
Well, the movie doesn't want her to have friends other than Edward, because it's just about Edward.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the point then. So they're not friends.
Not really. Also, I thinking about it now of cutting out characters, cut out Mike. All of what Mike
Oh,
does,
yeah.
put it on Eric.
Maybe Jessica would be nice then.
I'm fine with Mike being there.
I don't have a strong opinion yet about cutting characters. I didn't really think it one that.
I was just thinking about the
Well-
Tyler thing, but now just going through my head, I'm just
I mean, I guess you could remove what was her name? No, where it is on my notes. The third, the girl vampire in the trio. In
Veronica?
this film, she's cuttable, I think. But
Yeah.
not cut.
Veronica is relevant for future stories, but yes, in this film, cuttable. I can agree with that.
the ending scene is the only thing of real importance of her, and even that's just ooh.
Stay tuned.
I have thoughts on that ending scene, but we'll get there.
We'll get there.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. So 2 days pass while Bella is waiting for Edward to come back. She is failing to. She's obsessed, I think, as Cass put it, over Edward. And she returns to biology class one day, and he has returned back to class. And they were fighting. Eric was working up the courage to ask her to prom, and Mike interrupted.
I think we're missing a little bit.
Yes, we are.
We're missing Charlie getting new tires for her. So it shows Bella's on her way to school, so it's probably like 8:30 in the morning, and he just got the new tires on for her. So he probably took them the night before and went to go pick up the. So he either had to walk to the car, to like whatever tire shop, drive the truck back, or had one of his friends pick him up super early so he could go and get her tires changed. And I think it's one of those things where it truly shows just how much he cares about his daughter, because it's not something she asked him to do. It's something he saw, fixed, and didn't expect a big like grandeur thing about it, even though he probably put a lot of time and money into it, because they're brand new snow tires. I think it's great, and I love his little run after she slips, which is the precipice of the
Yeah, she's clumsy.
setting up setting up the
Ice
fact
and the
that it's icy
uncoordinated
today.
don't go well together.
It's icy today.
Wasn't this also where we see the first victim die to the trio?
I wrote worker parkour because that guy was
Oh, he was booking it.
awesome. I would have loved a movie of just that guy, the security guard. He had some secret past. He had a story, and it got tragically cut short. He was outrunning these vampires, doing a whole bunch of jumps. Oh well.
Well, the thing is, it'll come up again later. I don't think he was outrunning them. He's just
They're toying with their
cats playing
food.
with the mice.
Yeah, I also think the Cullens do stare at Bella while Edward is absent, or they give her some looks.
I think the tire scene is the first time Charlie calls her Bells. So I think it shows that they're getting comfortable with each other again, or like they are comfortable with each other. It's a very subtle approach to showing how their relationship has mended from the time past. I really loved it. I spent a lot of my notes focusing on them because I couldn't stand a lot of anything else. So I apologize.
That's fair. Focusing on what's you like, I guess. Sure.
What really matters? Not
Yeah.
Edward, but Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Honestly, yes.
Team Charlie.
I tried. I did try. I wanted Team Charlie uniforms for the group.
I would have worn a Team
did.
Charlie hat.
Did try to bat for that.
So I think we can move along to the next the scene where we get a proper introduction to Edward that's not lustful staring. So there's a lot of that in this scene too, but
A whole lot of it, yeah.
I love the entrance for him. It's the boys both trying so hard to get her attention and like basically taking their sticks out and measuring it, and Edward just comes up and is just like, "Hi."
Edward doesn't even have to come up.
He's just sitting there staring
He's just
at her.
sitting there.
I'm back. It's been a week.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's been a week. So I think this is the January 24th or 25th. So I, th- I actually don't know how the next in the movie the next scene's supposed to go with the car accident, but it's either um the 24th or the 25th. So this is the first time they've talked and the second time they've met. So we're a week into
The
Twilight.
ship. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a camera shot that I thought was I thought was bad. At the 16-15 minute mark, I believe it's when Bella's driving to school after the tires are on her truck, and she's crossing a bridge. The cameraman is at the end of the bridge filming, I don't know, the tree line, and then I don't know how to interpret it. It seems like the director said action, and the cameraman didn't hear him, and then caught it while the take was going, and scrambles with the camera and runs over to the shot to get the car going by.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that was just sticking with the whole handheld look. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like when
it's
above the
over
bridge
the top.
and pans down, air quotes, goes down to like lower to the ground. But it is very shaky. I agree. But I'm pretty sure that was the intention there.
Okay, that just looked very much like, it felt really like someone was taking a camera in world filming Bella drive by.
It did feel
Yeah,
like
well,
that.
that goes with definitely goes with their handheld feel that they're trying to do.
We
don't
get
know
the
if-
introduction of the golden onion. Something
Yeah.
I wish stayed.
Why?
It
Yeah.
just disappeared.
Me too.
Because I thought it was funny. Winners get the golden onion, and we see that they win it in the hallway. I was like, oh, interesting. Something
Also,
unique to this teacher.
Oh, I see where
The
you're going
golden
with that.
onion.
I love it. Another thing is everyone else in the shot is wearing like a sweatshirt, long sleeve, like they're wearing bundles, and Edward is out here just raw dogging it, t-shirt and jeans. Like, nah. I think like, if you're supposed to blend in, you should be wearing sweatshirts.
He's gotta look cool, Cass. He can't look
Well,
too
I-
baggy.
I understand he's got to look cool, but if you were saying that your character wants to perform a
You
specific
gotta
task,
sell the
if we're
heartthrob.
gonna talk about, I mean, that's gonna start getting into. It does. I don't really want to blend in. That's gonna be a recurring question that we're gonna ask on this podcast.
I don't know.
There's a coat rack in the entrance of the class, so he could have just put his coat there.
no, in the hallway when they continue talking, he's still only in a t-shirt.
He forgot it in
Do-
class.
Do the vampires care about temperature?
No.
Because he's
don't-
cold all the
Not
time.
likely.
My guess is no, based on what we've
No.
seen.
In future scenes you'll understand, but no.
Do you have something you're going with that, Sprinks? Or
No, just like why he's in a t-shirt. If it's cold, it doesn't bother him.
Style.
Well,
It
Well,
doesn't help the
well-
blending in, but
The cold doesn't bother him anyway.
Yeah.
The heat doesn't bother him. Humidity, the temperature has no effect on him. It is purely a Edward style choice to just wear that while attempting to stay
quote
blended
unquote,
in with
blend in.
humans. Yes, exactly, Geeky. You get it. I think at this point, this is when I started picking apart the film.
Oh, good.
I like
I'll pick at something. They never removed the pro face slide.
No, they just put
No.
the second one on it.
Yeah.
They
Ooh.
didn't do that, yeah. Which is not how you use microscopes.
No.
In
And also
fact, they
by-
will lecture you repeatedly if you fuck it up.
They also don't care about the golden onion with how slow they are going and repeating each other.
they want it. So
They might
easy.
have won it based on their accuracy, which
Yeah,
is
I was gonna
totally
say.
possible.
Yeah.
Which they
They could have
would.
gotten 100%.
Yeah, they could have 100%ed it, which would make sense because it's Edward and he's clearly done it before, as we find out later.
Yes.
I have the math.
You have the math.
Please share the map.
Yeah.
Did you count all the caps on the wall and see how many years that would total?
Something like that. But we'll wait till we get to the graduation
We'll get
app.
there.
We'll get there. So then we have their tat in the hallway, and she notices that his eyes has changed, and we get the first of Edward's really terrible lying.
It's the fluorescence. The fluorescence that weren't here first time, apparently.
Walk away. I respect Edward for being taken off because he can't read our minds, so he can't prep an answer. So I respect Edward for thinking of it on the fly, but also, man, you should just start with the walk away. But they've always been this color and walk away.
Why didn't he contact
cool.
I think doing this for how long?
I think canonically or something. He's
from the 1800s, or he's from the 19th century or something like that, right?
No, 1918 is when he was going to die.
Yeah,
he was 17 there. So.
Canonically, I think, or something like that, is that he did have contacts in, but that I can't remember exactly what happened, but he his natural eye color was so, it changed into predator and was so into her that it changed the effects of the contacts, and so
in the book that's what happened.
I think so, if I'm remembering correctly, which I hope to God I'm not, but it's Stephanie Meyer, so
who knows?
Who knows? I might have just given her an
so
idea.
Piercing, it went through the contacts. So.
No, that's his normal. That's his eyes with the contacts. I think, organically.
Well, the brown was the contacts.
The brown was the contacts, but his I think originally vampire eyes are supposed to be red, and they get redder or something on the hunt, or darker or whatever. I can't remember. It's been a decade or so since I've read this, and the more I think about it, the more my brain rots.
Yeah, I got lucky by deleting it from my brain. So
I only know so many facts because my friends loved it. I didn't. I read House of Night and Maximum Ride.
I remember your Maximum Ride spurt. That was funny. So
okay.
Yeah, this is kind of the first of Edward's bad lying. The reason I bring it up is because it's going to be a trend going up until the reveal. And most of the time I'm wondering is how long he's been at this and how no one has figured out before Bella.
I have no on that too, but okay.
That's what gives me, without the diner scene in the theatrical version, the thought that Charlie might know.
I see.
If they're not 100% great at hiding what they are and what they do, and Charlie's the chief of police.
Well, I mean, it's not like they're hunting to kill people, and then the chief is looking for murder suspects. They're under the radar.
There's got to be a lot of poachers, or quote unquote, nearby, because you've got 5 vampires that need to have a meal. I don't know how often, but that's not going to be one deer if they're used to drinking one human. So there's got to be something weird with that deer population there.
Yeah, I think they touch in one of the later movies how often they consume deer.
Well, that would help the later movies, but not this one.
Yeah. So the presence of them with the chief of police, I don't think is really there at this point, other than if they screwed up and someone would be like, hey, these guys are serial killers or something for some reason. I don't know why Charlie would know more than anybody.
I think that Dr. Cullen has a rapport with the chief of police, but that's pretty much the extent of their relationship, as far as we can tell. They're friendly and cordial with one another.
It's brought up that they move around. Do they move around in the Pacific Northwest or all over the states?
I believe it's anywhere that has cloud cover.
Yes, I think they move all over the world. It's what is it? I think it's supposed to be like their goal is to stay in an area for 10 years and then move to another.
Okay, then I have a nitpick with that then.
Like their goal is to stay
yeah,
for as long
I
as
think so.
possible. So, I think at minimum they probably stay in places 4 years because you can only go so long without anyone in your family aging. So I think it's like 10 years is the maximum they've ever stayed in a place. So I think at this point,
They rotate around as far as I understand it.
yeah, I think in the movie,
Sprints
Okay.
probably got an issue with that.
Well, just if the deer or animal life population has been on track because they've been around this general area for so long, then it's not that big of a pattern. It would have just been a spike kind of when they started of just like, they're just dropping. Wonder what happened? Nothing. And then everything else has plateaued and been even. If they keep moving around and coming back here and there, then there's going to be patterns of animal population and life constantly changing, which I feel like would be more of a matter of being picked up and questioned.
Who the heck would connect the dots of the deer population's going lower, Cullens are here, they must be monsters?
Park rangers.
zoologists.
I mean, it's an easy fix too. It would be like, all right, Cullens, are you hunting the deer? Yeah. Okay, there you go. I mean, it's not an issue.
Well, yeah, that would be an easy fix if they did that in the movie. If they're like, oh, we're going hunting, and they're like a hunting family.
It's not implied to be a problem right now.
Yeah,
No one
point
brings
is
up
that it
we're
implied
having
to be a problem.
we're having deer shortage issues. I mean, no one's brought up deer problems, so it's not an issue.
Well, that's my thought on it. It wouldn't be an issue if they're always around here, because then nothing would pick up of a difference.
Yeah.
No. So this is normal. They rotate hunting ranges to help the deer repopulate so they can be hunted again. That's totally normal. They close off specific areas for the deer population to repopulate, and then they reopen it like a couple years later, and they close other parts so they can repopulate there. That's totally normal.
Of course, that's hunting seasons and all that. Do the vampires stick to hunting seasons of animals?
They wouldn't even need to. We don't know those rules here, so they could for all we know, but presumably no, they don't have to though.
And there's predators of deer.
I'm pointing out that the deer population rising and falling with the Cullens having moved into town isn't a non-issue.
I think doing the math, they said like what they have like, I think they have like 10 or so odd places that they rotate in between with different amount of years, but it's usually Geeky knows I have an issue with the timeline, but the I don't know if I'm saying it right, but Kulate tribe and the Cullen Pact was in 1936. So they're there for at least probably another year or two minimum, and then go away and come back. So at maximum, the Cullens have been away from Forks for about 67 years. If that gives the kind of like hunting range and how long they're gone in places. So I don't think they come to places often enough to notice like every 70 years or something it drops off, because I do think they change up their time in places, but like it's got to follow them. There's got to be just a couple. There's got to be something wrong with the population, because unless they have an obscene amount of deer.
Crimson, you brought up how you wanted to see the construction worker dude's story. I want to see the zoologist story.
Yeah, again, this is still not a problem. So there's just, even at best 67 years going between places. That's still a non-issue. No one's going to connect the dots that it's the Cullens' fault that deer are being hunted here for more viciously. People are just going to see, oh, the deer population's in decline. That's interesting.
It's not gonna be enough to be noticed unless it's like a character.
Unless
like
they're explicitly
films.
hunted to near extinction while they're there, then it's going to be a problem. And obviously, it's not.
Or they're leaving deer carcasses so where people can find them and see that they're iffy. But that
To
hasn't
me, the
come up.
reason for the nitpick and not the problem is a lot of it is just not answered.
Yeah, that's a lot of my issue, Stephanie Ryder's writing. She brings up a lot of cool concepts and doesn't know how to play with them fully. So
It
I can
leaves a
I can
lot
agree
of
with that in
questions.
terms of the broad strokes of her world building.
Tired of doing
Or
the
in this
math.
case, the film's world building.
Yeah. Because, right, what do you say to you? It's not a problem. Like, there are no problems. And it's like, yeah, that's true. There isn't. But it's also not the other end for me where it's like, it's not a problem. Because I don't see that end either. Which is the nitpick. It's very open-ended either way.
I mean,
Right.
you're assuming they're eating enough deer to have a noticeable issue. We don't know how much deer they eat.
Or if it's just deer.
Could be squirrels, you're right. We don't know any of that.
But a
So,
record chart would state that a new predator is in the environment.
Okay. So the issue, Sprinks, that I think you're taking with this is that it's not, you're searching for an answer when there doesn't need to be one yet.
it's also estimations. That it's not an exact. There's this many deer in our woods. It's an estimate. And yeah, it could be more predators. Maybe the mountain lions, whatever's populating this area, got really frisky the previous year, and now there's more of them out there. Easy solution, natural progression. It's nothing that would cause noticeable issues unless stated in the movie, which it is not stated that there's an issue.
I think that the issue might be is that it's not going to be stated because there's not enough thought behind it.
You know what, Cass?
Well,
I
I
like
would
that.
agree with
I'll
that.
go with that. That's my issue. That nothing's answered
We-
of it. Positively or negatively.
So you need, okay, so you need an answer on literally everything.
How much was the truck? He bought it off a bill. I wonder how much he bought it for.
That's
Can we
kind of
afford
that's
that
kind
on
of
a
the
cop's
direction.
salary?
That's kind of the direction that this is going, Springs. Where does your line stop then? For stuff that you need to know and stuff that you don't.
I think this is another instance where my wording is very confusing and has come across that way. I don't need to know any of it. I'd like to know it.
You've introduced it as a nitpick / problem. Therefore, you need to know it.
Yeah. No. Of like all these variables of what it could have been. But there is no, as I said, no answer of like what it is that's bad or what it isn't that's good or vice versa. It's just a lot of like things up in the air. Like it could have been fixed if like, oh, the Cullens hunt together. And it's just like a little thing. Or I mean, they do or don't. That's not what I mean. Like hunting, like they're in the orange vests and guns, and it's just a facade to pull off, or they fudge the numbers of trackers or whatever. So it's like, oh, decreased in population, totally fine because they marked it or something. But none of that is shown, and it's also not shown of like anyone actually caring that it's occurring. So it's just like going around, which goes into all the way at the beginning of this of Edward just being in a t-shirt. He's just looking cool, but he's not blending in. So like how much of the Cullens are just looking cool and not fully blending in? Is it just Edward doing it? I feel like Carlisle will have them all being the head of the house or head of the family all on track of staying safe.
Okay.
Also, don't think wearing a short sleeve shirt is considered out there. I did the same thing in school. Wore short sleeve shirts when it rained. It's not
I
out
mean,
there.
it's not out there, but considering the context of the fact that nobody else walking past him, he's the only person. And as a mind reader, he knows that most of the student body finds him attractive, and he's just chilling there with a t-shirt. Like, it's like, aren't you cold? Like, that would be one of my first things if I saw someone walking around like that. Like, aren't you cold? It
does draw some
icy.
attention. And the reason I bring up the
Icy as
t-shirt is
hell.
because it's an actual physical presence we see.
But on track. He does wear a sweatshirt in the car crash. A very light windbreaker.
He wears it
Okay.
outside, so there's that.
It's a very light windbreaker, though, so I still kind of have an issue with it, but it makes it at least a little bit more acceptable.
I don't. People can wear whatever they want in whatever weather they want.
I mean, yeah, go for it, but I still have a little bit of an issue with it. More so because I would like more
like you guys
believable.
said, people are already attracted to him, regardless of what he's wearing. So he's going to have their attention wearing a short sleeve or not. So I don't
Yeah.
think it changes anything.
They're also high schoolers, so they're probably not the smartest people in the bunch.
Well, I wouldn't think someone short sleeves must be cold, must be a vampire.
I
I
guess
think, I guess they don't get cold.
it's just on how
Yeah.
egregious the act of clothing is. But that goes into school dress code and all that.
Yeah, if it's -5 degrees and he's wearing a tank top, sure, maybe we got some issues. But it's not that kind of weather we're dealing with.
It's probably a very weird plot device to make him the focal point of the scene when he's literally in the middle of the shot. There's no need to make him the focal point. He is. It's
Well,
Edward.
he is Bella's focus point.
And unfortunately, the viewers.
Precisely.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of the audience listening now of like how much are like, this is interesting. I never thought about any of that. Versus the other half of like, who fucking cares? Move on.
Welcome to CSC Critics.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. I was like, oh, we should probably start moving on.
No, we have tangents like that all the time. All right, but we will move to the crash scene now, unless we have any objections.
No, go with me.
Cool.
I don't.
Edward saves Bella from a rampaging Tyler's van with magnets, as Springs pointed out.
Oh, it's on a track. There's a shot of
Oh.
it stops dead on turning and is just sliding.
Yeah, and when the van is stopped, also the wheels are pointed straight instead of sideways where they would be.
Yeah, as if he was trying to turn it out.
Yeah.
It's just straight.
No, again, attempted murder.
Intended unintentional murder. He didn't intend to kill. But
he was going like 15, 20 in the parking lot and was about to hit a car that was pulling out of their parking spot.
only 15
Absolutely
to 20?
his fault. I don't know. He was going fast.
Yeah, like I said, that's what I said.
Yeah,
Only
this isn't
15 to 20.
The
I'm going
Austin
for 25
Power
and 30 here, to be
steamroller
honest.
thing.
Maybe 25. He was not going the speed you're supposed to be going in a parking lot.
No, he definitely wasn't.
I also see that as like just juvenile, like, look at me, look how cool I am. I've got my car, riding into school. And he's supposed to be like a jock, dork, instigator. So I totally see him.
Yeah, I totally see him
I get
doing
that.
that, but my issue is that he's supposed to be used to driving in this weather.
I mean, they weren't playing it off like he was showboating his vehicle. If he was like doing a drift or something and he lost control, I could believe him doing that. But that's not what they're playing off here. That might have actually been better.
Took the jock thing a little too far. Yeah, probably.
The thing is that he swerved.
Yeah, he swerved.
He didn't just like slow down or brake or, and he just, oh no, a backed up car, and spins.
I feel like that's also very much of what a kid's reaction would be to that situation. I don't know. Like, especially, even if he's
I don't know.
probably
Would Tyler
driving.
lay down the horn?
You can hear a horn, and I believe it's him.
Oh, it's him. Bella's just dumb. That's the issue.
So my thought is maybe everyone in there is their junior year, so he's 16, 17. He's probably been learning how to drive since about 15. If we're giving him more time than normal, and then having his license, he's probably only had his license about like 6 months to a year. So for me, it makes sense where he's like, oh my god, oh my God, or he's being a little bit too cocky, because that's exactly what teenagers do. They're invincible. They're not going to hurt anybody or themselves. They're invincible.
To be entirely true, I don't have an issue with. I have an issue with him driving fast. I'm fine with it being like in character and everything. I just have an issue with how the van ended up at the end because it defied the
Portrayal
laws of
terrible.
physics.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's called plot armor. But
Yeah. Well, no. Well, Edward is
plot
the plot
device.
armor. And yeah, that would be a plot device. Yeah, plot armor would be the fact that Edward has super speed to get to Bella.
And we're at the part of my notes where I wrote 5 questions.
You have questions?
Back to
Or
back.
just 5 question marks?
Oh, it's like hyperbolic. Like, full speed in a parking lot, horizontal car. No one saw Edward. And then at the hospital, Bella said it wasn't his fault. Why talk here? Just a chain of questions I had for this whole sequence.
I feel like this instance is more teleportation than speed.
Well, the vampires don't have teleportation.
Yeah, they don't.
But it's
as far as we know,
instantaneous
hold
of how
on.
fast he goes.
Hold on. A vampire could potentially teleport. We don't know
If they have their powers.
If that's
Edward
their power.
doesn't have teleportation.
Yeah, Edward does not have teleportation. And yeah, the rest of the student body would have obviously seen Edward moving because you can see when he's moving at super speeds. You can still see him and perceive him.
So, what is it? What did I write about it? I said the crash is absolutely hilarious. The way he just jumps up and jogs away
and leaves. Yeah.
Yeah, people would have seen that.
Yes, I like to imagine the Cullens were like, oh, they just pick him up like a couple blocks away. But yeah, he just gets up, walks away, which is fair, I guess. He doesn't want to be stuck in a crowd. But
yeah, also, Edward's excuse later of like, "Oh, Bella, you hit your head," is that to play off that the dent in the car is Bella's head imprint?
I mean, I guess you could read it that way. I don't think that's what he was going for. But.
I read it that way
that's
too.
Just Edward. That's just Edward lying badly at this point. Yeah, at first I think that could be something interpreted.
I'm like, to pass it off of the dent in the car. What is that to be?
Well, I mean, people would corroborate that Edward was there. They saw him leave the scene.
Yeah, so presumably everyone would assume that it's Edward who did that somehow. Adrenaline, as he puts it later on.
I don't know why he didn't just push her out of the way or pull her.
I don't know why he just didn't pick her up and moved.
Yeah,
well, maybe he didn't want to ruin the car. Maybe
why crush the car?
Why bother about the car? If his thought process is save the pretty girl, then he should have just pushed her out of the way, because it would have been like, no, I was standing next to her the entire time. And the only one that could have like fought him on it was Tyler, the one driving the car, but he hit his head. Nothing.
He's bleeding from his head, so obviously,
like he's not factual. It's literally lying to people about where you were, and he just has to gaslight, and that is what he's great at.
The hospital
gaslight.
Atrocious.
Oh, he's terrible at gaslighting.
Gaslight.
He tries.
Awful
girl
at
boss.
gaslighting. Yeah.
I think I wrote that as a note for him: gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, baby girl.
No, but Tyler's blood mark on his head, not present at all until you get the close up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about the effort of this film. Yeah. But I guess we can move from that to the next act, unless anyone's got any final things to say about the crash.
The crowd after her. I really love the little millisecond that Angela is the first person to reach to her. Angela is the first person who drops everything, runs to her, and is like crouching down to look at her and like, "Are you okay?" It's so sweet. And then Mike and Eric.
If only Bella returned those affections, it would be really nice.
And then Mike and Eric jumping over the car, a la Edward.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I had for this act is is it a good means of like a cute dialogue of playing the copied words when they're in biology, like the prophase, and then he's like, "Let me check prophase," and not trusting her, and then does the same thing back.
Are you asking if that's cute?
Yeah, is that like a good like leeway into this relationship?
That's all right.
It's
I think it's
alright.
supposed to
That's
show them,
believable.
I think it's supposed to show them vibing on like a level. I don't think it's well written, but for a teenage love romance, it's unfortunately believable.
It works because they're teenagers. Well, one of them is.
You're talking about Edward 17.
Yeah, been 17 for a long time.
He says it explicitly. He's
Been 17 since
Sure.
1918. 1918, 17? I see what they did there.
Oh.
He's regressing in age? What?
No, he got bit.
No,
1918.
we'll do. Act 2 is from the hospital scene where Carlisle comes in to check on Bella and stuff like that. To the point where Bella has realized Edward is a vampire.
Yes.
Start us off. Cass, why don't you start us off?
The Charlie's gonna be. I love Charlie. Charlie's burst open of the door, look through the crowd, looking at her, trying to figure out she's okay, and Tyler's over here just annoying the shit out of him, and he's like, "I'm gonna take your fucking license." Closes it.
Yeah.
Like, no, like, I only thing he's worried about his daughter, and then he's just like, "Oh, probably have to call your mom. Sorry." But
I actually really like the fact that he calls Bella's mom.
I think it shows just how much he wants to be a good father. He's doing everything he possibly can. He's so freaked out about her being hurt, and I think it also, with the extended scene, shows how well um, Charlie and Carlisle must work together when they have to, because he comes down and it looks like they're still being patched up and stitched up, so they haven't been in the ER long. So it shows how fast, in his human walking speed, Carlisle came to make sure that like Bella was okay, as a favor to Charlie.
It's true, and he would have heard about it from Edward, and he would need to check up on the situation, see if she's got loose lips yet.
So there's
Yeah,
multiple
I do love
reasons
that.
why Carlisle would be there, but
I do love that.
to answer your other question, Crimson, as to why they're having that conversation open in the hallway, I have no idea.
Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah, the
That's
first
horrible.
question. The question is, I'm fine. To go on your list of questions, first one, I was fine. Second one, bad. Third one, no fucking clue, man. I got no idea why they're having the conversation out there. They would have been moved into the office immediately.
Office, wait till they're home, anything.
And
But they're doing it there.
Were
Not
they? They
good.
weren't whispering either, were they?
Not really.
Okay, yeah, all right. I was gonna ask you guys if they were, and, that conversation was supposed to be quiet, because then I have an issue with Bella listening in because she does not have super hearing.
No,
Also,
but you would know they could smell her
Oh
around the
yeah,
corner.
they notice her immediately.
They would know she's on her way there.
Yeah, my issue is that it shouldn't be when she rounds the corner when Carlisle sees her. It should be when she opens that fucking door, because that's a big whiff of Bella, and he's gotta be like, she's obsessed with the sound of Bella, so he should be like, Bella's coming. Let's go.
Do all the vampires? Does all the vampires have a cute sense of smell for Bella?
Maybe
imagine
not Bella
so.
in general, but
Because I mean, this is a hospital we're in, so blood runs abound. Is all I'm saying.
I think that it's just the only way her sneaking up on them works is the fact that they're in a hospital, and it does not feel very purposeful that they're in a hospital. It feels like a great plot plot
Well,
hole.
no, they have all they all have reason to be at the hospital. I think I have an issue with that.
Yeah, I feel like it just feels like it feels like a stitch over a hole that she didn't think of, and the only reason why it works is because they're in the hospital. Because there's no way in hell she should have been able to sneak up on.
Oh yeah, no one's sneaking up on the vamps. That's true. They just happen to be in a hospital, which helps an immense amount, I think.
Yeah.
So
Like, she's got proximity. She's got a familiar scent. I feel like it would be quite simple to isolate her, especially
they
with
notice
Edward.
her almost immediately. So I don't have much issue for at least for Edward being eventually noticing. So
Starts keeping quiet. What do you think on that?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to pick up what you mean by, like, what's the issue of them all being present at the hospital?
No, why they're having the conversation of their secrets in a public location.
Oh, because they're idiots. I don't know. They're just,
And then the
kinda
second
dumb. It
part
gets later.
was
As
not
soon as
picking
the
up on.
reveal happens, it all just 180 flips on this whole secrecy thing. So I don't know. It's dumb. Also, Jasper's very fidgety. He should not be in a hospital.
considering what happened, I'm gonna hold on to that.
Oh, I know. I know. He should not be in a hospital.
Yeah, I have a lot of issues with Jasper's consistency with regards to blood specifically, and
Yeah. I can agree without hearing your entire argument.
yeah. For now, it's okay. It's fine. It's not an inconsistent problem yet.
In this movie, I don't know. So
Well, I mean, there's an inconsistency in this film, I believe. So,
all I can
Well,
get
there's-
is that why would the whole family arrive for a Bella injury? Is it to support Edward, or it's like, hey,
no, the whole
bring
the whole
your whole
family's
family to
not
work
there.
day?
It's just isn't it just Carlisle, Rosalie, and Edward?
Yeah, Rosalie. Yeah,
Oh, it's just Rosalie and Edward in the hallway.
Yeah,
and Carlisle.
and Carlisle.
Well, Carlisle works there. Yeah.
Yeah, Carlisle works there. Rosalie's there to yell at Edward and presumably yell at Edward, which is fair enough. I think I would have been a pissed off vampire sibling to show up to talk to Edward about his problem, and Carlisle would want to move. Smartly tries to move the conversation away, even though it would have been moved away from the beginning of the conversation. And then we get Edward and Bella chatting.
What do you think he should have said here? Because I think his excuses suck to the point where I'm like, okay, just go with what he ended with, and who's going to believe? I feel like just go with that.
No one's gonna believe he sounds malicious.
I mean, it does sound malicious, but he doesn't want her to look into it, so you kind of would want that.
I think a more caring approach would have been good than this gaslighting. You're being a fool, a head injury kind of thing. Just like,
Yeah, I would have covered that up because clearly he clearly has a charming effect on her. So
yeah, it still would have worked the other way of like, hey, please don't tell anyone. No one's supposed to know, kind of thing. And then still with who would believe you is a lot more kinder.
even when he talks about the story about even like when he starts telling a story about how her hitting his head, he could make it obvious that that's the official story that's gone out.
Yeah, ask her. Hey, could you just say like words going around in school that you hit your head? It's like, can you go with that?
I mean, that's making it sound like they're a duo here, but right now they're not really a duo. She's
Edward
screwed up.
Whatever.
It would have lended more build up to them being a duo if he asked a favor of her and said, "You hit your head. We're going to leave it at that. Is that okay?" So there is definitely a better approach to this in terms of Edward being a smart 90-year-old vampire. But
I mean, that's pretty. That would actually be probably a decent line of like, you hit your head. That's what caused the dent. No one's gonna believe that. Well, no one's gonna believe you. Like that. That sounds good to me.
So yeah, rework the dialogue here. I'm for it.
Yeah, the whole gaslighting stuff was terrible.
No,
so
that was
the gaslighting
gross.
stuff. Yeah.
That was very ew to me. Like,
Gatekeep.
nasty.
Nasty isn't poorly written, or
I guess so.
Yes.
Like, I was uncomfortable. I did not like his approach of this gaslighting he was attempting.
Gaslight. Gatekeep. Girl boss. Edward Cullen.
Baby girl. No, what I didn't like
not wrong.
is Carlisle asking Bella to follow his finger, and she couldn't do it. And then he goes, "Oh yeah, you're fine."
That's just poor direction right there. And as we find out, she doesn't take direction. But yeah, Carla would have brought that up as a potential problem. Might have it. Did he say she has a slight concussion?
No, he just says
said
you're
No,
she
fine.
had
yeah,
no
then-
You're
concussion.
good.
Then yeah, that's a fucking issue. The fact that she couldn't follow his finger.
But I'm pretty sure Edward said you might have a concussion.
I think that was
Which I'm like-
Edward trying
Oh,
to
he wants to
gaslight.
sell that for his story.
He's
Yeah.
trying to manipulate.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Especially when Carlisle said you're all good in front of Charlie.
Carlisle obviously when he comes in knows he should have been like, yeah, it looks like you hit your head a little. Let me get a CT of you. Let's get your dress down. Would have worried Charlie? Yes.
That's a
Could
great
he have-
question. Did Carlisle know about the incident? Like, do you think Edward informed Carlisle, or did he just go off of Bella being there?
Rosalie might have informed him.
Or
Yeah, it's like Rosalie's there, so there had to have been some form of communication going.
And Carlisle could have helped up, but he didn't.
My
Did he
favorite
help-
thing right
Ooh.
now. My favorite thing I'm thinking of right now is Edward and Rosalie yelling at each other at home, talking about who's gonna go tell Carlisle, and like, no, I'll tell him to get some. No, I'll tell him. You know what? I'm gonna go right now. No, I'm gonna go right now. And that sibling rivalry, and them just straight up vampire running to the hospital.
That would be funny. Not in the film.
Should have been.
So by Carlisle saying Bella's okay, is that him putting all responsibility of the accident onto Edward to clean up?
I mean,
could
we
be.
don't know how much Carlisle knows at this point. We don't know if he knows the whole story.
we don't know if
if
he's
him
we
and Edward
Not-
tried to come up with a plan to convince her of anything. We don't know
Oh, yeah.
anything.
I'm gonna go with
So
he doesn't
I'm
know.
Not going to
Actually,
stuff.
I'll go with what he doesn't know, because later on, his talk in the garage with Rosalie and Edward seems very apparent of how he thinks about family. So I feel like if he did know, he would help.
He would have said you have a concussion or a mild concussion.
I don't think he knows, because I think that's part of the conversation that Bella walks in on. I think that's them catching up on the story. He's just there as a favor to Charlie because Carlisle's a decent person. And heard the chief of police daughter was there. I think that's where I'm going to land. He doesn't know, otherwise he would have helped, because Carlisle is the kind of person to at least start laying the groundwork for the story that's being told.
He's a family man.
He's a family man, and he's been at this far longer than anybody. I would have an issue
True.
if he doesn't know. I would have an issue if he knew and didn't do anything.
Agreed.
I do like the line of, I don't have the full thing, but it's like being asked, like, Edward was there. And I think Charlie says, Edward, your boy. And Bella responds with, yeah. Even though Charlie's
Yeah.
talking to Carlisle. So I did pick up on that, and I liked it.
I think
Your
I'm in
boy.
agreement.
I forgot to bring it up really early, Ryder, but do you recognize Carlisle from anything?
He does look familiar, and I did not look him up though.
Warehouse 13.
He's he's what's his face in Supergirl, the scientist guy or whatever, the rich guy. It's been a long time since
Yeah, it's definitely been a while.
Rich
but I
scientist
recognize him.
guy
He's a bad guy.
in Supergirl. Lex Luthor.
No, that's fine. All right, just didn't know.
No, I did. Thank you for bringing it up. And then
Then he's watching her sleep.
he is watching her
Yeah,
sleep.
what a
That night she dreams of Edward Cullen. I think is how
Dreams, air
Yeah.
quotes.
dreams in 56 air quotes.
It's just so unbelievable that he would come and stalk her that she had to believe it was a dream.
Also, does she sleep in this cold environment with her window open?
I think the implication is the windows closed and open at super fucking speed or whatever. Does it work? No.
That's so weird because there's drapes down. They would move.
Oh, we do see them move. Like there's a gust of wind that like hits them, so they do move, but it's so like subtle.
That's so weird. Then later when he's in her room helping her pack and he doesn't zip out, he's like, "Oh, I'll just climb out."
Yeah, you know what? You know what's even weirder? The fact that her room is extremely well lit and the lamp light changes virtually nothing.
It's true. That is true.
It's weird where they choose to use their powers and where they don't.
I mean, we'll get to Edward's super speed because apparently it involves super falling fast too. Some the fuck how.
I kind of have to hope this first scene is actually a dream and not actually him in there, because in the shot, I have it up right now. We have the shot of it panning to him being there, goes to her face in shock, pans back to him being gone, but in the background you can see the window and the curtains don't move on the window, so he's either hiding in her room, like on the floor, ducking down.
Is he doing the classic amnesia thing of hiding in the cupboard or whatever, or the closet?
So he's either just the monster underneath.
He's doing the Grinch. He's in the corner.
He's the monster underneath the bed. I'm totally that's fine.
Kristen, that's
monster
a great
under the bed.
To pose, is this a dream Edward or is this a real Edward?
She claims it's a dream. It doesn't work with the window unless he's literally hiding in her room. So I'm going with dream, but it's absolutely possible it isn't.
I hope he's underneath her bed.
I'm going with real. And I think it's an error that the window doesn't move.
I would prefer it as a dream. That being said, I think it's supposed to be real with the sentence that we get later on of him doing that for a couple months.
Definitely iffy. Not clear cut. Can't tell if it's a mistake or if it's a dream. So it's either that.
Let's say he's been watching her for months before they started like actually talking. So I think it's real. I think he's legitimately the monster underneath her bed and is hiding because she opened her eyes.
Yeah, she did open her eyes and see him. And then she didn't like wake up again.
I mean, this could be
unless she wakes up in a dream and her whole dream is just waking up, seeing him, and then going back to bed.
Could be. I mean, dreams can be that way, I think. Having not had them.
Keyword, you think, yeah.
Don't feel our bells of dreams.
And anything's possible in a dream.
I
learned that from Slumberland, right?
Slumberland's what time, not Inception?
We haven't covered Inception.
That's true. Podcast.
Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
Haven't covered that either.
That's another one.
Well, after this, I think one of the funniest and nicely done shots of Mike walking in unfocused.
Oh, asking her out.
Asking her
or not paying attention to him.
Not paying attention to him, and she's fully focused on Edward, which is in focus of the camera, and Mike is blurry. This is the most Warren Life is Strange shot I got from this guy.
Hey Max, you got my flash drive?
Hey.
Did you watch Faster Pussycat Kill?
I actually think it's I feel so bad for Mike in this moment, but it is so hilarious how she just goes, huh? Oh.
He took it pretty well though.
Yeah, he did take it pretty well.
Well, to be fair, she was a good wingman as well.
Yeah, she perfected that. I'm not like other girls. I let him down without any issue.
Yeah, she's like, it's like I wouldn't work for me, but you should ask, so and so.
Jessica likes you. Go ask her.
And then he actually did it.
Yeah, then he did it. And then it's established. I think this is what establishes the vampires have super healing, though it's hinted at earlier, the fact that he asks her a direct question about what's in Jacksonville.
I mean, that was him slipping up.
Yeah, obviously it's him slipping up again. Um, but I think this is also a confirmation that they have super hearing because it's hinted at earlier, but this is like the definitive, you know.
Yeah, can't deny.
Oh, well, what was the line when a vampire gets made? They get it was like acute dexterity or something.
I don't know.
It was something
Don't
shared
know
I
the line.
in the like flashback.
oh yeah, then I don't know. I know these aren't conventional vampires. So
That's
that
true.
much.
No, there's no bats.
Well, no, the reflection. They have reflections. The sun doesn't burn them. There was something else I wrote later. I'm sure I'll read it.
The shiny
Oh,
thing.
I
and entering without getting permission to enter premises.
yeah.
So
I find it funny that when he apologizes for being rude, he doesn't understand that apologizing for being rude is negating his point of being rude. I just
Oh, on the field trip.
yeah.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but I needed to.
But
I'm
you
gonna
are
and I
be
still
rude.
need
clumsy.
to.
You keep
We shouldn't be
stumbling all over the
friends.
place.
Yeah. Stop hitting your head. Keep picturing things.
Do you think that's
A
over the top?
nitpick.
Oh,
Oh, what?
I was gonna
Over
say,
the
do you
top?
think it's over the top how many times Bella trips and stumbles to play off late, like the very end? Oh, you fell downstairs and went out a window.
That
I
it
don't
would
think it's
definitely
overplayed.
support the story. Yeah.
Not. I'm not gonna finish the sentence, but keep in mind for what she says about being clumsy. You got a
Yeah.
couple movies, but stick it in the back of your mind.
Yeah. I'll also say that she lost her dry wit character trait because she was pretty witty even when she was uncomfortable in earlier situations. She's evidently lost the trait by this point.
Hmm.
Can't
I
make the
guess
pretty
that's
boy
true.
uncomfortable by being witty. So
But she's not like other girls, and this falls out of the trope.
Yes, nitpick I had with the field trip. Very small, but the teacher asking for permission slips at the bus
Yeah,
when it
that was a
would
little weird.
That's
it
odd.
would be in the classroom, so they could send the kids that didn't get slips to do whatever assigned stuff they have to do in the school.
It would
You
have
wouldn't
been
do it at the bus. It would be
yeah.
in the classroom.
If he was collecting them, like just to make sure that they had them, that's one thing. But it would not be something they would be doing out there.
And
Little baby thing.
I'll go with here. Crimson, this is one of the scenes that reminded me of Spider-Man.
Okay, but that you hinted at the beginning.
Yes. Of a
Not the spider monkey thing, but
no, of a movie we watched in theaters for Columbia's anniversary or whatever. There are parts in this movie that just remind me of Spider-Man a lot.
Does take place out of school. There are some superpowered individuals.
This field trip is like the field trip at the beginning of Spider-Man. The whole guys chasing Bella in the alley thing. There's a lot of close-up eye shots, which Sam Raimi's big fan of.
Okay.
It did make me. It made me question like what this movie would have looked like if it was directed by Sam Raimi.
Better.
yeah, I would say it definitely would have looked better. And
I mean,
I think it would have cranked up the cheese factor, but that would have been to its benefit.
there's some Raimi-esque shots in this of not just the eyes, but like the moving camera in the woods and stuff during the reveal
Oh, pan
of the
shots,
vampire.
man.
I mean, there's like swoop shots, and it's
Yeah.
more than just pan. So
Definitely inspired by maybe they might have been inspired by Raymond to kind of.
I
mimic
think
some
this.
of his
I
work.
could say this movie's been inspired by Spider-Man 1.
possibly.
I think this movie takes itself way too seriously.
Oh, absolutely.
which is fine. It's just, you know, the fact that it's taking itself seriously just makes it suck more.
Tell me something to get my head off of killing him. Seatbelt. Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can cut to something.
All right.
In the lunchroom, where Bella is making salad art or something, and drops an apple and rolls
Yeah.
up Edward's foot. Firstly, is that a practical done shot, like in Spider-Man with the lunch, or in Scott Pilgrim with the package?
It
It was
looks
too
like
quick for me to tell.
It looks like it, but it could be. So it could be. I won't write it out
Okay.
as a impossibility.
I didn't know if that was
Do
a
you get
fact
the
someone knew
reference?
or something. The second part is the reference to it,
Yeah.
which blows my mind. Is that the reason? Which is, I guess, a great question for Cass. Is the book, the cover of the book of the hands with the apple, just for this in the movie? Like, is that the importance of the cover of the book?
I mean, the book came
No
first.
clue.
Well, yeah, but the cover of the book with the apple, like in the book, what does that signify?
Signify.
Connect to? Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest. It's been so long since I've read it, and I think the apple scene is in book. I cannot remember for sure, but I think it actually is a scene. And honestly, I just think the apple motif on the Twilight, the actual cover, is religious themed, like Adam and Eve.
Oh,
Interesting.
maybe.
I mean, I'm also giving her too much credit for being thoughtful and precise, so I could also be horribly wrong.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, that's what invokes out of me the double hands holding the freaking stupid ass apple. I'm sorry.
Another,
That's very aggressive.
a small nice detail is that oh god, never mind. I lost my train of thought.
Good detail. I like it.
I know, great. 10 out of 10.
Okay, Bella. So.
Oh, all right. I got my detail back. All right. So this is actually right after the field trip, and Bella goes home in an annoyed huff, and Charlie feels something's off. And he agrees with Bella that he probably should not have told her mom, but he did. But what I like about this is, I think here's my notes. I'll read directly from it. He agrees Bella was probably right about not telling her, even if it was the wrong thing to, to do, to not tell her. And then I realized, like, could this be a parallel theme as to why Edward is not telling Bella, but ultimately will, let her figure it out because it's the right thing to do at a certain point. Yeah, I think there was definitely a parallel going on at that point, which I thought was interesting. And it is at that point I also wrote in my notes, I think Stephanie Meyer is a better writer than Ryan Johnson.
It's a very
I
writer
was
thing
gonna
to
say,
say.
at this point, did you write that you had a stroke?
No, I could stand on that and say that.
I
didn't say
think
she's
it's
a great
good
writer. I said she's a better writer than Ryan Johnson, and that ain't a fucking high bar.
I definitely do think it's very possible for her to have
Granted, I have no idea if this is book centric
written
or movie centric. Either way, the parallel is clearly there with how Charlie is told Bella's mom about everything that happened, and he's getting flack for it in a way, or they're getting flack for it in a way because now her mom is being a bit of insistent.
It's just Renee. Renee is a shitty parental figure in both, I think, the movies and the books, because you'll watch her and see it. I just don't think she's a good parental figure, and the way that Bella talks about growing up and being in charge of stuff, So, and how, I hate saying this, but how she's not a teenager. She's not an adult, but she's not a teenager with how she acts. I think it's very indicative of how she was raised, or how she raised herself, I should say. So, um, I think he just regrets telling Renee, because Renee always needs to be babied, and instead of Bella being worried about, Bella's now having to go out of her way to baby her mom. And I think Charlie might just be feeling guilty about it.
Yeah, but he still told her because that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I guess Phil
Yeah.
isn't really that great of a guy then.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't take. It doesn't take away from my point. Is I think there is a small parallel running here in the theme of that, trying to figure out why Edward's not telling her the secret.
I mean, I think other than like, oh, it'll risk her life, there's obvious reasons.
Granted, I'm giving credits here for doing something really basic. So I'm not praising. I'm not overpraising the work here that's being done. And just noting that they did accomplish something, intended or not.
Yeah. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yep.
So what's the deal with Phil doing baseball and we get a baseball game with vampires?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Crimson. So I think this is my 5th time watching this movie. For the past, I think 3 times, I hate that. That is subjectively bad. I dislike that so bad that Phil is batting on the phone call before the baseball scene.
I knew it would trigger you.
Okay, I got a
Just because
question.
he could have been some other sport or
Could have been
other
anything.
job.
Anything else.
But it's the great American pastime.
That's great for the vampires to bring it up of a reason for them to make it very different and stand out. The Phil is the leeway into it that doesn't need to be there whatsoever.
I don't know if he's the leeway to it. I don't think he's really connected at all to the baseball
No,
scene.
no. Not Phil and the
baseball.
Cullens, but to an audience watching baseball to
I know
baseball.
what you're saying. I don't think it's to soften up the audience to, hey, baseball's coming up.
It would hit so much better to me if that Phil baseball was something else. So when the baseball scene did occur, it was more like ooh and ah.
See, I don't understand that because a first-time viewing from anybody wouldn't see Phil playing baseball and then seeing the baseball scene like, oh, they spoiled the baseball. No one saw that as foreshadowing or a lead up.
No, I agree with you on that. That's why I said my last 3 viewings I've hit. It wasn't my first viewing. Never caught it.
Mm-hmm.
You just hate it subjectively because it's there.
Yeah. Once I caught it, I'm like, this sucks. Because I think the line later of was it Billy and Charlie and Jacob are gonna watch the game on the flat screen?
The Mariners, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that after?
That's a baseball team. So they're watching baseball too.
Yeah.
Lots of baseball.
I guess it's the season of what's going on, which it is, to set place, but
yeah,
I think, and it's also Phil. There's nothing to Phil, so it's like, what can we
Phil's
make him do? Oh, we'll just do the baseball batting cage.
You're not supposed to care about Phil. He's not supposed to have an interesting life or something we're interested in. He's just her mother's husband.
Yeah, I don't care about him. I care about the choice they gave to him. And by they, I mean the writers and the film and that.
Yeah. Do we have anything to say? Because you brought up the apple scene in Springs. Do we have anything more to say about that scene in particular, about being invited to the beach and Edward refusing?
The friends are obnoxious.
I mean,
Fair.
they're always obnoxious, but yeah.
They're always obnoxious. I think the only other thing of note that's recontextualized upon other viewings is the reason Edward refuses is because it's on reservation land, the beach.
Yep. But it's a good reason behind
Honestly,
it.
at this point of the movie, I think we're at like beginning of February. So this is like a week and a half into them knowing each other, which I think is very on par for a teenage relationship.
Yeah, inviting each other to go do activities outside of school. Yeah.
I do
That's-
like Bella's comment about Edward's mood swings. That was funny.
You would laugh.
Yeah. But I think we can move to the beach if we're ready to do so.
I'm ready to
If
do
we
so.
have anything to say about the beach.
It's fine, but it's slight peeve that radioactive spider and kryptonite are in the same sentence. I get the point being made, but
You don't like that they're in different universes?
it's just a scratch on a nerd.
Yeah, this movie is not catered towards us.
Doesn't it show more diversity in her knowledge? And she knows Marvel and DC.
Not
Would that be
necessarily.
a plus?
We could read that into that, sure, but no. Obviously, it's the point of getting across is she obviously thinks Edward has superpowers. So the effect of the line is the same, though I guess it scratched that particular nerve.
No, and kryptonite gives you superpowers.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, again, I get the full point she's making. I understand all that, like just knowledge that she knows of in very broad general that I think everyone can fall under. But
it's not a fall into a vat of electric eels.
Yeah, no,
that one that didn't
Bello
come up.
has no clue what that is.
And she picked, at least it's from two of the most iconic superheroes of all time. You would know what a radioactive spider is. You would have heard what kryptonite is, even if you got the fucking.
It would have been
wrong.
dumber if she said "bit by a bat."
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be dumb.
But the beach scene when it's not Jessica, it's the other one. What was her name? Angela. When Angela's like, "Oh, I don't know if I want to ask Eric out to prom," and they're sitting there in the open doors of the van, and Eric and Mike are literally right there within earshot. I'm like, he can totally hear you, but he doesn't, because he's too full of himself talking with Mike about surfing.
So
I mean, they're not like
teenagery.
right next, but
They're like a couple feet, but it's also so teenagery because you're asking your friends about love is so new and crazy and hurtful and sweet. And so, yeah, do I ask the boy I like out who I'm friends with prom, or do I wait for him? Should I wait for him? And I think Bella actually gives great advice.
Yeah, and Angela wasn't talking about wanting to ask him. She was like, "I'm surprised he hasn't asked me." And then Bella's the one that's like, "You should ask." So, yeah, even if you overheard her being like, "I'm surprised he hasn't asked," that doesn't mean she's interested.
Okay, I mean, still so the context is off, but still saying Eric's name and prom with Angela 2 feet away from him.
The issue is still the proximity.
Yeah, Eric would have been like, "What are you talking about?" Or
if Eric was the one running out to the beach, it would make more sense. But
no, he's just talking Mike's ear off. So I think he's just way too distracted.
Yeah, that's definitely the implication.
My bit with this was Jacob being here. His explanation was, "You're on my reservation" or something along those lines. I'm like, okay, yeah, but you got a big reservation. Why are you here?
Gibson, gonna be honest with you, that's just Jacob. Jacob's just there. He just shows up in a lot of these things. That's his whole point in this movie, is just being there.
He exists. for
Yeah, but
future
they don't
stories.
explain it in this movie.
No.
Well, they don't really explain it later either. But
When you think about it, if this beach is so good that even non-natives know about it, I assume the natives go too. And so for him to be hanging out with friends in a small town in a small reservation with, I think there's like 700 tribe members living on the reservation, it probably makes sense for him to just go hang out at the beach with his, and they see a bunch of white people and he goes, oh, I think that might be Bella, and then he goes see Bella because he likes Bella.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Yeah,
Oh,
it still
she
falls
told
into
her dad,
convenience. To be clear, it's not a major issue. It's just convenient.
oh, okay.
or she told her
Some
dad told Billy, Billy told Jacob.
some later knowledge, which obviously can't directly apply here, but going backwards it will definitely damage. He's a werewolf. Shocker, spoilers going forward. And there's 3 vampires that aren't the Cullens killing in their area. They would be on the hunt. They wouldn't be at the beach playing.
They got
They would be hunting.
Well, he's
No.
not a werewolf yet.
Yeah,
Was he not?
No, he's not. His
No,
transformation happens in the next film. Spoiler alert
none
for
of the
everybody who
boys
hasn't seen it.
there. None of the boys there are werewolves or have not transformed yet.
I did so much work
Transformed.
on behalf of the writers to explain how that would work logistically in Stephanie Meyer's world as to why the werewolves would eventually start cropping up. None of that is in the film, and we get to talk about it when we cover Breaking Dawn. But yeah, Jacob is not a vampire, not a werewolf right now.
Just a normal boy, like a normal girl.
Yeah, so I don't. It's not a
Still convenient,
major issue.
but
Yeah, it's still convenient. I agree. Not a major issue. Definitely a nitpick though. It's got something there. It's a problem.
Just gonna have a nitpick that Edward's excuse for not going is like, oh, it's busy, it's a crowded beach, and there's not a soul on it.
I mean, he's just bad at lies and
Lying.
Yeah.
excuses. So
Yeah. Again,
it's a
have no
continued
idea
trait.
how nobody figured out he's a fucking vampire. But
Also, the
Cullens
line
don't
Jacob
come here.
says on the beach where he goes, "You caught that, huh?" He said the Cullens don't come here, and everyone went silent.
I thought that was. It's a very dumb response. Like my response to that in my notes is like, is that supposed to be a joke or is this just badly written dialogue reaction? Because it was a conversation they were both clearly involved in.
That would be the latter of those two.
Yeah, I would assume so. Who knows? They could be really bad at writing comedy sprinks. You don't know.
This is a
They could be
comedy?
bad at that too.
I mean, best faith. And kind of how I viewed it was, it's not that he's surprised she heard it. It's the fact that she picked up on it to ask questions about, because she could have heard it and not thought anything of it.
Yeah, that I agree. That is definitely best faith. I think there is room for that. It's like, oh, you actually interested in the topic. You know, that would be kind of the angle of the conversation could take. But I would still have reworked the dialogue to make that explicit. Or more explicit.
Hmm.
So Bella pushes the Jacob to tell the story of both the legends, starting with his tribe, which does eventually lead into the Cullens' place in the history with regard to their tribe.
7 years.
Yeah, you have some math stuff on this, don't you, Cass?
Yes. Yes. Okay. So before I was looking it up on the wiki stuff, I was like, wait, why are they wearing like 1920s, grabbing it like a great grandfather? That's what I caught two greats. It was also a little bit of my misinterpretation, but I was really upset. I was like, shouldn't be that far apart, even if we're talking, and he was saying that it was his great grandfather today, like be that far apart. Super ancient legend the way he's describing it. And so I went and I like looked it up. The actual time they signed the treaty with the Kuwaits, which means they had to be around Forks for even longer before that, was 1936. And then I guess they had to be there for at least a couple more years because they made the pact. and then they left shortly after, so probably like another year or two, so 1938. But at at minimum, they left right after the pact, and this like it is maximum 67 years old. The pact is 67 years old, and they've since they've been back. How is it ancient news? Billy, his grandfather, the one that's in the wheelchair, saw his dad transform into a werewolf. I don't feel like that, especially with a tribe of 700, I don't think that would be super duper. Maybe within the families that don't transform, but if you know they're going to be coming back, and that your children are going or your grandchildren are going to be going through a change, I would be telling people. I would be telling my child, like
At least prepare them.
yes, it would be some sort of preparedness to it. So I don't understand how, like, it still bugs me that it's talked about like this super ancient legend, like it's not 67 years. It's been 69 years since the pact was made, but the Cullens have been back for 2 years already at this point. So it's been 67 years since but after they returned. So 69 years, and it's like super duper legendary.
I mean,
I don't
it could
know.
just be how he's playing it off to Bella.
He might
Because
not
could just
believe
be-
it.
if
At
you're
this
like,
point, he doesn't
it's a
believe the stories.
legend. It's a legend that's 60 years old. Is not as intriguing as it's a 1,000-year-old legend or whatever. It's very, very
Yeah.
old.
He's definitely. I mean, the credit to Jacob in this, and he is trying to play it off like it's not a big deal what he's talking about.
Just a story.
I get that, but we're also supposed to take most of the knowledge here as like at face value, and it's just very annoying. I don't know. He could have just been. He didn't have to add ancient legend. He just said, "Oh, it's a legend that we had to deal with them." Oh, that's all.
Yeah, I'd like to know how the deal actually happened because it's hard to talk about it without going into further movies. But the wolves really hate the vampires enough to where they wouldn't just talk to talk; they would just attack. I would like to know more on how that deal got brokered, but we don't get that.
Well, no, well, it's
It
implied
happens.
that it's implied because they're vegetarian. They brokered the deal. They don't see them eating a person; they see them eating deer.
Yeah. So eventually, they were being chased down, and they explained, like, "No, we don't. We will not chase after you or your loved ones. We just eat deer. We hunt for animals, not for people. We don't believe in that." And I actually had looked it up into the wiki, and I don't think it's talked about within the further movies, but apparently the first like Kuwait tribe member to change over was like centuries ago after a vampire killed like 2 wives or something. So technically they've been transforming for a while. This is just the last time they remember. Which also bugs me because how can you say that your legends are literally you being werewolves, and it's only been a little under like 70 years and no one remembers? Only one person does. And he knows they're back and he's not saying shit? What the fuck?
Uh,
And thus
anything
a
else on
peace
this
was
game?
made.
Yeah, and that's the piece was made. Anything more on the beach scene?
Not from me.
No, I think I'm good with it.
I think he's cute
Okay.
trying to.
Protect her from the knowledge.
Yeah, I think he's cute, just trying to be like sweet about it. It's very much the I wanna entertain the girl I think is cute. But I think that's my final note on it.
Yeah, teenage awkwardness does nail that at least. Then we
Actually,
get the.
sorry, I did find one thing I had written on it. During the flashback, we see the tribe members with like wolf hats or headgear.
Oh yeah, like in traditional gear.
Do you think they were actually wearing that, or for the movie they showed that so they wouldn't look like werewolves? Like, they were actually wolves at the time, but for the audience, we saw them as that, so it's not spoiled.
I think it was like
It's
this.
it could be a bit of both. I think there's no reason not to see that they would work together with their own werewolves. We see a little bit of that later on in future films, like the idea that they're working in as a group. So there could be non-wolf like werewolves among them that are still hunting with them.
Okay.
In what
It doesn't
form
know
they
if
can't
the
communicate.
Yeah,
that's true. I guess that's true. That's it.
Lots of thoughts of what they were wearing, but
yeah. I mean, it could be that they were still wearing traditional garb in the 1930s. It's possible, but I don't know why they wouldn't modernize. Unless this is
Oh,
a very, very
that's not what I was
traditionalist
going
tribe.
for.
Yeah, I know
That
it
was-
wasn't what you're going
I
for.
also don't understand why they're wearing loincloths in Washington D.C.
The 1930s.
1930s. But yeah, that's why I feel like I have lots of issues with what they're wearing, but there are so many things to point at. I don't have enough.
We could let that one go. Yeah. We see the vampires playing with a downtrodden mall Santa
Waylon,
before they kill him. Yeah.
Wait,
who the hell wears headphones like that?
Waylon.
Evidently, Wayland
To
does.
chin strap your headphones?
I'm trying to think if
Yeah.
I ever chin strapped my headphones. I might have done
I
it once, but
haven't.
it was for a specific reason. I don't remember what it was.
To try
I've
it.
seen it before. I've seen it before though. Right.
No, it wouldn't have been to
Alright.
try it. I did it because I was doing a specific activity where chin strapping them would have been better, but it's weird. It's not something.
It's not conventional.
It is not conventional.
I believe my first note on this is R.I.P. Butt Crack Santa.
Yeah, I didn't stand a chance.
Didn't stand a chance. And we see James has enjoys hunting in the flesh, as we say, without a shirt on.
Oh yeah, he's got to look like a hunk.
Intimidation factor up.
You gotta have sexy vampires. That's
yeah.
what this movie
So-
is.
Yeah. And then next scene is Bella doing her research, looking up books in bookstores. And I think it's weird that she just clicks on the most obscure websites and independent bookstores like first. And it might be that she just supports those things, but I just thought it was weird that she went straight for the correct one, like without looking at other pages, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
That sounds like a writer thing. That sounds like
She
it
would-
would bother you the most.
She went from being able to order on Amazon, some other storefront, some other store, to the store that was closest to her without a map actually being next to it. She just clicked on that one because she felt like it. It was
It was a little weird. It wasn't. I don't. And granted, I don't have a major issue with it. It's just obviously it's just moving the plot along. That's what I see it as because that's what it's doing. It just that's what's happening.
just made it the first result.
I will tell you, Thunderbird and Whale is a real website. I checked it out.
is it the same website?
Yeah.
Well, interesting.
I don't know if it's a real store, and I don't know if it's made for the movie, but it was a functioning real website.
Interesting. We can learn. Do we have any, I guess, things on her research scene before we cut away to it being a nice day and the Cullens being out for camping?
I think it holds. Yeah, I think it has the best foreshadowing in the movie. Is it the
Oh,
same?
the fact that it's a nice day, the Cullens are out camping.
No, the maybe I have the wrong scene. Never mind. Sorry. It's when she has the
Oh,
book. Is what I'm thinking of.
I really love her her weird thoughts when she gets the books. But sorry, I'm also thinking of the wrong scene because at this point the movie starts blending together.
Yeah, I don't have anything for research.
Alright, then moving on to the them at lunch. The Cullens are out camping, and they are talking about going out to buy dresses. Anything on that scene?
This is where I start having issues with the vampires with sunlight. Because if this place was 365, cloudy, overcast every day, I'm like, okay, I would understand them thinking it's safe to be out during the day. But if there's chances of sunlight seeping in at all, then that's a huge risk at any moment, any day. Just one piece of sunlight creeps through a cloud, and then boom, you're exposed.
And I wonder if
Mm,
that's
and
going to be something that
That's why
continues
I
to happen
asked
for
if
the
they,
rest of the film.
when they move, they travel all
the
over,
series.
because they'd have to stick to certain areas that have this overcast.
I mean, if they want a populated area, I mean, they could literally just go into the middle of nowhere woods and just eat animals there though for 10 years.
In theory, also they could just wear like thicker clothing, like hoods and stuff like that. Just not be in direct sunlight. They could do that. We don't see them do that.
Just knowing that this place actually gets sunlight automatically makes it, I think, an unnecessary risk factor to go to high school. They don't have to be in school. They
They
could be
could be
homeschooled.
Yeah.
They don't have to do this and risk everything.
But
Want
then
to be
how
part
would
of the
this,
people.
love interest ever be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you
Obviously,
say, Cass?
Be part of the people because they don't want to just not eat people. They want to be a part of society. They want to keep attempting to live as normal. Their whole charm.
Is
I mean,
it?
they could go into town and do stuff, but
That's
going
true.
to school every single day is a risk.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Homeschool's fine. Being a cabined family out in the middle of no civilization, I think, could be more worrisome.
Worrisome.
Well, if they get found
Yeah.
out or someone finds them, they're like, okay, we have to kill this person to cover it up. But then killing people really brings in police effort and force and everything. Unless
Well,
they
not
have like some
necessarily.
real safe.
Assuming they
They would
have
just
their
leave. They wouldn't have to kill anybody.
I feel like that's way more exhausting onto them. Rather than be like, oh yeah, we belong in this community, we're just homeschooled, which is more of a safety for the kids. Besides, they've been alone for so long, how much more can they learn?
at high
I mean,
school.
things are getting taught all the time. Multiplication used to have an X, and now they use dots.
That's true.
Very
You brought up
exciting.
earlier how Edward wanted to change classes with biology, and you're like, well, he could have done biology 17 times now.
Did I say that?
No, that was me. But
No, right.
yeah.
Yeah, across all the schools he's been at. Yeah, definitely. But then again, it boils down to teachers. Some teachers teach things that others don't.
It's also really plays into how kind of dumb Edward is then with secrecy if he's gone through so many school subjects and he's not smart.
I don't know what kind of smart you're talking about. What's he dumb about right now?
I don't know, just like he doesn't.
What if
He can't hide himself well.
No, I just.
Well, they don't teach subterfuge in school, so
Yeah,
he
it's an
wouldn't learn.
acquired
He
trait.
wouldn't learn that in math class. So I wouldn't call him just flat out dumb. I'd say he's a terrible liar and stuff like that. But that's kind of a different element, different trait.
Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking of doesn't get expressed by him.
No, we don't see him as super intelligent where he has to plan out everything. We don't get any big scenes like that. Sure.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, I think we're out of time for Cass. Would you like to give any thoughts about any particular scenes in the film going forward, and then you can give us your summary and ratings?
I think Bella might be suicidal. I feel like the next movie totally proves my case as well, but I think she's already kind of suicidal. I think
she definitely
Charlie
has
deserves
issues.
Charlie deserves a better daughter. How dare she hurt my poor little flannel wearing man. He just
She
wants
went
to
for the
love her.
throat.
Yeah, I know. No hesitation, too, really.
It is crazy. Also, at this point, from when she confronts him, it's like mid to end February. The chasing scene with James happens March 16th, and they kill him. Everything is very, very shortly timed, and it's probably my biggest issue because I hate insta love in teenagers. I love the shot of her normal friends going out as she's running away from the house. Sorry, I'm reading through my notes.
I
Oh,
feel like she
and
fell in love on her second look at him. Because in the cafeteria
yeah,
she had interest, and then in the biology she was like in love. She was
Biting her
mesmerized
lip,
by him.
yeah, I'm just like...
my final thought is for the end of the movie. So you mean to tell me that you could read so many people's minds and you know that you're in danger? You just out there slow down waltzing with her. Well, there is a murderous redhead plotting her and yours death, and you do nothing. Nothing. And she just walks away, and you look like you got no clue. No I look there, nothing, just I won't turn you. I want to kill Bella. Do you think that's yours? Like, I have some questions for Edward. And
Oh,
yeah.
inconsistent mind reading powers? Yeah, that's gonna stay
I mean,
that way.
inconsistent powers in general. I mean, Alice, when does she get visions? Why? When?
Hold
And
on,
none
hold
of
on.
it.
It's not inconsistent yet. Okay.
It's always convenient when it happens. Like when they're playing baseball, she's like, oh, "They're here." Why didn't she think of that half an hour ago? I mean, like,
Oh, I assumed they smelled them.
no, she got a vision of
Heard
it.
them. The other vampires heard them playing baseball and decided to come. And Alice quite literally says, "I can only see what people change their minds to." And so what she had seen last was them leaving town. And then they had changed their minds and were already almost there. So she was kind of almost seeing like 30 seconds into the future because that's how close vampire speed they were.
Okay. Then yeah, I got a problem with that. I didn't take it as her having a vision. I took it as her smelling them first.
Because she gets the vision of them walking through smoke or fog or whatever, and then that scene is repeated once they actually show up. So that was a premonition of that.
See, Edward.
I didn't see it that way, but
Yeah.
it makes sense that it is that way in the sense that it just makes her powers inconsistent. All right.
Uh,
Rating and summary, cuz.
Objectively, I think it's actually kind of beautiful. It's a very nostalgic, and uh, I don't think the plot is. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I give it a 6.5. Um what did I tell Kiki earlier? It feels like an art school project. Maybe not high school, but like beginning college years where you spend like a year or so, maybe two, of like your major focusing on this ending project. So it's not supposed to be perfect, but it's supposed to be as close as perfect with writing, producing, and directing, and editing, and acting. It feels like that, but with a good budget. So, but also with what they were working on, I think it's a pretty okay movie considering the fact they don't can keep like half of the crazy things Stephanie wanted. Summary.
Probably to the film's benefit.
Yeah, to the film's benefit. Summary. Will I always rewatch this movie if I see it? No. Will I probably rewatch it once or twice before the decade ends? Yes. And then I'm going to remember why I did not want to rewatch it. But now that I have rewatched Twilight, I think I'm going to have to binge watch to Breaking Dawn. And I'm very excited to listen to you guys' thoughts through the podcast, and I'm very prepared for those 12-hour long podcasts.
I don't know if it'll make it those long.
Dragon Dawn
I don't know if
Part
it'll get
1
that long.
might make it.
But thank you for having me on. It was definitely a lot of fun. I think it definitely made me see the movie a little bit differently, because I've always kind of just watched it from enjoyment perspective and not character and cinematography and like what do I see versus what is someone else going to see and what do I have issues with. So I definitely want to do something like it again. But great.
Did you have a subjective rating, or did I miss that?
Subjective, how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 7. Just because I do have fun rewatching it, because it's one of those things I can get popcorn and ice cream to and laugh laugh at the scenes.
Well, all right. Thank you for coming on, Cass. We really appreciate having a guest for Twilight.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, of course.
It's been fun.
It's been very fun. I'm going to disconnect now. Bye-bye.
Why?
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Toodaloo.
She kind of went through a lot there, so I think I will drag us back just a bit. I'm gonna take us to the girls trying on dresses and Bella just not paying them any mind.
Yeah.
Is that rude on Bella's part?
Yes.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Because
Yes, absolutely.
Because I mean, like, she could have just been honest with them from the beginning and said, I want to go visit a bookstore. And then, they have that in their minds too, that's on the docket as their plan. So that's not, she's just being flippantly rude.
She was
Also,
using them.
yeah.
Because they brought up the dresses, which just happened to be in the same place where the bookstore is, by the way. She used it. She used them. She got no enjoyment out of it. It's unfortunate.
Yep. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but the guys that walk by and knock on the glass, those are the guys that show up later, right? For the alleyway and.
Yeah, they bring. One of them says, "Oh, you were at the dress store," or something like that.
Okay, so it is that.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah. So either they followed her, or they she just happened to stumble across them,
Yeah.
which is also convenient.
All right. Well, yeah. Crimson, you got a point?
Yes. Rude. I lost my notes. I got distracted with that part. But yeah, I think with Jessica and Angela, there we go. Their friendships are very interesting. Cass really liked it, Angela as a friend, and I think that's good. Jessica is very confusing to me because we touched on she's almost the bad girl archetype, the bully character, but she's not quite there. And this is a situation where that archetype would absolutely take place, but she's like, okay, sure, see you later.
Yeah, it would have
It's an
definitely have taken root
interesting
here.
subversion, I suppose, of a sort.
You already used that word in front of me. Why?
We already brought up Brian Johnson once. We have to bring it
true.
up once a season, apparently.
I stand by what I said. Springs, you got a point?
Over Angela and Jessica?
Oh no, just in the act that we're in.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, are we jumping to act popcorn now? Or are we still sticking with the linear?
I figure we'll jump to act popcorn.
Okay.
Did Edward stalk Bella all day long in his car?
Bingo. That's what I had to read out of
The
it.
assumption is yes.
She went to a different town, right? different area.
Yeah.
We get a shot of him watching her through the bushes at the bookshop. So yeah, he was absolutely watching her this whole time.
I can't
And
tell if it would have been better if he didn't have a car.
Well,
he could have ran there
would,
with vampire speed, I guess. But
if he the issue with that is that he would not be able to hide his vampire speed from Bella at that point.
or bystanders,
Or
depending on
bystanders.
what the
So
route was taken.
I think the car does serve a purpose. He might have, had the car nearby and he vampire sprinted back to the car after he watched her leave the bookstore and saw trouble coming because he could read their minds. So he might have just had the car nearby.
Okay.
It would work as a cover. It makes sense to me that he would have it nearby.
Nearby is fine. Totally fine with that. Just arriving in the car.
Yeah, to get her out, you know.
Yeah. I didn't know if him not fighting is showing like lover, not a fighter, but then we know by later he's a fighter, so
He's just showing restraint.
Yeah.
Because, if he did commit to fighting, that would cause problems for him and his family.
okay. I guess I'm on
If
the
he went to
car then.
fighting, he might have actually killed him.
Yeah, there is that too, because he's asking Bella to talk him down by asking him to put her seatbelt. Just really funny.
Yeah, and then there's the element of them. No, it's getting into baseball. I'll hold it for baseball. We'll get there. I'll just jump to the dinner scene, I guess. The very accommodating friends. Except that she ditched him for him. Good on them. I think it works for the characters
I
we have.
was unsure of the time change, but given the fact that they were like, I don't know how far her bookstore was away from the dress store.
Yeah, because you got the whole dress store. We don't know how long they were there, and then their dinner. We don't know how long they waited before they decided to eat. Right. So yeah, there's enough time to play around, I think, with it. What was I saying? Edward spouts off some stuff like the square root of pi, and she mentioned it. And he's like, "You know that? Like, what is this scene? This is very weird. Why are we listing this stuff?" Well, I'm confused.
I think she said something to the effect of like, you don't tell me anything. So he just starts listing things off, like random little facts. As for why him being surprised that she knows the square root of pi, I have no idea.
Oh, that of him just giving answers.
Yeah, randomly listening through answers.
Well, yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then he slips up again, mentioning reading their minds, and she obviously caught that because it was freaking blatant. Do you think he was was that a slip up or him actually trying to ease her into it?
Slip up.
It would be better if it's him easing her into it.
I would like it, but I'm thinking it is still a slip up.
Oh yeah, I also think it's still a slip up. Edward has done nothing but slip up constantly, so I'm gonna go with slip up. But it would be cool if at this point, and better for him if it wasn't that. But we are given nothing to indicate otherwise.
Yeah. Edward's random answers feels like a very Crimson thing to do.
In terms of conversation, yeah, maybe.
Fair enough. I can't deny I might do something like that.
I will say that I forgot to mention the alleyway with the ruffian boys that Edward scares off. It's definitely tropey and cliche.
Spider-Man did it better.
Yep.
Probably. I wouldn't put it past it. It's been a while since I've seen that film. But yeah, I don't innately hate the scene. It just feels, it's standard romantic protective trophy thing.
It is quite tropey for sure. And the way she just at the dinner accepts that he's been stalking her that whole day. She flat out
she just
calls
yeah, she's obsessed with him too.
Yeah, I remember she also thinks something's wrong with her because he can't read her mind because she's not like other girls.
And then I wrote, "What if he was ugly?" I was like, "What if this was like?" Well, now I'm being rude because I said it as ugly. Shoot. Unconventionally attractive. What if it was like John Candy, instead
Okay.
of
That's mean.
This is gonna.
That's
This
mean.
is
I
gonna
thought you
go.
were gonna say something completely different, like Beauty and the Beast something. That was mean.
No, not the fiction stuff.
I mean, this is gonna be a rehash of the conversation we had with before we go.
It is the same with
And
the alley there.
I still stand by what I said then as I do now. It's that it could still work. The writers just had to put in a lot more effort in it to make it the the unconventional attractiveness be it's just going to be another barrier that would have to be overcome.
Yeah. Sorry, John Candy's ghost, by the way, but that's the first thing that
That
came
was
to
so
mind.
mean.
I said
You
I
think John
changed it to
Candy's ugly?
unconventional. He's not a hottie. All right, get over yourself, Sprinks. Okay.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's a okay. I gotta remember, John Candy's a comedian. I'm sure he would have laughed at that.
It's okay to say that there's unattractive people in the world and there's the super attractive. It's totally acceptable to say that.
Oh, I agree with you. That's totally acceptable to say.
All right, whatever. Stay on that high horse.
Anything else for dinner scene? Other than the weird stalking thing that she's
No.
fine with.
It's good to point out that Bella is a vegetarian too. A traditional sense.
Yeah.
As she had his veggie burger at the diner, she now has a mushroom thing here.
Stew? Yeah.
I wonder if she's ever going to change her ways about meat.
We shall see.
Not in this movie. Who knows?
I think I want to give some credit to Robert Patterson as an actor because a lot of the stuff that he says in this particular scene could definitely come off as creepy. But I think he does a good job acting, so that's not like at the forefront of everyone's thoughts when watching the scene. It's still definitely a factor, but it does a good job of being a charming actor that it's not the main concern that you pull away. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And then they Springs, why don't you jump somewhere?
The crime scene of the car, of the van, the police van, driving out of the crime scene as they're driving up to it. And as the car turns in front of them, it cuts to Bella and Edward in the car, and they're still driving because you can see the environment outside the window still move. And then they decide to turn in. But when they turn in, it's immediately after the cop car, and their car hasn't moved.
I am
Terribly cut.
lost. Okay, there. That makes sense. It's not a crime scene; it's the police station, right?
Yeah, it's the police station. I don't know why they would be hauling his body out of the police station.
Oh, police station. Sorry.
Well,
It's
they
the
did.
police station.
Well, they did the autopsy there.
No,
That's
they were
why.
taking him
That's Dr.
funeral.
Carlisle's reason for being there. He helped do the autopsy.
Guess I'm just not used to bodies coming out of a police station. But yeah, that makes sense.
I confused the what's it called? I confused the pepper spray for a flash grenade.
That's a pretty big confusion. Okay.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
That was I know, right? So that was what I thought it was the entire film until the end until she pepper sprayed James. I'm like, oh man, she's gonna use the flash grenades in some clever way. No, it's pepper spray, and I was so disappointed.
So you missed
And
when
then
Charlie said,
rewatched-
"Here's pepper spray."
Yeah.
Yes, that is again. That's when I yeah.
And then
I
later
figured
when he
it
goes,
out.
"I packed you more pepper spray."
Yes, I know. Like I said, I assumed he just got her pepper spray too, but it was showing us the flash grenade specifically, so that because the flash grenade would be important. You can get your daughter both, you know.
You're being the chief of police. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, anyways, that's where my brain went. So I was disappointed when that was never used. That being said,
kind
I
of similar to you. I also misunderstood what the pepper spray was. I thought it was bear spray, like to ward off bears, but it's just your garden
Like
variety pepper
like
spray.
your explosive repellent / shark repellent. Yeah, it's hard to mix this up.
Because they have bear spray to ward off bears, which is what I thought it was because it was so big. But no, it was just normal pepper spray.
But obviously, my second watch through, I saw the words pepper spray written on the
On
can. Yeah. So it made my confusion more funny.
Wild.
It was definitely it went on a journey with that because I thought it was Chekhov's gun.
Well, I mean, it did come back.
It did.
Just
I
not as
just
a
thought it
flash
would come back
grenade.
in a different way. I like that Carlisle is the one to kind of snap Bella out of her thoughts to go comfort her dad.
Yeah, he's very supportive.
It's a small detail, but I appreciate that.
And poor Charlie just in a pitch black police station room.
Yeah, they're
staring at a
closed for the night.
computer.
He just can't,
There's no other police here to investigate this apparent death, I guess. I was going to say murder, but they don't know that yet.
I legitimately
Yeah.
think that it's that late at night, so they're just wrapping everything up.
The lights are off. He had to have turned them off and sat at his desk.
Yep.
Because
Well,
they would have had the lights on to carry the body out and stuff. It's still operating.
It might have been the last person to hit the lights on their way out, and he's just still there.
He's just sitting there. Chief, I'm leaving. You want me to turn the lights off? Sure.
Could be what happened. Could be. But legit, sometimes you just need to sit there and have a good old think in the dark when you lose a good friend.
Well acted.
Yeah.
Charlie's the type guy who would feel the emotion, but not necessarily show it too much. He's tough here, but not too tough.
Yeah, he's going through it. A lot of layers to Charlie's character, which is why Cass and I were only half joking when we think he's the best character. But this confused me. Does Bella accidentally touch the body on its way out? No. Okay, my inclination was that she accidentally did, which is why she got the whole cold, thing to start on her mythology search.
You're on the right track. It's just that she saw cold, dead feet.
Yeah.
She didn't touch them, though.
Okay.
She saw them.
Oh, look at those bare dogs barking in the wind. And she goes, oh, man, that reminds me of Edward's cold, dead eyes. And his cold hand. Ooh.
Yeah.
Being that it made her go straight to Edward, I think she was attracted to those feet.
Well, okay. Not my takeaway from that.
All right. Bella might, I'm adding this to my notes, might have foot fetish.
I mean, she saw it and immediately thought about him. So.
All right, there we go.
And it didn't go to the cold hand first. It went to his eyes.
Yeah, where you can see the contacts.
And then we have the reveal of, I guess, she's figured it out now. He's a vampire.
Yes,
this is the cold one research.
The scene I think has the best foreshadowing of the was it Peru? The Peru page of the Devil's Dismemberment.
Oh, for how to deal with them.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. There was groundwork for that. I appreciated it. Man, foreshadowing is so easy to do, but so hard for apparently other people to do. Well, I guess with that, is there any final thoughts about Act 2?
Why does she lead him into the forest?
To get away from public eye? I don't know.
I don't know. I think she wants
She's
to die.
Because she's being smarter than him at the moment?
I think she wants to die.
accuse him of being a vampire, so she wants to go to a secluded area and get killed by a vampire.
I
Well,
haven't the faintest fucking idea, other than that she wants to get her blood sucked because remember she fantasized about it while she was researching.
that is true. Crimson, are you going with what Cass said earlier about Bella
No,
possibly
I
being
didn't
suicidal?
think she was suicidal. No, no, I didn't think Bella's that deep yet. Um, but I was being kind of jokey. But she is going out in the middle of nowhere while accusing a monster of being a monster. That's not super
No.
wise.
I think it would have been funny if Edward's like yes, and then Eric and the journalism crew pop out of the bushes and like, we got it. This is gonna be great for the paper.
The cameraman comes up. This is what would you do?
But I think as Bella passed
Welcome to
Edward
Borks, and this is Jackass.
going to the forest, really showed that he wanted to read her mind. It
Yeah,
conveyed like what do you
Yeah.
what like being curious.
yeah. Then followed her, and yeah.
I agree. So I guess with that, we'll move on to Act 3, which is everything that happens in the forest, too, with the Charlie hunting down the 3 vampires that killed his friend.
Hunting down.
It's the barefoot, the footprint. Sorry.
The footprint. Crimson, why don't you start?
Wheat. So I'm going to start with the flashback, I guess, for the origin of Edward, the Spanish influenza stuff. Really brought up a question that I would have liked him to answer in this, since he was talking about his backstory of why Carlisle would save him. Because Carlisle, at that point, he had the garb of like a doctor or something along those lines. So he would have come across a bunch of people dying. Why was Edward special?
I think I would have done that same thing. What was special about Edward in 1918 that made Carlisle grant him immortality?
Because he's around a bunch of dying people, probably from Spanish influenza. We don't get any answer in this, and I don't think in the later movies, but
If I were
definitely not in this.
If I were to
This-
write for the writers here, the reason I would give is that Carlisle struggled to save people. Because remember, he loves to help people. That's why he's a doctor.
So, are
And
you implying that Edward was the closest to death?
no, I'm implying that he struggled to save people, and
Oh, when he just
he had
snapped?
lost so many people that he just wanted to save one, and that happened to be Edward.
It'd be nice if they showed that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That would be such a great character thing for Carlisle.
Also, they said Edward was his first, so he had the will to stop on Edward.
Yeah.
Because then he went to
Did
his
they say
wife.
Edward was his first?
Yeah, they said Edward was first and then his wife. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember the wife's
So
name.
it does help that he wants him to live, which made him snap to grant the immortality to not die and stopped him from doing so by, sucking all the blood out and killing him because he had the will to have him live.
Carlisle very much values life, and the reason this will be hammered home, I think, in the second film, more so than this one. How he does, because Carlisle brings up how much he loves being a doctor and likes to help people. So I think that is where that would be the foundation that I could conceive of with what they've given me to build something onto why Edward was saved by Carlisle. I just wish we had more reason given.
Yep.
So my headcanon will remain just that. It is a headcanon. There's definitely parts of it you can infer that are there, but I would like it's not enough to be for sure, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, Bella, great way to present yourself to a vampire turned away, in back turns, not looking at them at all. If I were to read into the scene, and fuck me, sure, why not? This could be her testing him in a way. By not looking at him, she's demonstrating trust, and by not hurting her, he is demonstrating he can be trusted. Or I can go with what I prefer to think, and Bella is just edging towards stupidity and insanity. Um,
Well, I would agree she is stupid, but I also do think it's the test one, or the trust one.
yeah.
The trust.
That would be the best faith interpretation of the scene. And she clearly has a read on him of some kind, because she can see through his mask, knows he's a good person, even though he constantly is trying to claim he's a bad person.
Yeah, but also how naive is she being?
Very.
Yeah, there's a line that they don't establish very well, where the naivety, where her bravery, trust, her ability to read him stop, and her naivety starts. You know.
Because you think on her research that there would be stuff on vampires how they're untrustworthy and manipulate to get people into precarious situations where they could consume them. There would have to be some layer of doubt after all that research, but she doesn't have any. She
Yeah.
goes full in on the trust at this point. But oh well, she survived. Unfortunate.
Yeah. I like that he implies that you brought up it as an issue, Crimson, and I agree that it is an issue because it's not strictly speaking like explained very well. I like that he implies that his looks and like his voice are evolved traits of an apex predator. Um, it's cool to think about in that way. In like imagine every facet of vampire. The what makes them as an apex predator was something that had evolved into their species. Like they glow, they can charm, etc. Um, it's mostly lip service here, I think. Obviously, uh, and funny enough, it makes me think of Freerun because spoilers, Freerun does have vampires, and I think they explore that trait and concept extremely well.
Duke.
Springs, you.
Let's see. He runs so fast that he flies,
Wow.
and it's comical.
Yeah, I don't know how he super speeds falling down off of something.
He's got some sort of propulsion that pushes him in any direction. He's got wind powers.
Oh, maybe that's the
Oh,
owl
wind
thing that you
powers.
saw earlier, Crimson. You know the symbolism. Obviously, he has wind powers. You know.
That's right. That's right.
Something I thought was questionable. I didn't know. Is Bella into serial killers?
Well, she definitely doesn't care that he's a killer,
Like,
I
he
guess.
kills people. He said he's lured people before. Probably not just
He's
all guys.
used to kill people.
Yes. And probably not just males, so also females. What? And he says he's a monster, but because he is a vampire. But then humans who are serial killers are considered to be monsters because of their actions.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think the people he's talking about killing are people he's eaten. If that makes sense. Um,
I don't think Eden just blood sucked and dead
Consumed.
from bleeding out. Yeah.
I mean, I can see. I mean, she's so like whipped by him that she doesn't care. But I wouldn't attribute that as a trait to her, where she's into serial
Yeah, but
killers,
isn't
because she's not
it's a
interested in any of the
weird
other
comparison.
vampires.
It's a weird comparison. Isn't that the same that could be said about Ted Bundy? Didn't when it found out like
oh,
he murdered a lot,
what?
girls were still into him.
Oh, yeah. The girls showed up constantly to his trial and were charmed by
It's like
his charisma.
I'm getting that with
That's
Edward, like, oh,
that's
I've murdered tons of people, in my past. I'm a murderer, and she goes, I don't care, I'm still into you.
Well, she's not into him because of the killings. She just ignores that. She doesn't care.
yeah. She's explicit that she doesn't care about that. She knows
But
he's a good person.
I
At
know,
least
but I'm sure
now.
that's the same with Ted Bundy. I'm sure there are some people who are into him because of the killings, but it was his
Oh well, no,
attractiveness.
he was still okay. So the difference is Ted Bundy wasn't reformed.
Like I said, I also wouldn't make a blanket statement that she's into serial killers because
yeah,
she's okay with this one.
I
So
don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna go out on a limb here and say that's a blanket statement. I don't know if I agree with that. There's definitely an avenue where I could see it. Like it's not far fetched. That could show she could be into, but I don't think that's the reason she's into Edward.
Again, not on the you've killed people, totally fine with me. I'm actually attracted more to you because of it. Not that aspect of serial killer. Just it's an action he's done, but she just goes over it because of how smutty she is with him on his looks or his appearance and mannerisms and all that.
yes,
Like
that's what we
it
see.
doesn't
Yeah,
back her off.
you phrased it. You phrased it as she is into serial killers. I disagree. She's into serial killers or accepting of serial killers. Uh, she's just into Edward.
Eh,
He just happened to be a serial killer, and she's okay with it.
Okay. Again, I am wording it incorrectly in what I mean.
I get what you're
Okay.
saying.
I don't. So
She's not
you want to try
into
rephrasing it?
murder. She's not into someone killing people. She's into the person itself. But the person who is murdering and being said that murder is what they have done is not a caveat to like, okay, let's back up, let's assess this situation here, see how the relationship keeps going. It's no, I'm still into you. I don't care about what you've done or are going to do.
That's what I said. She doesn't care.
Okay,
She accepts him for who he is,
that's what I'm
killer
saying.
and
I
all.
feel like the same with Ted Bundy. Of he came out, he's murdered people, and some girls were like, I still think he's a hunk of a dude. He's attractive as hell. It's like, yeah, but he's murdered tons of people. And then you got some who are like, oh, I'm attracted because he's killed people. But that's not what I'm going on. She's not attracted to Edward because he's killed people.
Oh well, I mean, the reason that they were attracted to Ted Bundy is just because he's charming. That's one of the things you'll always hear about when it comes to like documentaries that surround him. Is he's a very charming person. He's very likable. He's very got the charisma aspect to him. Put a lot of stuff into his charisma stat.
And that's different of Edward, who's not charismatic at all.
Well, to anyone
But
else but her.
but yeah, but Bella is charmed.
Yeah. So like I said, I don't think that would be. I don't know. It's not the fact that he's a serial killer that makes him attractive. It's that he just happens to be one because he lacks, I guess, a lot of the traits to others is to what like compared to what Ted Bundy quote unquote had.
It's just
Um,
not a questionable trait in their relationship to assess.
Correct. The only thing I got stuck on with your statement, Springs, was you said she's into serial killers, which would be plural, which I don't think that's a trait for her.
Well,
That
Ted
was the
Bundy
only
seemed the
thing.
most appropriate to go with. I think Jeffrey
Yeah,
Dahmer's
you are
a
making
little
a
different.
Yeah, I understand why you made the comparison. So it's Crimson.
Right. I'm hinted at earlier of Jasper having an inconsistency with his control. One being here, it's minor, and it's definitely worse going forward in the movies. But when she's at the house and they're prepping food, he's clearly struggling to hold himself back there. And all I could think of is you go to a school where you're surrounded by a whole bunch of people. Why is the hardest we're seeing you struggle with Bella?
I have no fucking clue.
Does Bella have a stronger scent than anyone else?
Bella
We
is supposed
hear
to be special, but
Alice
it's
says she smells really tasty or something like that, really good. So it can be read into she does have a better scent, but Jasper can smell her at school. We he's just struggling more here than anywhere else we see.
Yeah.
With less people around.
My issue with that, which hopefully you two can clear up for me, but it's in this film, is that Carlisle states that Jasper is their newest vegetarian.
Yeah.
That's not. I took it as not being accurate, but is that implying that he's the newest to stop drinking human blood versus the newest vampire made? Because he's not the newest vampire made.
Yeah, I think he's just their newest addition to the family because Alice is like his girlfriend, I think, and she just is trying not to do that anymore because he wants to be better. That's the implication I got. So newest
Well,
vegetarian, he's the newest person to the house.
he was in the Civil War, yes.
Yeah, according to the books, yeah.
Well,
Well, was it a Breaking Dawn Part
knowledge.
2 or something? I mean,
Yeah,
later.
yeah. It's stated in the films as well.
It
I mean,
kinda
Ryder,
comes
look
up,
at your outfit you're wearing.
So that would
Right.
make him older than Edward in terms of turning into a vampire. So it would have to be him joining the family as the newest member of being a new vampire, in quotes,
vegetarian?
I guess.
It's
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
not as a vampire.
So like yeah, he used to be someone who went around and like ate people and stuff like that and drank blood. But
Because that's also
yeah,
how I
no,
interpret
now
it. Is like
yeah,
Edward's like everyone else has stopped, but Jasper's like still going, and now he's like because of Alice has stopped. So he's
no, it's because he's now a part of their family. He's stopped. Is what the implication is. Like he's the newest member of their family, and
Well-
therefore the newest vegetarian.
in that case could both be said as accurate then.
What?
Like he
I
is
don't
newest in
understand.
the family, but he is also before the family because he's the newest in it. Still drank human blood more recently than anyone else.
Probably. I
Yes.
wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Yeah, we don't really know when he was taken under their wing. Or he would be the most recent to drink blood, presumably. Human blood. Trying to figure out everyone's timelines.
Okay, I was just curious on that matter because I didn't know if
Fair
that was a damaging line for later. It's not.
enough. What do we think about the romantic dialogue here in the forest? Quote
Mermaid?
unquote
Oh, the
romantic
lion and the
dialogue.
lamb.
Yeah, there's that, but there's like that I trust you. I don't know if I can control myself. I know you can. That the whole back and forth in general, and then obviously the lion and the lamb
Oh, teenage angst.
definitely comes off to me as teenage angst. Yeah,
But
Arf.
I'd rather
yes,
die
but
than stay away from you. That's very
when
fast.
you get immortalized as a vampire at the age of 17, is your mentality always at the age of 17? Like, does your brain of maturity stop, like, developing, like, at that,
Don't
like, is he
no.
always thinking he's 17?
Well, physically, his body hasn't changed, so I'd imagine physically his brain hasn't either. So I would imagine he does have the 17-year-old brain.
Okay, because I'm like, then the teen angst of the lines he delivers fit to that. It's not like he's a century old and doesn't change. I mean, even Bell's like, sometimes your dialogue's changed, like your what you say, and it's like that's just slang changing over time, but his meaning behind what he's saying fits a 17-year-old.
Yes, he's not very mature in any of his actions, really.
Yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's the way it is. I don't really get a confirmation on that, as far as I can remember.
And I was
Uh,
curious, and hopefully I would have liked to ask Cass this question, but when they're going over the lion, the lamb, like little analogy between the two of them, and he says the lion fell in love with the lamb, or if Edward's the lion saying it fell in love, does that mean he technically said like I love you first, or does it
oh yeah,
have
he
to be the
confessed.
3 words?
It's
Well,
poetically stating "I love you."
yeah, it's poetically stating. Yeah, he definitely confessed his feelings.
Okay,
Yeah.
he said it first.
Yeah, don't worry. I had the same question in my notes. Did Edward just confess?
I'm like,
Calm
this
chat,
is a
everybody.
big love story. It's like that's a big question. Who said I love you first? And it's like, well, if it's the exact word, because people are going to be very finicky. If it's the exact words of it, they haven't said in this
Yeah,
movie.
I
But
also wrote in my notes. It's like I need to know if there's a thing about vampires finding their true love when they can't read minds. but I haven't done the research for that yet. So, and obviously, it's not true in this universe, at least.
And Crimson, you brought up earlier about how Bella's eyes don't move when they're stuck on Edward's. When they're
Yeah.
laying down in the grass, she's looking at him and then slowly turns her head, and it's very minor. I think she's like looking probably at his ear, but it almost gets to the point where she's looking at the camera.
Yeah, with the angle, it's almost there.
And since we're on the scene, I just want to say, normalize wanting to stare lovingly and lustfully at your romantic partners. As
That's
much as
creepy. Okay.
yeah. So the thing here is, obviously, like everybody else back in the day, I remember watching the Honest trailers for this, and they made a huge joke of the staring between the characters and stuff like that. And I get the joke, ha ha ha. That being said, it's okay if you love each other, just stare at each other like that constantly.
what is that?
Normalize it.
I can see it in my head. What's that movie where the two people are like have their hands over each other's necks and like forehead touching, and everyone's like, "That's weird. Why are you doing that?" And then they complain, like, "Just let them be in love." Oh, I can't
Hands
remember what
on
that
necks.
is. I don't know if it's like Perks being a wallflower, or if it's like
I don't
Project
remember that.
Almanac or something. It's some high school love thing where two people are just like in love, embracing one another in that way, and people are making fun of them.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised.
I would have been on the opposite team for that one. I don't make fun of I don't make fun of people expressing their feelings to one another.
Let me know
usually.
down in the comments if you know what I'm talking about.
There's
Whatever that's from.
I have a generic image in my head, but I don't know if it's applicable.
Oh, I know. It's not from a movie. I know what I'm thinking of. It's from like a Vine or a video or someone recording two people at a Starbucks, like embracing one another, and he goes, "This is weird. This is a public space," and the girlfriend like fights, like backs, like protects her boyfriend. That's what it is.
My mind went to Wally when their foreheads bumped, but they weren't holding each other's necks.
No.
Public display, it stands to reason. What Black Widow said is true. Public displays of affection make people uncomfortable. I have no idea fucking why, but it do.
Yeah.
Let's see what I got. The caps, the graduation caps. It's a nice visual. I think it's cool.
Cool detail.
Yeah, sparks issues for me though,
All
because
the documentation.
I saw that and immediately, yeah, documentation. Do they change their identities every time they go somewhere?
They have to.
And if so, how do they do it?
They have to
get
change their identity.
I don't know. I mean, you got some leeway with Carlisle being a doctor, so maybe he can play with some documents. But they don't say anything on it. They
It's
don't
only
even
medical
acknowledge
records.
changing identities or changing names or anything. It's just completely and utterly ignored. And it seems like something they should address.
That would be that this falls onto like the whole deer thing again. If a vampire in this family got arrested or something, a criminal record, that's something Carlisle can't fix on his own. Like, it's not a medical thing that he can like fudge up and remove or fix. It's like that's a different documentation. So would someone have to work as a cop to go into that, or
sheriff?
Yeah.
That's why he's friends with Charlie.
Yeah, but
So
I mean,
it's an
that's in
interesting
one
thing to
town
throw
of
in there.
moving. You'd have to befriend every single cop, or
I was
sorry,
gonna say
every
it's an
chief.
inside joke, for at least from Edward's perspective. But yeah, it does introduce its fair set of problems, because public documentation is easier to falsify, I guess, than
Good lord, that's a
criminal
nightmare.
records. But
That's a nightmare. If they're all in the mentality of teenagers for centuries, and they can't screw up or be rebellious because of a criminal record that could be made.
It's not that hard to be a law-abiding citizen. I want to throw out there.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I mean, just a thought.
Not every freaking kid gets a criminal record.
No, I'm not saying no, but also the kid grows up. They're stuck as this age for immortality. And hey, I'm gonna point a finger. I think if anyone, it's gonna be Emmett. I can see Emmett like being a little reckless.
I'm sure. I was gonna make a joke. Yeah, probably Emmett.
No, you think Jasper is gonna be
Yeah.
firing off a rifle?
I think
He's
Jasper
probably
was
gonna be
gonna
eating
fucking start
people.
killing people. Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely a crime.
Forget about Hannibal the Cannibal. We got Jasper the.
Jasper the Casper maker.
Yeah.
Jasper the Casper maker. Oh my! Wow. I
I like
that.
it.
There's a weird. I
I
don't know
do
if you
like
guys
the shot
caught
of
it.
them lying in the grass together. Oh, there we go.
Oh
Sorry.
wow.
I don't know if you caught it. If it was in your version, right, or of the extended. But when Edward and Bella get to school, and Edward says, I'm going to hell. Like it doesn't matter anymore.
Going to hell anyway.
Yeah. As soon as he says that, it cuts all audio out, and it's just music. It's a weird audio cut because the scene's still going, or the shot still goes.
Yes, I think it was very much the same for mine as well. The music was still going. The shot just like the it wasn't an instant cut. All the sounds around them muffled just quickly.
Oh, they were muffled on your end.
Yeah. No. So no. So what happened is they muffled to mute, or they muffled and got cut away. But like it wasn't an instant cut.
Yes,
Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah.
Sound faded.
The sound faded into the music.
Oh. Either I have to rewatch the scene or see the extended, because that's not. It was an immediate cut, is what I heard.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
As soon as he said the line, all fully in background, and it stopped, and it was just the music, but the shot continued, and then cut to, I think, I don't know, Emmett and Rosalie are at the car before going on to the next scene.
Yeah.
Just cutting
Okay.
out the audio beforehand, before the shot. I don't know. It's a 2-second gap, but it felt weird.
Didn't pick up on that one. I missed that.
I do like that Edward alludes to rules, that he's breaking all the rules right now. He's referring more to the vampire world than, anything else.
Oh, doy.
Well, he's got his family rules, and then he's got the
Yeah,
vampire
but
rules.
after this whole talk with Bella of like, I'm a vampire, now you know, everything after this is him in public just being like, oh yeah, my vampire family, and oh yeah, the vampire baseball game, and hey, vampires do this, just out and about. Where everything beforehand has never been said.
involving her.
But it's in public.
Let me just fix the dent in this car real quick. Whoop.
Well, I mean, he's looking. He can look around. He was on top of the car before he did that, so presumably nobody saw.
But it's Edward.
I agree with Mix. He's
being
gotten
dumb.
very loose.
Oh yeah, he's much more
As soon
open
as
about it. I agree.
Bella
That's
knows,
not-
he
I'm not gonna
thinks
fit that.
it's totally fine. Like,
she even acknowledges it.
I
Like,
got
what are you
super hearing.
doing?
Humans can hear too? No way.
Yeah, he's more free with it. He's not super blatant around people, but he's definitely more.
Yeah, he's more free around
carefree.
Bella specifically. Yeah.
Definitely more free. Too free for me, but
Too free for me.
Yeah, I don't know if it's I viewed him as a dumb character from the start, so I don't know if it changed my opinion of him at all. The fact that he was more open,
Oh,
which
I'm
is
like,
why
he's
I
still
just
dumb, but it's
I
now
just glossed
endangering his
over it
family.
because I just glossed over it because I just thought he was this stupid. He was doing such a bad job of hiding it. I didn't care that he was open with it because everyone would have gotten the same information anyway. So maybe, yeah, I got to think about that. I might be on your guys' side about him being too open now, but legitimately, I never thought of it because I thought he was being too stupid at the start of the film anyway.
Trying to think of a good example or something like that. Like, I don't know, like a kid who's like, oh, I thought I really felt like I was gonna bump into you, and I didn't. It's like, no, it's like you went through his shoulder because he's a ghost or something. It's like, oh man, dude, it's always cold around you. I don't know, just like all talk, and then the next day he goes, yeah, well, like my ghostly
I'm a
family
ghost.
and I, and
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, exactly. It's pretty much. It's an absurd example, but yes, it's pretty much.
it would
exactly
be
what
worse
happens to me.
if Edward was trying to convey to Bella that he is a vampire, like the small leeway that Crimson was saying at the restaurant, I think. of like if it was the reading minds thing was like his hint to help her. If he's just like, you ever read any books about vampires or something? Like something in that vein to get her to that point. She's at
You
the
should
point already, and he's like now going with that.
you should take your egg and just take a bath. Lull it over. Think it over.
Also, when after him giving like his story of his backstory of how he's vampire and everything, there's a part where he jumps, which I think Ryder, you said like he has this speed while moving in air, of
But
jumping,
he has
and
the
then
speed while falling down. Is my issue.
and it cuts to him jumping on top of the car on the truck.
Oh yeah, when they're having that same conversation over clearly many different points in
Yeah,
time.
it's like, can
Yeah,
you
that
act
was
like a
very weird.
human? Can you act? No. That what an interesting transition of a jump.
Interesting is bad,
Unintended?
or interesting is unique for you?
You
I
I'll
don't
say
think it's
unique. It's
bad.
not bad. It's just him. The only bad thing is they had to get him to jump. Well, actually, you know what? No, now that I think it is bad. It is bad because why the heck is he just jumping on the top of the truck?
He's having fun.
Where did he jump
He's
from? Did he
carefree.
jump off the house? He just jump off the street with super jump? It's
He
already an
can.
old car. Is he just going to damage it more?
He can. We established he's now the carefree Edward.
He is.
So that's all possible.
But also in public neighborhood, so he's just jumping super high on top of trucks.
Carefree Edward.
Okay. The more I think
it's
about
not
it, Ryder,
impossible.
it's bad. The
It's
transition's
not
fine
possible for a person to jump on a car hood or a roof. It's not impossible.
from the ground level.
Yeah, there's some really high jumpers out there. It wouldn't reach into superhuman air potential.
I don't know. I don't know how tall he is, but if he's 6 foot, that's got to be 6 feet tall, 6 feet high, and he has to jump over it to get clearance. So maybe 6 and 2 inches.
I'm gonna curves with this one. This doesn't need to reach into superhuman potential to do that.
There's some people that can jump their own height in a standing position, which is crazy, but it's possible.
Then why doesn't he go out for basketball?
Well, that would bring acknowledgement to his abilities and make him stand out, which was a
Oh,
complaint.
well, let's
I
not
think
do
with
that
his
in
short
public.
sleeves.
He has to hide the fact that he plays baseball. Remember, so
Oh yeah, the
Every time he
thunderous-
dribbles the ball,
yeah,
the
the
basketball
thunder.
explodes. Yeah.
All right. Fine transition, but carefree Edward's not great.
It is carefree Edward, not great.
it is Jeffrey Edward. Also, the same conversation continuing seamlessly. Obvious issue. Fine, I guess, for moving the plot along. Still a problem.
Right. It's for audience though. It's not like in universe.
Yeah, obviously it's for us. It's still an issue for in universe though.
Issue I had.
Alright.
Where the hell did Charlie come from? When Billy
Which
and
part?
Jacob, Edward drives off, and him and Billy like look at each other through the windows, and then they
Yeah.
come to park, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have the fried fish and watch the game and everything." Where'd Charlie come from? He just arrives with beer.
He
In
was
the
inside. He
house?
came out. Maybe he
Nope.
saw them drive up. Oh, then he just appeared. That's bad.
There was no Charlie coming out of the house or anything in the background. It's a wide shot, and we can see in the car it's just Jacob and Billy. Unless he walked
Oh.
up the street, but even in the wide shot, we don't see him on the street.
Also, before I forget, Springs, when did Umbrella Academy come out?
Like season 1?
Yes.
I don't know. Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Good couple
Probably
years
like
ago.
2017 or something.
Okay, then yeah, this is the original car staring meme right here.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
this
yeah,
this definitely
Umbrella's
came
not
out
this
before
old.
Umbrella Academy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the original car staring meme then.
Yeah,
Right
Umbrella
here,
Academy
where
did not
Edward
come out in
is-
2008.
Yeah, I just wanted the vibe check because I, wanted to be sure. It was a funny meme, so
Yeah, it was summer vibes though. I was just looking back at the scene, Sprinks, where Charlie came from, and it does look like he walked up from the street.
He just comes up behind him with beer.
It's not from the direction of the house, so he did come from the street.
Maybe he was
So
out
maybe he,
shopping with them.
yeah, maybe he walked to the store to get the beer and walked home. We don't know how
Could be.
far the house is
Maybe,
from the
It's
store.
still very.
but
It's still
Edward
oddly
pulling
edited.
out from the driveway, you don't see him on the street.
So, it's not impossible. It is admittedly weird. I will grant you that.
Man, I'm looking at my notes. I went on a really long tangent here about
Charlie and his product
Bella's.
placement.
No, because Bella wasn't worried about being in a house full of vampires, but is worried about whether they like her,
Oh no,
or
she doesn't
rather
care.
than being in a house of
She
vampires.
doesn't care. Cass has a good point that maybe she is suicidal. No, she trusts every vampire because she trusts Edward. She's like, Edward will protect
Yeah.
me. I'm totally fine from your family.
Yes,
Even though
I'm kind of in
Jasper's going to
agreement with
snap
that,
any
but
moment
I
and
went.
Rosalie's going to just kill her
I
and
mean,
not suck the blood.
Yeah. So
she has anecdotal evidence of them going to school, though. She knows they can control themselves. They're not just cold-blooded. I think there's some backing to her.
Well, that's in a
yeah,
school. This
I'm
is in
going
their
on my
own home.
notes. Yeah, I went on a lot. I went on my notes about in my notes. It was a very long tangent about what gives Bella her bravery trait, and I wasn't, or her like acceptance trait.
Mhm.
And I think, having thought about it, it might be the fact that as you said, it's that precedence of she has evidence of them like not being, you know, horribly vicious people to humans because they go to school.
They even joke about it.
But
Doesn't
yeah,
the mom joke like,
my
oh,
tangent though is
might kill you?
very very long, which is hilarious.
All right.
I'm debating whether
Too
to
long
read
to
it.
say, or do you need?
I'm debating whether I want to read it.
We're already at the
I'm
4-hour
leaning-
mark.
Yeah, I am gonna skip over it. But suffice to say, I compared Bella to Steve Rogers, Benjamin Gates, Psycho Belnades, and yeah, it was pretty funny.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to hear that after the podcast.
Yeah,
That's a recap.
Fine.
That's a great
That'll be
recap
it.
thing.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll mark it for recap. Someone has to remember because I'm absolutely gonna forget.
I find it a funny line that when Edward takes her like through the trees and they're up on top of the trees looking at the view, and she says, "This isn't real. This kind of stuff just doesn't exist." I know
Doesn't
she's
matter.
talking about Edward and his powers and vampires and all that, but she's looking at a view, and it's really funny that she's like, "I never knew this is what it looked like from up here. I didn't know a forest could look like this.
Impossible.
This doesn't exist."
That's what a mountain looks like.
Because she's already gone through the whole process of him being a vampire and being the family.
Yep.
So being up on this tree,
Yeah.
I'm like, what a weird line.
She's taking it all in her new position here. The thing I found funny was that I'm not scared of you. You really shouldn't have said that. And then like, all right, kill her, please
Oh,
do it.
yeah.
Proof point.
You really shouldn't
By
have
the
said
way,
that.
that is 100% a trailer line to just get people interested. Because I actually watching that scene reminded me of the trailer that I remember seeing for this, and that was supposed to be like an edgy like jump scare to entice people to watch the film.
I would not say such things if I were you.
Ew. Wow, that's so funny. I think they did a decent job with the awkwardness of entering his bedroom.
Also,
pointing
where's
out
the
the
bed?
bed.
He kind of has a couch. He sleeps
He
on
has
the
a
couch.
couch it's like a bed couch. It's it's got a headrest. I mean, come on. But yeah, I think it was okay. A little cheesy, but okay.
Oh, top of the tree has 6
Yeah.
panning shots. It cuts from
Of them
6
sitting there, or
no, at the top of the
climbing it?
tree, like looking at the view, it cuts 6 different panning shots in the tree.
Yeah.
Bit much.
Yeah. Also, Alice is great.
All right, keep it in
I
your
like
pants.
that. I like that Alice is just friendly and cheerful to Bella. Um, okay, all right. I can talk about how sexy she is, but I'm not. So
I like how it took a couple seconds to
I
for
was
that.
just ignoring him. Then I realized I probably should acknowledge the joke. uh,
Yeah, I liked Alice here because she's like, "Oh, we'll be good friends," because she saw the
she can,
future. She knows they're going
yeah,
to be friends.
she can see it, and I actually quite like her demeanor compared to the rest of the family because the rest of the family is a little awkward. Alice is very very forward, and maybe her ability to see in the future gives her that, so she knows how to just like, uh,
It's more comfort.
you know, more
She
comfort.
knows.
Yeah,
Well, she she's safe in knowing what could be.
yeah.
Also, that could be exhausting because they're not set in stone. So, does that feel like a lot of effort out of Alice to try to achieve something she wants in a vision?
Could be. It comes across to me as that she just gets them randomly.
Well, yes, but not the getting a vision is exhausting. I mean, when a vision occurs
Keeping the
that she
vision.
wants to achieve, that she takes it upon herself to get to that. So she's like, "Oh,
I
Bella
guess
and
it
I
depends.
are friends in this one thing." It's like, okay, I'm gonna put effort into being Bella's friend, rather than just kind of letting it be.
Well, she also knows putting in effort could change the ending, so
Yeah,
she might just actually go with the flow because that's the current track it's on. So her tampering it could ruin it.
that's a real Doctor Strange only one ending thing.
Uh, let's see. Oh, going way back to the beginning of the act here. The talk in the woods of Edward saying, "You don't know how long I've waited for you," I thought was really bad.
Uh, well,
I thought that was
listen,
so cheesy. It's
it's a good
yeah, you
cheesy
you've
romantic
waited
line.
100 years for Bella, and you've
That
known
being,
her for a
like I
month.
said, I like the
Yeah,
line, but god damn it, you have to earn your cheese, people. Seriously, I love cheesy lines of dialogue like
Yeah,
that, but
brain
you
dead.
have to fucking earn it.
yeah, it's terrible.
I don't know if Brain earned it.
You don't know if Dead earned the cheesy love in that movie?
You know what? I don't remember much of that movie, to be honest with you. But maybe it did. Whatever I said in the podcast is probably what I'm going to stick to now. 'Cause,
A dog got eaten in that movie, and you don't remember? Hmm.
uh,
I can't go on a date
honestly,
with you. My mom's sick.
that's a line I do remember. The reason I don't remember much of the film is just because gore movies aren't my thing. I took it as gore porn pretty much, and I don't
The
those
last
I don't
act of that,
retain
yeah.
those very well. I don't retain
Yeah,
those films, those sorts of movies very well.
it was almost a
No,
year ago at this point too.
yeah, I don't retain those movies kind of very well. So, um,
I don't think I really have anything else in the act.
yeah, I'm currently
I
skimming.
have one last thing.
Okay.
The piano.
Oh
Oh yeah,
yes,
I
the
guess
The
that's part of the
overdramatic,
piano.
song.
the
I
overdramatic
I
cinematography,
can't tell. I can't tell. Is that well? Yeah, it felt like
music video.
yeah, music video. I'm trying. It's not the Elton John. Can you feel the love tonight? That's not what I'm thinking. It's the how was it? Never thought I had.
Evanescence, My Immortal.
No, maybe I don't know that one, but I can't remember what it is. The song he's playing on the piano, is that a song from a CD that they're listening to that he knows how to play, or is it part of the score? I can't tell.
I'm pretty sure it's diegetically involved. He's playing it, therefore the soundtrack is him playing it. I think. I mean, that's how they played it off, anyways. I don't know if it's the entire song was Edward playing because you
That's
got
why
other instruments
I
in it.
can't say it's a issue somewhat like how we discussed with Hagrid in that, or like in Solo. So I'm on the fence. I don't know.
What was that? The Twilight theme song?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a theme. I don't. It doesn't have to be the theme song, but is that a song composed of the score for the background? It's not the theme one. I know that.
Oh well, that's not the same thing.
It doesn't have to be the theme song, like the main song of the movie. but a score of the song that's played that's knowledge onto the character. That's what I'm at. Is it a song that he's playing on like a CD that he just knows how to play on piano? Like an in-world song.
Yeah.
I guess that's the big question. I don't know if it's an in-world song or an out-world song.
Well, I mean, it's in world because we see him playing it.
Crimson, every example of what I just said are all in-world songs. Like Solo, that's an in-world Imperial March. But being an outworld song to us audience, knowing that song, composed.
Well, the song in that case was introduced as an outworld song. It wasn't a part of the world until Solo made it a part of the world.
Yes. So with Twilight, is it a song that's being played? Again, I just don't know.
Presumably, it's just the song that Edward was playing on the piano. Like, so I understand your concern here, but since I think he's physically playing it, it's both. I think it's the song he's playing in world, and it's now the soundtrack at the same time.
Okay, I'm fine with
Because
that.
otherwise, we have to take every band that's in the background. Like, actually, here's a good idea. Crash and the Boys from Scott Pilgrim. That song is definitely in universe.
Yes, that's a great example. Yes, okay. Yeah, that goes on to just I think Sinister and I talked about it a while ago. I can't remember on what episode. The difference between soundtrack and score. So that being part of the soundtrack of the song or soundtrack of the movie.
Because the Crash and the Boys song is definitely part of the soundtrack,
Yes.
but it serves functionally. But it was introduced in universe,
Yes.
so
It's a very thin. It's not. There's a specific instance that occurs that causes it.
for
my
It's
issue.
when the song is established to be out of world, being played in world.
If
That's
Edward
the
was playing the
instance.
piano piece of the theme song that's played earlier in the film,
Yes.
then I'd have an issue with it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But it's not
well.
that.
Yeah. I've come around to the idea that if the song is introduced in world first and then becomes a part of the soundtrack, I tend to be more accepting of the song as a part of the soundtrack, as like a character theme or whatever.
Oh.
Like in Star Wars, the
Cantina
song
band?
in the cantina, yeah. Like that's a in-universe song, but we tie that intrinsically to Star Wars, but it's established within it. So if they played that later,
that's
you're like,
totally
It depends on the situations. I think my go-to example of where it's worked for me has been Dune Part 1. When they step off the ships onto Arrakis for the first time, the Atreides band is playing that theme. Because that's the Atreides like house theme or whatever. Like it's their music, and then it comes back as a part of the score.
Yeah, without the band present in the scene or anything.
Without the band present in the scene when Gurney is leading the charge against the Harkonnens.
Okay, something like that's fine.
So, yeah, that to me is kind of what you have to do, I guess, if you want to make a song in world a part of the soundtrack, introduce it in world first.
I think I can agree with you on that.
I haven't really found because I can't really find many examples of it because it doesn't happen very often. I'm trying to think. So National Treasure theme, right? If, for example, if it was introduced in world, let's just this is going to be
like a
really
ringtone?
Weird. No. This is going to be a really weird tangent. Imagine Benjamin Gates was on the side. I'm adding some character facets here, so follow me for this logic. Used to be a part of a band. That was one of his things. He loved to play the music, and that's one of the songs that his band used to play. And we don't really hear that theme come back until he's doing something really great, and that's when the theme starts playing, and it becomes a facet of his character while also simultaneously being a part of the soundtrack now, because we know the importance of that song to the world itself first, and then now it's out of universe as well as part of the soundtrack. This is a very, very dumb tangent that I
If
just
it was
went
played first, then it's fine.
on.
In-world, Outworld, fine. Outworld, in-world, terrible.
Yeah, it's very. I
That's
haven't
where I
found
stand on
a.
it.
I haven't found an I haven't found an example yet where I like an Outworld song being introduced in world
Neither have I.
outside of like fucking the
Not like
pop music.
Yeah,
Yes.
not like Guardians of the Galaxy where it's like,
Yeah,
oh, we know
exactly.
all that music from the 70s. No, that's not what I mean.
Because they're a lot of them are started in world first. That's part of what makes them important. But yeah, that's a good example. Crimson, you've been quiet. Did we lose you? Did I don't even know.
No,
I've lost the.
my stance on it is quite simply, if they play music that's intrinsically tied to the property, uh, out of universe, like the soundtrack or score that the characters aren't privy to, and then they play it, then that's my issue, and that's usually tied to the theme song.
Okay, yeah,
So,
no, I would agree with that. That rolls into my issues typically.
so I'm fine with them doing like pop songs singing in their universe or something. I don't care because that establishes that song in their universe.
Okay, fair enough. I think we're not too fair. We're not too different. I think so.
You and I.
We're not so different, you and I.
Out of all this, there's just one area that I see as problematic.
Lighting in the piano room.
Crimson, lighting in the piano room, not great. Good
Is that
gosh,
where
is
it
that
was going?
smoke? There's smoke in that room? They're like,
That's what made it feel like a music video, as you put it, or one of you put it.
yeah.
I don't know what that was. It felt like it was out of the movie.
Well, yeah, I have no idea what they were trying to do with that either. So
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Just trying to make it romantic.
I guess
Yeah.
so.
Was that the parts breaks, or did I hijack it?
No, that's fine. I was just reiterating the one thing I had with music is Outworld,
Oh, it was
Inworld
that question.
is
Okay.
the problem. Anything else I think flies.
All right, I'm done with the act.
All right.
Other than the tree visuals were not
yeah.
great, but
Yeah.
leave it at
I
that.
think we're at just what's it called? Any comments on the last scene of the act, which would be the vampires hunting around for leading Charlie on a goose chase?
I would like to know how they got on their trail, because it looks like they're right on them. Same time of day, fresh print.
Oh, when Victoria runs by
Uh,
and then it cuts to the dog.
Yeah, it's like they're actively on her. It's not like a couple hours old footprint. And
Yeah.
I don't know how they even got to track her in the first place.
Yeah, I also have no idea how the oh fuck, and thoughts gone. Oh well. I just thought I'm the only thing I need to talk about is just the funny meme at the end of it with the two vampires making out and the third guy is just sitting there staring at them with his like head tilted. He's like, really? Now?
Have some control.
All right. I guess with that, we'll move on to Act 4, which is immediately after the scene, the diner scene where Mikey explains to Bella that he doesn't like her dating Edward, and then the waitress getting an update to when Bella rather rudely hurts the best character's feelings. Bella leaves
Destroys his
Charlie.
feelings.
I know. Bella leaves Charlie.
Beats him and leaves him on the side of the road emotionally. Yikes.
I know. It's very brutal. Springs, why don't you start us off?
All right. There's the ketchup again. Comes back up in the diner. There's an old guy on the other table who picks up the ketchup and it doesn't work.
I'm glad you picked that up too. He's like on the right side.
1 hour,
Oh, so,
12 minutes,
hold on.
58 seconds.
So what you're saying is it's better because it happened more than once.
There you go.
Fuck you.
No,
No.
Yeah, no, I have an issue with it.
No, it shows one, they don't have the budget for ketchup in this movie. And secondly, no one in this town knows how to use a ketchup bottle. You don't shake it, you squeeze.
It's kind of funny, man. I don't know why it's one of those small little like human things that you think would be intrinsic, but we all know actors aren't human apparently. So
clearly the ketchup is really old and separated. So
be
the
it.
top is just full of that liquid garbage.
Well, then that liquid garbage would come out.
And they're trying to mix it while tapping it. No, it's terrible. I agree.
I'm trying to remember the conversation that she had with Charlie here at the end.
Oh, he's like, boys. You like those boys? She goes, no.
You should go out more.
Yeah, I like.
And
Oh
the
yeah,
other Yahoos.
Yeah, he's
now
like, it's
I
Friday
remember
night.
what I like.
You're lonely. Get out there.
Yeah, now I remember what I actually liked about the conversation. It's the fact that she got the okay with being alone from her dad. I think I remember liking that line.
It is interesting how she isn't telling Charlie that there is a guy she's interested in. I don't know why she can't just say, "There's one guy I'm interested in." Doesn't have to go anywhere.
That's since Cass is not here. That's very much a teenage girl thing. They don't typically like sharing that information with their family until they're actually a thing and deep into the relationship.
Okay.
I agree with you. It's weird, but that's very normal teenage girl behavior.
I hinted at earlier that I said it would come back during baseball. Is the talking point of strength, I guess, with the vampires and the amount of control they have with it. Presumably, they actually have control over their strength. But they're implying with baseball, they can only hit it super strong. They can't act like normal people with average strength.
I think it's more that they just want to. You know what I'm saying? Like they're allowed to cut loose with it. So it's not that they're trying to hold back; it's they want to cut loose.
They said it's the only time they can play it, which isn't true though. They can play whenever they want. They just can't play super baseball all the time.
Oh,
Also,
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah. If they really enjoy playing baseball, they can do it whenever they want. It just won't be the super baseball. And the baseball would get destroyed with these hits.
Oh yeah. Going from our baseball season a few times back, all I could think about was the Sandlot when the ball coating came off.
Yeah.
That's all.
That happens in real baseball with normal humans.
Yeah.
So super vampire hits would absolutely just destroy
These balls
that
are made out of lead.
Oh, vampire balls! I didn't think about that. That's awesome. I can't believe I said that.
I'm so proud of you, Crimson. It's okay.
What, vampire balls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big whoop.
I mean, listen, Crimson's not the only one. I'm sorry, Stephanie Meyer's not the only one out here sexualizing the vampires, all right? Crimson can do it too. Free right.
There's a part where what's that one vampire called? Laurent. Laurent throws the baseball back at him once they're like, all right, let's play a game. And Carlisle,
they still
let's do it.
Unnecessarily made the fucking sound effect for that though.
Yeah. He throws the ball back at Carlisle, and Carlisle catches a fake CG ball. I was very confused why they did that. That was not a real baseball.
That was CGI?
Yeah. The one Laurent threw was a real ball. The one Carlisle catches was a CG ball. That was not a real ball.
Bullshit. No, they wouldn't be
Go
that.
back and look at
Sorry.
it. It's not right.
I am. I'm gonna look it up. Just kidding.
It's like jittery when he moves it. It's not properly lined. The lighting on it is fake. If the ball isn't CG, the lighting they did on it was, and it made it look like a fake ball. It's one of those two. I'm thinking it's a fake ball because you can look at his fingers on top of the ball, and it kind of looks like it phases through it a little bit.
Didn't catch it. I did catch Bella giving her mom a Hollywood hang-up.
Yeah, her mom was being extra pushy though.
And also, a hot boy was in a room.
Still.
A stalker was in her room.
Yeah, a stalker.
A hot boy to her.
A breaking and entering. A serial
I
killer.
love watching you sleep. I like
Only for the
watching you
past
sleep,
months.
and she likes that.
All right, I can sort of see what you're saying, Crimson.
Mhm.
Do it's close for me. Yeah, it could definitely be CG.
Yeah, something's off with it, and I feel CG. But not 100%. But I'm high.
I guess being on the baseball seat.
I've definitely been moved a little bit. Yeah.
I find it interesting that Carlisle swings left-handed, whereas in the hospital, he wrote notes with his right hand. So he
Honestly, he could have just been alive long enough to become ambidextrous.
That's what I'm thinking.
Which would be cool if that's the case.
Anecdotal evidence with me. I'm a left-handed batter and right on everything else in my life.
Interesting.
Just some people have different preferences when batting. Doesn't have to be your catching hand or anything. It's just one way feels better.
I think the fact that the hair conceals Bella is a little bit dumb, considering the wind has been blowing for quite a bit, and that's
I
what
don't even
gives
know
her
what he
away.
meant by that. Put down your hair. I don't even get what that really was supposed to do, because the hair would also give off scent too.
Yeah, we know it's about scent because that's Rosalie's next comment says that's not going to do anything. I can smell it from a field away. So we know the point of it is supposed to hide her scent or smell her.
It's to conceal her skin.
Yeah.
But then the vampire trio didn't smell her at all.
Well, James knew something was up, but he didn't know until
the best vampire tracker couldn't
in
tell.
the world.
He couldn't tell until wind pushed it.
Yeah,
of course.
But he could tell later that he got a fake trail.
And then they all together Power Ranger pose.
I do like Laurent.
Yeah.
That being said, with the brief time that we have him, he seems like a pretty chill vampire. Shows up, wants to play baseball, realizes party's over, wants to leave immediately.
Yeah. Chill guy. A sensible vampire that isn't a Cullen.
He goes, hey, James is on the loose. Be careful, I'm just here to help.
Yeah.
He's just passing along the warning and message, which I appreciate about him. In a way.
He didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Something I couldn't tell was... Well, actually, sorry, my first note says, how many beers has Charlie had in this movie? After that...
Not enough to deal with Bella's bullshit.
How can there be decent slow-mo? Like when the students are staring at them in the parking lot and it goes slow-mo, and that's good, at least to my eyes, that looks fine. To then having bad slow motion of when Carlisle's hitting the ball.
No idea.
I don't know how it could be so
the camera that day.
Fine and then really bad.
My guess is they didn't have the slow-mo camera. You know? That would be my guess, because usually for stuff like that equipment's more expensive, so you typically don't.
Only rented it for
they have to rent it.
Yeah. So they rent it, and then obviously they only have it for a limited amount of time as well. So they probably tried to focus on the more quote unquote important scenes for the slow motion than stuff like that.
I guess that brings up a question if they filmed it in order.
The more likely option is they didn't plan on it being slow-mo. but
Yeah,
decided in post that it.
yeah. That's probably
That's
what ended
you
up
know what?
happening.
That's what it probably looks like.
Well,
That's
I mean
probably
Yeah.
explains why it looks so bad.
that does tie in also into the renting the camera thing, where they have some stuff that are planned slow mo, but they don't find out until later they actually want to add slow mo to other scenes. Um, little note detail that I really like about the batting scene. Carlisle's been at this for a while. I like that he splits his sons, knowing they're going to hit each other midair. I definitely think that was intentional, hitting in that particular
Hitting the
direction.
ball in the middle.
Oh,
Yeah,
could be.
because you notice
No,
how competitive those two are.
it's true. A complaint that was brought up in, I believe it was League of Their Own, with some of the characters in there throwing the ball in a poor manner. Poor Alice, she cannot throw a baseball. She needed some baseball training. The actress for this.
Really did.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ashley Green.
Sure, that's her name. That was not a great throw.
Oh yeah.
her
They
stance.
it definitely came across as an actor just mimicking motions they saw on TV without any of the training to do it.
Yeah, that high
Yeah.
kick.
Yeah.
That part I actually didn't have much of an issue with.
Yeah, the
it
high
was,
kick
it
is
was
not
her
the issue.
hands, her
Yeah.
arms. The arms were not right. The leg was a flare. You can have a little bit of flare.
The leg is a flare. It also helps, with the momentum of your body too. So
Yeah.
uh,
I think the baseball scene's probably the best scene. Well, no. I think the baseball scene's one of the most iconic scenes in this movie. That's the word I think I'm looking
People joke on it a lot. Yeah,
funny enough, it's one of the scenes I actually like. The idea that the vampires cut loose with stuff like this during a storm.
Yeah, good family time.
Yeah, I like it because it's. I want to say I like. And I'm using this in the word in the classical sense again. I like romanticizing the mundane. So I like that a bunch of supernatural creatures are playing what's just a normal, like, day to day American pastime being baseball together as for family bonding time. And they're including Bella because Edward likes Bella. It's one of those things that I really appreciate whenever I read stories.
Remember, folks, love is war. Won the romance.
You sound
Yes,
so
it did.
sore.
Yeah, I will say that
I'm just
thinking
backing up
back
his
on
point.
yeah.
You're right.
Well, I was using again romance in the classical sense, not the, you know, the
I
the
don't know.
actual
I'm
romance.
trying to help from my stance.
Oh, okay. How to describe romance in the classical sense?
You don't have to.
Um,
You really,
you don't want me to?
Ryder, you're good.
Okay. I'll
You
save
like
it
the
for
baseball for
later.
the mundane, and it's heartwarming. Got it.
Yes, it's essentially exactly. Yes, that's exactly why I like it. Um,
Something I liked here visually is the speed walk that the trio does on their way there.
yes.
It
That was filmed
looks
practically, by
weird,
the way. That was filmed
but
practically, by the way. On they actually took out like tracking treadmills and stuff like that, and they moved them along while doing that. So that's why how long airport escalators almost like the things just we're just moving across the ground.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That's kind of what they did for that. So it
Yeah,
makes them look like they're moving faster when they're
I
just walking normally.
like the look.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's very unique. I agree.
Delivers a presence. Uh, I'll okay. So one of my issues with this movie, and I think it's more subjective leaning, but it's the fact that the main conflict, the bad guys, are just arbitrarily kind of just thrown in here. That they have no real tie or connection to Bella or the Cullens. It's just like they came across them, and now one of them wants to kill them. That it
They
just
definitely
does
feel
not
tacked on.
I agree.
feel additive at
He
all.
gives
It's just
no weight.
yeah. They
It,
weren't
it
built up. They were technically in the movie, but
yeah.
they didn't build up as like the main conflict.
No.
There's no tie into
I think the
anything.
only point of them, I mean, for Veronica has something later, or Victoria, sorry, Victoria has something later, um, is that James is what poisons Bella for Edward to make the choice. That's it.
I mean, yeah, they have a place in the movie, obviously, as the bad guys, but
We're talking about their integration.
I mean,
their
the good one,
motives, the
I don't think has a
integration,
need.
yeah.
I mean, he's just like to warn, but that could still just be James and Victoria, and the warning doesn't even have to be in the film. They just know. Like Carlisle says something I picked it up that he's hunting her or something.
Yeah. I like the diversification of the group in the sense that Laurent was kind of tired of James and his games. That's why he came to warn the Cullens. I like that. That being said, I agree with Crimson. They're very much an afterthought in the film. They felt tacked on because it feels like they were.
I guess that's a good question for Cass. Of like, how big were they in the book?
Yeah,
that's probably a big difference. I would imagine.
I would imagine, yeah.
Is it an objective issue?
Like I
subjectively don't like it
for the story pacing. Absolutely,
I think it's an objective issue because it's at least for my scale, it's plot related. They're very weakly introduced and they have no direct ties to the characters. Other than that they're vampires.
I would count the 2 kills they have done that we have seen still shows nothing on them.
Yeah, it just shows that they eat people, which is what vampires are supposed to do. You know. They're I think it's definitely leaning towards an objective issue.
Crimson.
I wouldn't put it.
Yeah.
Is this a Knives Out situation?
To what end?
I don't want to.
Speak cryptically with it.
Well,
do you want to drag Ryder into it?
No, Crimson. You know your issue with Knives Out.
Yes, hopefully we're thinking of the same one. Yeah.
Yeah. Does this kind of fit that vein? Because these people are introduced way over halfway in the movie.
I get it. I was thinking of a different thing, but yes, that thing. They get introduced here properly an hour and 20 minutes in.
Yeah, you got 35 minutes left of the movie.
Yes. It's a little bit different because that one's a murder mystery. I kind of hold that more for that type of genre, but it would be better here if they had a better integration.
I mean, the weight of what it's almost the same.
What they could do here is the 2 people they killed were like 2 allies of Carlisle.
Ooh.
Making it personal as like a family attack or something.
Or
then we have something.
The werewolf tribe. And there's Carlisle like trying to defend like it's not us.
A framing scenario, sure.
Yeah.
But they're just some random vampires that just stumbled across the Cullens and want to kill Bella because she's a human. That's it. Not good.
A human with a good scent that the best tracker can't pick up.
Can't smell unless there's wind.
And I'm impressed that he could smell that across states, by the way.
Well, it's like a dog. Once it's got the scent, then it's on it. It's a very distinctive style.
Very distinctive smell.
Looking at my notes for this act, I only have one last thing, which is Bella going ham on Charlie.
Yeah, that's pretty much the last one I've got as well. So, any thoughts for Bella going ham on Charlie? Otherwise, and you can lead the way with that one, Springs.
I think this is a good area for the following films, and I haven't seen them in a while, but hopefully this is a good point of how Bella talks to Charlie and how hurtful her words are, that Charlie will take this and toughen up to fight for Bella moving forward. Like, not to be so nonchalant about the actions and feelings she holds, and actually be more of a present father in her life towards how she feels about things. And I think that's a great start of character development for him.
I agree. If that's the direction they go in, they have certainly built a foundation.
Yes.
Crimson?
Yes.
Any thoughts on this in general?
She's very brutal. Did she need to be very brutal?
She
probably didn't need to bring up. Yeah, I was going to say she probably didn't need to bring up the mom thing. He was already kind of at the wayside he was already emotionally damaged. She was already on her way out the door, so she didn't have to tack that on at the end. And then we learn later everything she said in there, separate of the mom comment, was the mom's farewell thing, pretty much the divorce line. So it was just so much brutal damage, and we don't really get to see them rekindle that, other than he's okay with her later when she's in the dress.
Yeah, what irks me about this scene is the fact that there's no payoff to it. Like, there's no
Wow,
rekindling
not
or
even in the extended.
reconnecting. Not even in the extended, no. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's the major issue that spirals out of this scene for me.
Things are
I
just
think
okay now.
Edward, the one shot, the one shot thereabouts of following. We see Edward at the doorway following Bella upstairs with her dad. We see Edward hanging out in her room. I think that was a pretty decent shot as well.
Yeah, I wrote down it was quite lucky that he knocked instead of opened the door.
Yes.
Imagine if he just walked in and like, Edward, what's going on here?
I think
Did she
I
just
think
break
that
up with him
it's
or something?
the first thing she said, that he's caught in confusion and still like let's talk this out, like being very gentle with her. I think if this was towards the end, it would give him more incentive to like, let's try to fix this, and would walk in. But being how early on it is in this confusion for him of what she's saying, that he won't open the door.
There's still a chance, though.
There is still a chance, but it's
not a
it's
minuscule
smaller.
one either. I think it is smaller. It is a
So
smaller chance,
what
but
if
it's still
and
there.
what if, and hear me out here, most of that was a show for Charlie?
What do you mean?
What do you mean a show for Charlie?
I mean the two of them, quote unquote, breaking up / not breaking up. What if
Oh
that
yeah,
was a show for Charlie
It was.
in order to help?
that's
Yeah, okay.
exactly what that was. Yeah,
Okay.
it
Did you
was.
take it that it wasn't?
No, that's exactly what I took it was.
Oh.
It just sounded like, for me, that's not where you guys were took it. So now I'm
No,
lost at what you
no.
guys are talking
I
about.
was talking about how Charlie stayed at the door wanting to talk when he could have walked in and then seen Edward
When
in
Bella
her
goes into her
room.
room and closes the door, Charlie could have opened it.
Charlie could have opened it and seen Edward in there, and that would have thrown the entire thing out the window.
Because then he could have interpreted, you're running away with a boy.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with them playing off that they broke up, so she has a reason to leave. But the chance that he could have walked in on both of them in the room is something.
Yeah,
Edward didn't have to be in
the
there.
chance thing is I agree with. Like I said, I the way you guys were describing this to me, it sounded like you guys didn't understand that was a show for Charlie.
Oh no, it was. Totally was. She
Huh.
didn't mean that. She just had to say that to protect him. Which is
Yeah.
what Edward said. Like,
Totally
you have
fine
to
with it,
hurt him
yeah.
to save him.
Let's see. I think I have two things left in the act. Quick one. There's no thunder going on during the interaction between the trio and
Game's over.
the Cullens. No thunder going on. Yeah, it's so little, I guess, audio discrepancy there that they didn't put that in. And another luck-based thing revolving around Charlie, luck-based, is when Edward and Bella were in the bedroom after the kiss, and he runs off like, I have strength, and then he just stays in the bed with her for the night. Very lucky that Charlie doesn't walk in to say goodnight to Bella or make sure she went to sleep all right or something. He never says goodnight to her.
He doesn't hover, but
I
lucky.
mean, saying goodnight to your kid isn't like a hover thing. And he seems like the kind of father who would say goodnight every night.
I'll throw it down as
I don't know if
convenience.
every night.
If he's
She could
there.
have said it. She could have said it on her way upstairs, for all we know. So it's one of those things where it's just.
I can see
Could
him
be convenient.
being on
Could
a
be other
night out,
ways around it.
working, and he comes home and he checks her room to see if she's there. I can see that.
Yeah, same kind of.
But physically knowing she is present, I don't think he has a need to check on her.
Well, check as in like good night. Not to check if she's alive
Yeah.
upstairs or anything, or if she ditched or anything. That is it for the act for me.
All right. And then we move along to our final act, which is where they leave Charlie in the house and they're driving down the street and they're forming a Cullen protective convoy to the end of the film.
Yes.
It's Crimson. Why don't you start us out?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What?
It's been Crimson 5 times in a row.
Has it?
I mean,
I know
it's between us all the time. How about you go, writer? I don't think you've started.
Sprinks, the last 3 acts have been you starting.
Has it? I hear a lot of you.
No, you've started the last 3 acts.
Start of X. Sorry. I thought it was just points.
Yeah.
I'm like, points, it's also you. Never mind. Who cares?
That I haven't paid
Whatever.
attention.
I
Sure,
realize what
Frankie,
I'm doing is an asshole move. Please continue.
Go Sprinks.
Oh, it's me.
Go Sprinks, yeah.
Jasper's flooring it. There are shots of him like going 100 miles per hour down the road, and then there's wide shots where he's going 40 in the car, driving the car.
Yeah. Not running. Running. Yeah.
The speeds of
Fair
the car
enough.
change.
Little discrepancy there.
Alice and Jasper don't really dress up or anything to go when they're driving to Arizona, that place known for sun.
Yeah.
This plan of them splitting up, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Because Edward's like, we gotta kill him. He's gonna keep coming. All right, let's split up. I'm like, what? What?
I don't understand why they don't just keep Bella in their house and just have all of them patrol the house.
That or set her up as bait and then jump him. I mean, what's?
There's so many
she
things
could get
that they could do.
injured. Can't put her safety at risk. Must protect.
Because you have someone who can see the future, someone who can read minds and would be able to tell when he's in the proximity to her. It's just terrible.
Yeah, this is a very, very horrible plan. And for people who are, some people here who are over 100, I don't know why they went along with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And man,
also,
the quality of that voice phone call from
from
Bella's
James?
mom.
Oh, from Bella's mom. Or just Bella.
Yeah,
Bella.
well,
Bella.
yeah, the quality over the phone from that to the tape does not match.
No, absolutely not. The tape is...
Well, it's more crisp. Yeah.
The tape is total proof of how dumb Bella is. She fell for the oldest trick in the book. But, yeah, also questioning how James tracked all the way by foot to Arizona. He was in broad sunlight.
Yeah.
Ran through the woods.
Not in a car. There are not woods connected all the way from Forks to Arizona.
He climbed under people's cars and hung on.
Oh, he could have done that. Like the hobo on the Pole Express. Just was under the truck.
There you go. How poignant.
Or like the flag smashers hiding in crates.
Oh,
that's true.
Yeah,
he could be in a truck.
Not gonna win a soldier, of course.
So it's not impossible. He could have driven there.
There are workarounds, but my point is still the same. It's impressive he got down there as quickly as he did.
I don't know what made him change course. He was totally falling for the false trail, and then just out of the blue, he's like, you know what? This isn't right. I'm gonna go over there. I don't know what changed his mind.
He smelled it.
Did he overhear anything about Arizona? Because he was listening in on her shouting match with her dad.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. We see him following the fake trail, so he wasn't going.
I agree.
I guess
we see him following.
Do vampires give off sense? Because he could be smelling Alice and Jasper.
That is confirmed later. They do have their own sense.
Okay, because maybe he's not just tracking Bella.
I mean, who's to say Bella isn't with Jasper and her? If he smells Bella, why would he assume it's not her? Edward's even there, which is why they did that.
Yeah.
So
what made him change his mind?
No reason. They didn't give a reason other than he's a smart tracker who was already tricked. I don't get it.
Yeah. I like the Dr. Carlisle is very much we protect our own family. I like that. It's very simple.
with
I like the
Rosalie?
character trait.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Rosalie.
Which is the
very
whole
simple
proof
character
of
trait.
that he did not know about the car, the van crash with Edward and Bella.
Yep.
I
Bella,
suppose,
you are
yeah.
my life now. What a great
Also-
line that would be in an earned romantic.
I think with all the examples we've given, let's stop calling James a great tracker.
He's the best tracker. You're right.
Oh.
Not great. The best. Thanks for the correction.
Got it.
I mean, that's what they said. They said he's like the best tracker. He's great.
Crimson,
Unparalleled.
the
I've never seen any
guy-
tracker like it.
the dude in I always forget his name, but the dude with the purple like scarf in Deathly Hallows Part 1, the Snatcher,
Oh,
that's a better tracker.
Scab or something. Starts with an S.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
You're right.
But hey, I
He's a
can't say too
tracker.
much. That's a werewolf. These are vampires. Different anatomy. I'm sorry.
I actually, I'm gonna call him with the soundtrack here. I actually quite like the soundtrack. It's very simple, but I like the kind of the drums
Oh, I
when they're traveling.
it didn't resonate with me. So cool.
Yeah, it's the reason I like the drums is because they're unique. Because they're not like
Adds tension.
your standard. They're not your standard drum set. They're your I know there are specific ones, but they were the same drums used on Battlestar Galactica, which has very, very specific drum sounds, and it's not like a standard drum set.
Are they like hand drums?
They're like let's describe
Tribal.
it. It's tribal drums. Yeah.
Tribal drum, okay.
That was not an objective opinion, obviously.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel that the line from the beginning of the movie comes back when Belle's in the taxi cab?
It's just a callback. I was fine with it.
Considering the situation in her mind that she's going to try and give up her life to save her mom, it works, I think.
It adds context to it.
Yeah.
What do you think on it?
I think it's fine because I find this line to be the line that's used for the beginning, and it's not said 2 separate times.
You like it as a bookend.
No, that's not what I mean by it.
Okay.
I mean that the line said here is her initial thoughts of the situation she's in, and the beginning of the movie is taking that thought and putting it at the beginning. It's not 2 instances where she's thinking the same thing 2 different times in her life. That's where I find it fine.
I find it really dumb. Well, I found Bella really stupid. Shocker. What do we, I guess since we're here, do we have any thoughts about the final climax scene where got tricked by an old tape of hers?
She's stupid. James toying with his food. I guess that's just who he is. Edward standing completely still when he comes in. Stupid. Very dated. I guess 2008 seems like choreographed fight scene.
Do you have any positives?
I think that the environment they're in with the mirrors and the wooden boards to be damaged and the glass, and I think all that's real cool. So I think their setting's
Definitely
fine.
confirms the the reflection thing. I guess.
I like the character choice, or making Edward go through the character choice of having to suck the venom out of Bella's blood and giving him the challenge of having to not kill her. I actually really like it in concept. But it is entirely his fault that it reached that point.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, why couldn't Carlisle do it?
Did Carlisle?
Because that's what I was thinking.
Did Carlisle again?
Oh yeah.
See this as Edward's mess, and he's like, "Let's see how you clean it up."
He didn't really put it that way, though.
He didn't, but he's very smart, and he's the oldest here. He's the father of the household.
Yeah, I absolutely think Carlisle could also have been the one to do it. He would have just assigned Edward to hold the tourniquet, and he could have done it himself.
Oh, that's not what I
I
mean at
agree.
all. Yeah. No. That's not what I mean. That he'd take the blood out because he has the willing to stop.
Oh,
I
I
get
know
that.
what you meant, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you mean that he wants Edward to clean up his mess that he
Yes.
made, right?
Yes.
Yes.
With endangering
Could
Bella
be.
and
I
all that.
don't know if I have evidence for that though.
Yeah. No, I'm sure Carlisle would stop and has the will to get the venom out totally fine.
I love that. We don't really see it, but I love that Alice just rips James' head off.
Oh, yeah. Just gets up and. Oh man.
It was
While
almost
her brother's walking out.
anticlimactic to me.
Well,
Yeah,
we
he
have
did
nothing
this
really to
this
go off
third-
of James. We've known him for 20 minutes.
He
This
was
final act is-
almost killed off screen. It was almost. It was like a second. It was so quick. And
Yeah, this final act is very, very rushed.
Yes.
well, yeah, because the bad guys were rushed.
Yeah, exactly. So everything
Also-
here kind of everything here has that sort of forced taste to it. You know,
Also, these vampires don't have fangs. So a bite would be
that's also true.
way more pinched than pierced.
Yes, ish. There was a
I
show
guess it helps
called
explain why they don't have, the teeth bite, the fang bites on their necks. Like the holes of like, oh, this is where I turned into a vampire. If they're just bites that get healed.
Yeah, there was a show called Deadliest Warrior, who for their final episode, which was a controversy on its own, did vampires versus zombies, and they went into the science of a vampire and they tested the mouth of a vampire based off of whatever lores they dug up because there's so many different versions of vampires.
It's
Yeah,
a
Indian,
mythology.
Perusian.
Yeah, but the pure jaw strength combats that of an alligator. Boom. There you go.
Oh, so
Evidence. Deadliest Warrior 2009.
you know what that means? It kills.
It kills. He would be great on that show.
I think a line that helps Cass's point of Bella possibly being suicidal is death is peaceful, easy, life is harder. As she's
Yeah.
going into unconsciousness.
I don't know if I went all the way to suicidal, but I definitely wrote in my notes. I'm like, is Bella just depressed?
Oh, yes.
Suffers hella from depression. Yeah,
I think that clearly helps with her obsession towards Edward.
I agree.
It doesn't really
hyperfixation.
get how she kind of alienates those who try to befriend her, like Mike and Tyler and all them. But I guess that still goes to depression. She's not invested in any of them to a point. And Edward's hot, so
He's got abs. He's sparkly in sunlight for some
yeah,
reason.
he's sparkly. I can't read your mind. I've never seen someone sparkle. We're meant for each other.
Why
So
wouldn't? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I brought up earlier that I normalize staring romantically at your love interests. So I don't have any issue with that. What I do take issue with that is implying that is character development. I think the film heavily relies on that explaining how much they love each other.
No. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm agreeing that it doesn't.
Yeah.
I did find it a little comical, Edward sleeping.
Fake sleeping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, huh?
It would be interesting if that he really fell asleep because he was super tired. For a second, I thought that's what it was until obviously he just got up like it was nothing. The whole ordeal actually exhausted him for once. Yeah, he's faking.
Yeah.
I don't know why the pepper spray doesn't work. It kind of bugged me. It
'Cause he's
didn't
the
work.
best tracker.
He still has
I
eyeballs.
said it, he's the best tracker.
Vampires can still feel pain.
Can they? Do they?
Yeah,
They're cold.
they have nerves.
I don't know.
I mean, it gets
Do we
into
ever see any of the vampires in pain?
I mean, if they can't feel anything, then Edward like kissing Bella doesn't feel anything at that point.
He feels love
He
in his
just
heart and passion.
feels the
He doesn't
love.
feel actual physical touch.
Trying to think if we see. I feel like they do feel pain in the later movies. Is there anything here? Um, hmm. What's the bad guy's name again?
James.
Looking. James.
James.
Does he kind of react to getting hit on, getting held up and choked? He reacts to getting choked. Yeah.
He does yet out a shout when Edward like bites into him.
I mean, it does
Yeah.
cut off his airflow, but I don't know if that's pain.
Yeah, he does yell at the bite. That's right. That Edward took out of him. Yeah, I think they feel pain.
All right, then the flash grenade. I mean, bear spray. Or I mean, pepper
Pepper
spray.
spray. The player.
Also, it should have been bear spray. They're saying animals
I-
are going around killing people.
I agree. Yeah.
I thought it was bear spray because it was big and
I confused it for a fucking flash grenade.
yeah, very big pepper spray.
I mean, it makes sense that a police that's the size they carry on their holster or their belt.
Yeah. Do you? I'm gonna skip ahead to them dancing outside at the prom. Very cliche. When she asked why he saved her, and I was confused.
Because I didn't want you to die. Oh, whew, I thought you were going to let me die. It's a stupid question. I agree.
That question made no fucking sense to me. It's like, why the fuck would you ask that? The better question is how he managed to stop. Ask how he
had
managed
control.
to stop.
Because he loved her.
Yeah,
That's why when she's like, turn me into a vampire, and he has the control not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, that would have, if she had asked the question of, like, ask him how he managed to stop, there's a lot more, I guess, reasonable expectations of dialogue to come from that than just asking how, why he saved her. Because I figured the answer to that would be fucking implicit to her at this point.
One would think.
One would think. But, Bella's not a smart character, so...
No, she hasn't been around for 100 years to go to school every day. Oh, wait, Edward's not smart either. Go away.
Oh.
No.
That admittedly is my last major note.
I'll go to when they arrive to prom, and Edward's like, I don't know what he's doing. Like, I'll go park the car or something. He leaves.
When Jacob just shows
and
up?
Jacob just shows up. And I'm like, oh, I forgot you were in this movie. I haven't seen you since the beach.
Yeah. And he didn't even have a reason to be at the beach in the first place. He's just popping up.
No, the beach was popping. This was also a weird reason. My dad paid me to come talk to you about your boyfriend.
I mean, that could just have been him joking around.
I mean,
I actually think that's true. I think it's true because of what happens in the next film. But based on this scene alone within the context of this film, it is very weird that he got paid to do that.
Is he paid as an incentive because he doesn't know the importance of the werewolf vampire because he's not one yet? And he doesn't know that whole history?
He's not involved with the vampire world directly yet, no.
So just hearing a favor from your dad saying, hey, I want you to go tell your friend who you haven't seen a lot to break up with her boyfriend. It seems like very like, why would I do that? No, but it's like the incentive of like, here's money to do it. Like Jacob feels weird about it, but he's doing it because of that. I feel like is more.
Could be that, yeah. Like it could be that, yeah. I think that's the implication that I would read into the scene.
Because I don't know if Jacob already knows the whole history about werewolves and his family and everything, or if that's just like all dumped on him at ceremony or something. I mean, that'll be next movie, but
I didn't see it as literal. I saw him more as being jokey.
The $20 was a joke.
Yeah.
Do you think he actually knows about the importance of the werewolf vampire and the whole dad thing was just to comfort Bella and it's actually his own doing to come and say it? It's not from word of his father?
His own doing or his dad, either.
Or both?
But it was, yeah, it could be both. That doesn't. I think that was just a way to get into the talk easily, starting with a joke, because his goal is to have her and Edward break up. And we definitely know that going forward in the movies.
Yeah. Jacob
So
here
yeah, I
wants to
never saw
imprint.
him as actually getting paid by his dad.
Okay. I did pick up on the lyrics at the prom, like the music. Did you guys pick that up at all?
I did not.
Bleeding or Lost You,
No.
American Mouth, Big Pill.
American Mouth, Big Pill.
Yeah, I'm like, bleeding or lost you. She's dying. She's bleeding out. He has to, save her. American Mouth is, I don't know, just the vampire bite and all that, like just staying with it. And then the big pill, like big pill to swallow, is she wants to be a vampire, and Edward's gonna be like, no, you're not ready for that yet. But she's like swallowing the big pill herself, like I am ready. So that's what the music I picked up from the lyrics, because it's just that's the only thing going, the only sound being coming across
That's the
Oh,
song playing
Big
for them?
Pill.
while they're dancing. Yeah,
Okay.
The Big Pill could also be like their love is their drug, right? The
Well,
pill
yeah,
could
he
he
be their
does.
drug.
He does refer to her as like a heroine at some point.
he does.
Yeah.
His personal brand of heroin. Anything else, gentlemen?
Being that Jacob found Bella, I just had everyone has eyes on Bella. Everyone's watching her at all times. The werewolves, the vampires, possibly the police.
Well, Charlie is partly so, yes, I guess.
Yeah, like everyone kind of just knows where she. You could find Bella whenever you want. Someone knows someone who knows where she is. I wouldn't even be
It
surprised
is a
if
small
like
town.
Eric or Mike or Tyler are like, oh yeah, I know where Bella
Yeah, it'll
is.
be very easier for Victoria to find her. That's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For how kind of shut in she is and only wants to talk to Edward, everyone knows. Which is creepy, because everyone doesn't need to know where Bella is.
Ah, that's it. Sprinks,
That's me.
how would you feel if we had like James as a guest on the podcast? I mean, he talked about how visually dynamic his shots were. He's very
Oh.
into filming.
That's where you're going with that. Okay.
Wait, James, the bad guy in this movie.
The vampire, yeah. He was filming. He was
knows
talking
his
about how
stuff.
dynamic his shots were when
Very
he was
dynamic.
filming, throwing Bella across the room.
And welcome on
Breaking her
open
leg.
arms. What are you talking about?
We can
course.
rename that episode. We could do that episode. We call it episode "Interview with a Vampire." You know,
Oh,
really lean into it.
Very original.
Yeah, I know.
I welcome him to open arms. Of course, anyone. Why not?
Especially since this is over Discord, I think we'll be okay.
Well, until he tracks you, I could smell your breath through your mic.
That would be
I'm not
beyond the pale
intimidated.
impressive.
I'm welcoming. Will we butt heads on things? Maybe. Will we agree on things? Maybe. Is this all hypothetical? Yes. But actually, no.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
He's a fictitious character. So.
Maybe. Maybe someone knows someone who's like, hey, cheap seat. You want James on?
Talk about the fictitious
hey,
character, not the actor.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the actor the whole time because you said
No.
shots. Oh, you're talking about with the camera he does on Bell. Oh,
James said these are some
Crimson.
very dynamic shots.
Crimson, that changed everything.
Visually dynamic
That
shots.
changed everything.
Yeah, that's exactly that's why I was so confused for a
That
while.
changed.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
was
you were
like,
talking about the actor
you're
the
making
whole
this so
time.
literal. No.
Yeah, probably not. No.
Okay. I hope you could listen back to this and be like, pick up on all the clues Ryder and I was saying.
The actor
Or-
who plays James on this podcast,
Sure,
a guest,
he
would
could
be
on there.
awesome.
Whatever.
Yes. James, the vampire who will track me down if I say something he doesn't like. No, thank you. I'm good.
All right.
Legitimately, I don't even think you have to say something he doesn't like. He'll just come and find us
That is
anyway.
true.
Glad we'll get back to that answer.
We have exposed him publicly as a vampire. Yikes. Edward, I need you. Actually, no, Carlisle. Edward can't help me.
There you go. Carlo and Alice. That's my two team right there. Yeah, like I said, I don't have anything else for the act. So
We got a funny line delivered by child Bella. Mom, I suck. And I had to write that down. I'm glad that was on the tape. That was in the video.
It's very
her saying,
necessary.
"Mom, I suck."
Is that starting her early onset
her
depression?
vampire?
That
spell.
was definitely the early onset depression. I agree.
Maybe. Timing issue, which Cass was here for it. Everybody showing up at relatively the same time, except for Edward. They were all in different places. They were split up,
Oh, at
I
the-
had
but
no
they all
idea how
got
they
there
all
at the
ended up
same
together.
time.
I was gonna go with the convenience of when they're in the gondola, or not gondola, the gazebo. Dancing. The other two couples just both go, all right, time to go.
Well, they're not the main characters. They know their place. Let's see. Another one I had was I didn't know why James didn't smell Edward, because Edward got a jump on him. He surprised him. He didn't smell him. World's
He was
best
having
hunter.
too fun playing with his food.
World's best tracker. All right.
Yeah, he said he would know when someone entered the premises. So
Or maybe
yeah, he
Bella's
definitely
did
let
say
his guard
that.
down.
Bella's
said that?
bleeding was
Yeah,
such a
he-
strong scent.
Not strong enough for him to go
And
in
a
a
mask.
frenzy and eat her, which is what they said happens.
Well, Jasper was
He
there.
had enough control.
If Jasper was there, Bella might be dead.
It's true.
Or Jasper might be
Wait,
dead. I don't
Jasper
know.
is there.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Ooh, have we stumbled on to
Yikes.
yet
Oh,
another
no.
problem?
Jasper held James
Uh-oh.
back. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Bella's bleeding
James
from her
had more
head.
control than
In this
Yikes.
movie, it's okay.
It is consistent for this film. We are setting up for what happens in Breaking Dawn. No, not Breaking Dawn. New Moon.
Yeah, New Moon. Wow. All right. And I guess last thing was we touched on Charlie not really getting an ending here. He's just, you look good in that dress. Have fun.
Yeah, you
That's
look
it.
beautiful. I mean, it's nice, but again, I'm with Ryder saying like after that whole hurtful scene, like a healing
No
time.
reconciliation. Nothing.
It literally cuts to him sitting at the table drinking his Rainer sponsored beer with
Sitting
Edward.
across from Edward. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
And
What
I don't
else?
necessarily blame the
Let's-
character for that. I blame the plot for that.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And did you say you had nothing else, Springs, or you got?
I don't.
All right, then we shall move into summary and ratings. Crimson, why don't you start us off?
Oh boy.
Running with the joke here, apparently.
Yes. I get called on constantly. Subjective. I shall start with my subjective. It is a movie that I watch for the podcast. It is a movie I have watched twice for the podcast.
Oh, you must really like it.
I must have, because why would I subject myself to something I wouldn't like again? Yeah. But all that aside, it's not the worst movie I've ever seen. It is far from the best movie I've ever seen. If I was alone and this was the only movie I had at hand, would I do that or literally anything else? Probably anything else.
Wow.
So subjectively, I might be a little harsh, but 4.5. It's okay. It's not terrible to watch yet. But 4.5, not the worst, not the best. It's almost tolerable. But
Really makes
the
me question if
relationship
this one's your
stuff
favorite or not.
is- we'll find out. We have a few movies. The romance, usually we've talked a lot with me with romance, and this is not right. This is cringy, terrible, like child writing for romance. No offense to what's her face, the author, but this
Stephanie
is Stephanie Meyer, or whoever wrote the movie. Since I haven't read the book, it's all too quick. It's all too fabricated. Love at first sight nonsense. She's talking about wanting to die for the love after knowing him for a month. It's too quick, too much, not right. Objectively, we've chopped this up a lot. Unfortunately, I did not write a lot of the negatives down, so I'm going to have to go on back here. But the pacing of the introduction of the villains not having real presence in it up to the baseball scene, and having no real ties or connections to our characters other than Bella's a human. I want to kill a human, and I feel a challenge because the human's tied with a vampire. Very lame, very weak, pretty unsupported, which made the whole ending feel rushed, as we brought up. The ending with him is heavily relied on Bella's stupidity. She literally has somebody who can tell the future, and she doesn't utilize her. She goes with her plan, uh, and I'll leave it the ending part there. Characters: Charlie's awesome. Bella's a terrible person, but as a character, she is consistent. Writer brought up she gets less witty, which is true, but she does sometimes spout something. But overall, I think most people are consistent, which is good. The visual effects, okay for the time. There are some bad stuff like the running in the woods. The wider shots are more decent than the closer ones, where it's like their head and shoulders. That looks really, really bad. The moments where they're like climbing the trees, it's very floaty, but it's supposed to emulate the speed, so it's okay. The tint filter that they chose, I guess, is better. Yeah, Seattle blue. Sad Seattle blue. I think it is better having it than not, because I would love to see what it looks like, but it would obviously be bright day without it. Is it poorly executed? No, but a little outside my realm with filters. I don't know what I would have done. Blah blah blah. Rambles. Definitely, I'm forgetting so much stuff now. It's only been like 6 hours. So objectively, I'm giving it a 6.
All right. I'll go next. Subjective 4 is where we settled on a couple days ago, and I'm still there. I definitely very much watch this for the podcast. Like I said, I don't. It's one of those movies I would have fun drinking to, but that's under very specific circumstances, and I would do it with people. And I can't really ever see myself doing that on my own or wanting to do it on my own. So, Subjective 4, there's fun to be had here in some odd, quirky ways with about how the film conducts itself. So, yeah. Objectively, I think a lot of what this movie has going for it is its interwoven concepts. The smaller world building things like what vampires do for fun, treaties that they made with the Wolf Native American tribe, nods to other things, how the vampire world works at large. I do think the world building in concept is one of its core strengths. We can talk about how they execute the world building. It's not the best, but it's typically passable. The plot is okay until the third act. I think it really falls apart there, which is a common thing you hear from me. But they really ramped up the stakes by introducing characters we knew virtually nothing about. So but that being said, there are other things that are also decently set up throughout over the course of the film. The foreshadowing of how you deal with a vampire with dismembered limbs, stuff like that. So things are either well set up or cranked to 11 at a random moment. What I think holds this at an objective 5 for me is the characters. I don't really know what drives Bella's character other than obsession. The certainty that I have with regards to her character is she's depressed. She has divorced parents, wants to connect to her father, but obviously we don't really see the payoff to that. She's quiet, loner, not really easily excitable, was witty for a fair portion of the film until that character trait just kind of dropped. We say it all the time that she's very stupid in the story. I can't, and I attribute partly that to her character. I attribute another part to it, the plot just wanting to go in a specific direction. So they're sacrificing a little bit of both. Um, my assumption for what drives her character would be the obsessive love for Edward, but even that's not really clear in this because the love happens ridiculously fast. They just spout poetry at each other in like what they think is not really in like really deep lines of dialogue about how a lion fell in love with the lamb, and they it's very very quick, as Crimson put it. And as I always say, you have to earn your cheese. You have to earn your cheesy romance lines and stuff like that. And this film unfortunately doesn't do that because a lot of the lines that are here is stuff that I wouldn't mind seeing replicated in a better romance story. I think uh, the Cullens as a collective family are very cool in concept as well. I like that they're all vegetarians. I think Papa Cullen is the most level head of the group, Carlisle. Uh, but obviously, I've said it before with the entire course of the podcast. I think Charlie is the best character in nearly every scene he's in. Um, there's not much else to say with regards to the characters. So yeah, objective 5. Um, and there are a lot of things I want to talk about as pertaining to this film, but they're not really highlighted as inconsistencies until we go deeper into the franchise. And with that, I shall turn this over to you, Springs.
All right, let's start with my objective. Let's see here. The writing, woof. Yikes. The acting, fine. There's some good and there's some bad. So that's okay. Um, the cinematography, boy, the cinematography was like, I love Dutch angles and panning shots. Let's do a ton of those. Oh shoot, we're at the last battle scene. Let's make sure the cameras are stationary to really focus the seriousness of James and Edward and what's going on. I don't know if those are backwards to me, but just odd. A couple audio issues in editing. Editing overall, fine. One transition that popped out to me of the jump, which fine, creative. I wish there was kind of more of those. I lighting. There's some. When Edward goes into the sunlight in the forest, it looks weird. I don't know if that's a fake spotlight or if that's edited where the Seattle sad blue is not present. So that's like normal lighting and everything else has the tint. So that's off. Other than that, it's fine of lighting. Everything's soaked in the sad Seattle blue. I had this out of 5 because there's some good that raise it up, but it's a lot of bad. Subjectively, it's fine. It's a decent movie to me. I mean, as a standalone on its own, I think it's okay. There's definitely some like eye rolling moments, and there's some like falling along scenes. Pondering it, I am in agreement. Charlie, I think, is my favorite character in this one movie. Um, I have a subjective at a 6.5.
Wow. All right. That's
Yeah.
the first
That's
in the
going to be sad
franchise
looking
done.
at
Yeah.
other movies.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see where this all ends up. With that, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think
Yep.
so.
All right. Well, audience, thank you for listening. Whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Overcast, Podcast, and Samsung. And if you happen to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions, how much you love them, who your favorite character is in Twilight. And as always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.